color black without walking on eggshells.
I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 8/5/2025. It is 11:54 p.m. Eastern time. It's only 8/5/2025 for 5 more minutes. So we got on just in time to make sure we didn't miss a day in a row. So we're good. Okay, Google, turn the lights on.
All right, turning 6 lights on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's slick. Yeah, that's fucking beautiful. Hell yeah. You missed the day here. Well, not here. So, suck it. I did want to see. So, I never actually try to pull up the game unless I have a bunch of other stuff up. And so now, let's see. Let's see if it'll work. Oh, whoa. See if it'll work if there's no other videos playing. Because, yeah, yesterday we kept trying this. If you guys weren't here during stream. Kept trying this, but anytime I would get close to other players or something, it would start to lag hardcore. And why are we all the same color? How do I know I'm not them? How do I know I'm me and not them? And if I actually eat one that's the same color as me, is that cannibalism now? I guess it's all cannibalism. Across the board. So, thank you to Zyran yesterday. Sent another $200 dono. He sent a $230 dono the day before. And I went and called in to get my car. Now, about 6 weeks ago, if you guys don't know, my car got repossessed. Okay? They came and picked it up. I was told on the website that I paid it off 3 months earlier. And so I didn't even know I owed anything on this car anymore. So for a while I kept saying that I was trying to raise money to go get my car back as soon as possible. And they told me, they said, you know, you have 3 months to get your car back. After that, we're gonna sell it again. So I said, okay. But yeah, I from my perspective, I thought I had already paid it off. So it was kind of dumb that they just came and repoed my car over $200. $200. I'd paid off about $17,000. They repoed it over $200. Okay. And then once they repoed it, now the amount that I owe goes way up. So now I owe $1,000. So I only needed like $600 to get the car back. And so I after Zyran sent the donut yesterday, I was like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna stay up today until all the business is open after stream, and then I will pay for the car. I call in, and it turns out my car was not at the repo place anymore. They took all of my belongings out of my car, cleaned it out, and sent it to the auction floor. 6 weeks. They said 3 months. I had 3 months. I called at 9 a.m. They said, hey, just so you know, you have until noon to pay your car. Like I was calling to pay for the fucking car. And as soon as they got my information and everything, and they knew who I was, they're like, okay, so just so you know, you have until noon to pay for your car. Otherwise, it's going to be auctioned off today. I was like, wait, today at noon? What do you mean? They're like, yeah, today at noon. I was like, why? You guys told me I had 3 months. They're like, yeah, that's how long you had in total, but you didn't give any indication that you were planning on getting the car back. I was like, that's not true. It's $200. You guys took it. I paid off $17,000. There's no way I'm about to just give you guys the fucking car and not pay this $1,000 now. There's no way. And they're like, well, it's all right. Like, you just pay the $600 now, and we'll take it off the auction floor. Like, yes. Yeah, please. Dude. So fucking lucky. So lucky. Like, truly. Everything in this whole scenario has gone just the worst way it could possibly go. Over and over and over. Everything has just gone in the worst way possible. This one time, I actually got lucky. This is the one time I actually got lucky. I just so happened to call on the day 3 hours before the cutoff point. Tom, just admit they're scamming you. I mean, yeah, it seems like this definitely seems like they were trying to fuck me over. I wouldn't call it a scam, but they were trying to fuck me over. Like, they keep giving me like misleading information to where it doesn't give me all of the details. And so when they say something like, you have 3 months to pay off your car loan, I don't actually have 3 months. Or they're going to find some way to pretend that that I didn't want it back, so they're justified in just selling my fucking car. So yeah, I wouldn't call it a scam, but it's definitely some shisty stuff, dude. Truly shisty. I literally joined your Discord just to ask if you'd stream tonight, and then I got scared. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Jordan, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Predatory practices. Yeah, that's what I would call it. It's predatory practices. Like, these are unethical practices that they were, because I definitely told them that I was going to get this car back. I made a very big deal about the fact that it was insane that they would take my fucking car when I was getting ready to sell it, and they took it over $200 without ever telling me that I owed $200, and without ever even giving me like a warning saying like, hey, if you don't make this payment of the last $200 in this period of time, then we're gonna repo it, and we're gonna come. Like, they never did any of this. I just woke up one day and my fucking car was gone. So when I thought it was paid off. So yeah, I was very very annoyed by all of this. And yeah, this is definitely not lagging right now, so this is based. Actually, I probably should have restarted my computer because I had an update. Fuck. I definitely should have restarted my computer before going live. Fuck. Yeah, that was not good. That was not good. I definitely should have done that. But yeah, it was I am glad that Zyran just happened to make that dono yesterday, to where I was like, you know what? I should just go ahead and not go to sleep after stream and just stay up until everything opens, and then I'll go ahead and make the payment on my car. And yeah, it turns out all of my belongings are sitting at the car lot. So they took all of my belongings out of the car, and they're all still at the car lot, but my car was at the auction house. So I'm here every night. I just don't comment much. I think you came from Brittany's community, if I remember correctly, and I know that a lot of people, when she stopped talking to me, I think a lot of people from her community stopped coming around, and it looked like a lot of people from my community stopped going to hers as well, which I don't recommend. I don't think anybody from my community needs to stop watching her or anything, but But yeah. Next time, well, so I did take a screenshot. The problem is that sometimes I'll go through and just like mass delete shit when I run out of space. Because I do a lot of editing on my phone, and so I edit like a lot of like YouTube shorts and TikTok videos and crap like that on my phone. And sometimes I'm in the middle of editing it, and I want to hurry up and get it done. And then all of a sudden, when I finish it, it says, "Yeah, sorry, you don't have any space." And so I'm like, "Ah, fuck, all right, hurry up." And I go through and try deleting a bunch of things. And no, I've been here since you used to be on Destiny streams or panels or something. It's been a while. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, I kind of want to reset my fucking computer now. I kind of want to restart everything. Yep, I'm gonna do it. It has an update too, so it might take a little bit, but I'm gonna do it. Because I've had too many problems with my computer over the last couple of days to where all these companies seem to throttle all your shit until you update. So I will shut down for just a minute. Just give me a minute. We're not going to restart stream or anything. Just give me a moment and I will make it as fast as possible, okay? Great stream. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'll be right back. Hello? Is this working? It got rid of like all of my stuff, so now all my I don't know why I reset this so that it would come back and it didn't come back. But I just don't have a chat or anything right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You guys hear me okay? Excellent connection. Thank you. Alright, there we go. We got some chats. We got some chats in this house. Alrighty then. It's just, it's missing a lot of my docs, and I don't know where, they're not anywhere. It's not like they're somewhere else. They're just literally not there. They're not anywhere. They're nowhere. Oh wait, there we go. Okay, there's highlight chat. Okay. Then YouTube chat. All right, there we go. Now, debate review? What debate review? What? What do you want me to debate review? I'll debate review your fucking mom if I want to. What are we debate reviewing? I'll debate review anything. My debate performance? What? On what? Was on Prime Kai's panel last night, kind of without warning. Yeah, he doesn't do open panels anymore, which sucks. I wish he did. I'm like, when I'm running around looking for, you know, TikTok debates and crap like that, I would much rather just go and hop on a fucking Prime Kai's panel. Although I'm not allowed on TikTok, so maybe not. Tom, did you cover Legia's video last night? Who's Legia?
There's an ongoing redistrict.
Oh, this is Legia. This is Legia. Okay, no, we did not cover it, but this is the first video that we have up today, so. Funny enough. I'm just resetting everything right now, so.
I want to ask, why does
So yeah, so we're gonna go through that video. We got a couple small things to get into, though I don't know where this thing is, but okay, we'll just say there. Might watch Hutch and some other folks get into a Wiccan now.
I don't think my series has.
And then there's a new Piers Morgan episode where he talks to Candace Owen, I believe, about her Macron videos. So we're gonna watch some of that. Phones suck for chat. Yeah, they're not great because you have to. You're not able to at people. Yeah, my highlight chat isn't working. Fuck. I don't want to have to do this. This sucks. I'm gonna have to like reset my whole fucking. My whole fucking thing. Good enough.
Fight in Texas that's going to impact all of us, not just because new districts in Texas could solidify a Republican majority in the House, but also because what's happening in Texas is a clear indication of what Republicans are doing generally across the country to undermine our voting system at every possible level. The whole coup thing didn't quite work on January 6th, so now they're attempting to go through quasi-legal means, the same way Trump's been navigating every one of his initiatives. Claim the law says you can, let the lawsuits roll in, wait to see if the Supreme Court rules in their favor. If they don't, do it anyway. In this case, the Supreme Court has indicated a strong willingness to allow all sorts of Republican election rigging.
It's been frustrating. Like, every time Republicans have been stuck in their echo chambers to where anytime they come across my channel and I mention something about Trump breaking court orders, Trump refusing to abide by Supreme Court orders, Trump breaking the law, Trump doing this, doing that. All of these Republicans who come in the chat, they have no idea what I'm talking about. They never have any idea what I'm talking about, and it's kind of infuriating that somehow none of them know anything about this stuff, and that in their echo chambers they're just not told anything about this. That's so annoying. And then almost every time I tell them, they're like, oh, well, who cares? Like, they don't even argue, no, it's not breaking a court order. Like, they're like, well, so he's the president. He can do what he wants.
Trump is increasing pressure to do just that. His creeps behind the scenes have their fingies in other voting issues. Pam Bondi is seeking voter rolls. Election deniers have infiltrated the ranks of our election officials. Voter ID laws are being pushed that would make it harder for certain populations to vote, all in an effort to rig the elections for Republicans. And if that's not possible, degrade trust in our elections to such a degree that election results will no longer matter. Let's talk about what this all means for the country and for our future elections. First, let's talk about Texas, where Democratic lawmakers have fled the state, heading to Illinois to meet with Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, a vocal Trump critic and someone who has been making headlines, likely because he'll probably be running for president in 2028, let's be real, and now is the time for Democratic governors like him and Gavin Newsom to get the name recognition that they'll need to mount their campaigns. Here's the background. Last week, Wednesday, the Texas state legislature released its redrawn map for Texas's U.S. House districts. They're
J.D. Pritzker. Wouldn't it be awesome if it was J.D. Pritzker versus J.D. Vance? We would have the battle of the J.D.s.
To slice up the map in such a way that 5 districts would likely flip from Democrat to Republican in the 2026 midterms. This is consequential given that the Republicans won control of the House last year by only 3 seats. This would more than double that margin, giving Republicans more breathing room on votes, ensuring any Democratic resistance in the House would be even more useless than it already is, and ensuring that in 2028, even if Trump doesn't win, they don't have to certify the election if there's enough Republicans in the House. Hypothetically speaking, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The targeted districts are located in Dallas, Houston, Austin, and along the U.S.-Mexico border. This comes after Trump met with Texas Governor Greg Abbott to push him to hold a special session in Texas to redraw the maps. Trump then openly told reporters that he discussed with him a, quote, very simple redrawing where we'll pick up 5 seats. And then, wow, like magic, Texas unveils this plan to flip 5 seats. It would put 30 of the state's 38 seats into Republican control, even though, for example, in 2024, Trump only won 56%.
Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to go over it tonight, but we'll see. Her audio is like all over the place. It keeps going way up and way down to where it's really hard for me to figure out how to fix this. Do you guys hear her okay?
Of the vote there. The vote to approve the new map is set for today, but a coalition of 30 Democrats from the
See, the way that she talks, she finishes a lot like down here. And then for today, we have a lot of this. It's going, and it's like her volume just keeps winding way up and way down.
Texas state legislature left the state for Illinois over the weekend in order to deny a quorum on the floor, meaning they can't move forward with the vote. This has happened a couple other times in recent Texas history where a quorum was denied in order to protest Republican election legislation. Eventually, the lawmakers return and are forced to vote, and the measures go through anyway. The special session was called not only to address the redistricting, but will also deal with other issues in Texas, including, importantly, disaster relief for the areas that saw devastating floods last month. Texas Democrats blame the Republicans for using disaster relief funds as leverage and withholding the funds pending this vote.
See, this is the benefit of being super monotone, is that my volume pretty much stays right at the same spot the entire time that I'm talking, whereas hers, it's just way up and way down over and over, where, like, you're saying she's quiet compared to me, but that's the majority of her talking. Every once in a while, so, and the majority, and like it, she goes way up. So it's kind of hard to... News voice for sure. Yes, well, and this is exactly what happens with all of the news anchors as well, is that anytime we click on CNN or something like that, they hit the peaks every time, but the majority of their stuff is way down here.
Texas Republicans say the Democrats are abdicating their duties to the state by leaving. Texas's Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's running for Senate in Texas and also going through a messy divorce on allegations of cheating, or what in Texas they call a biblical divorce, who also was caught red-handed listing 3 separate properties all as his primary residences in financial filings. He is calling for the immediate arrest of the Democrats who fled Texas, saying in a tweet that, quote, "We should use every tool at our disposal to hunt down those who think they are above the law." Bold words from a man who has demonstrated he thinks he's above the law, but sure. The Texas House Speaker has said that if a quorum isn't present by 3 p.m. on Monday, today, then, quote, "all options will be on the table." It's before 3 p.m. as I'm filming this, so I'm going to insert an update here, as I will be posting this after 3 p.m. on Monday. As of 4 o'clock on Monday, according to the Associated Press, the Republican-dominated House issued civil arrest warrants intended to compel the return of absent members, but it was not immediately clear whether those can or will be enforced beyond Texas borders. A refusal by Texas lawmakers to show up is...
Have you heard of the YouTube voice? Yes, it's autism. The YouTube voice is autism. It's a little bit like this, and it always has a weird sound that it goes up at the end. It always does this. Like, it's kind of like going up like they intend to have an inflection, but it's still dead while they inflect, and so it's autism. No one knows what autism is. Well, so I've known numerous people who had like I think it was the extreme version, which is Asperger's, I believe, and that, yeah, they had that they always talked like this. "Hello, Tom. Foolery. How are you? Your birthday was on this day, remember?" Like, and they always talked like this.
Is a civil violation of legislative rules. As for his threat to remove the lawmakers, Abbott cited a non-binding legal opinion issued by Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton amid a partisan quorum dispute in 2021. Paxton suggested a court could determine that a legislator had forfeited their office. The Texas Supreme Court held in 2021 that House leaders had the authority to physically compel the attendance of missing members, but no Democrats were forcibly brought back to the...
You're doing Forrest? Well, sure, it does kind of sound like Forrest Gump, yeah, doesn't it? But yeah, I think that was the point, is that Forrest Gump had autism. I think that was kind of the point, right?
State after warrants were served. Republicans answered by adopting $500 daily fines for lawmakers who don't show up for work as punishment. The governor, meanwhile, continues to make unsubstantiated claims that some lawmakers have committed felonies by soliciting money to pay for fines they could face for leaving the state to deny a quorum. Often, the way news outlets report on a story differs depending on the bias of the publication, and it's hard to know how your own perception...
Tom, I have Asperger's, and I bet it'll show in that debate. Yeah. You, Clay, Allie, all make the same arguments. All probably have Asperger's.
perception of bias influences your interpretation of the news. This headline from the Associated Press caught my eye. Limited options for Democrats to retaliate if Texas Republicans redraw congressional map. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can see that in the US, the Associated Press is considered left-leaning. To get a fuller picture of the story on all sides of the political spectrum, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, uses 3 independent monitoring organizations to assess the bias rating for each publication. Each new
Asperger's is not the extreme version. I don't know, dude. I literally, everybody who says what Asperger's is, they all say it's the fucking, they all say different things. So yeah, I have no fucking idea. Sometimes people are like, yeah, Asperger's is the one that's like way more extreme. Other people are like, no, Asperger's is like the one where like you're much more capable of existing in some in a normal capacity. So yeah, it's functional. So yeah, I have no idea, bro. Every time somebody says what Asperger's is, they all say something very different. So I don't care. I don't care.
news monitoring organization has their own methodology, including editorial reviews, blind bias surveys, independent reviews, and third-party research. These are legit independent organizations, but they are limited by the data available to them. Their analysis is done in the context of the U.S. political.
Yeah, I know the classification is gone. I'm aware. It's all on a spectrum.
System. Our Overton window has shifted so far to the right that the Associated Press is considered left-leaning here. That tells you a lot about the context within which the media you're consuming operates. And thanks to Ground News, I get even more context, including how factual each publication is and who owns it, giving me a well-rounded idea of the motivations, biases, and accuracy of the news I'm consuming. Would it not be great if everyone in America had that much information about the news they consume? Because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. And this is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using it for over a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read, providing content being influenced by just one perspective. And listen, I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News. The Trump regime is also calling for redistricting pushes in Missouri, Indiana, New Hampshire, Ohio, and Florida. And Democrats are threatening to do the same in the states where they have majorities, like California and New York. Of course, it's not just Republicans that benefit from redistricting and gerrymandering. There are absolutely gerrymandered states in favor of Democrats. And thanks to this Supreme Court, this is all perfectly legal. In a 5-4 decision back in 2019 called Rucho v. Common Cause, Chief Justice Roberts wrote for the conservative majority that, quote, excessive partisanship in districting leads to results that reasonably seem unjust, but the fact that such gerrymandering is incompatible with democratic principles does not mean that the solution lies with the federal judiciary. Basically, yeah, seems bad. Take it up with your state representatives who are doing the redistricting. It's not our job to solve this. The case shut the door on any challenges to partisan redistricting based on the First Amendment's free speech and association protections or the 14th Amendment's guarantee of equal protection. Basically, brazen partisanship, redrawing maps that openly favor one party or the other, is fair game. And Republicans have taken that as an open invitation, as evidenced by a quote in The Guardian from a Texas Republican state representative who said, quote, the map was politically based, and that's totally legal, totally allowed, and totally fair. It's totally prudent, totally right for Texas to be able to improve the political performance of its map. Totally. And right after that 2019 case, we had the 2020 census. Typically, redistricting happens every 10 years after a census gives back population data that can be used to understand population numbers in order to figure out district populations and make sure that they are roughly equal. The Constitution requires that representatives represent populations that are roughly equal in size. The idea being that one person's vote in one district should weigh the same as someone's in another district, because the House of Representatives is meant to be the chamber most representative of the people, unlike the Senate, where every state gets 2 senators no matter what, so less populous states get an outsized voice in decision-making. So population movement will impact how district lines are drawn if one area becomes more populous and one less populous. Beyond that, it's up to the states to figure out how those lines are drawn. And the people drawing the lines have ever more nuanced and technical data about the populations in each district, and new technology allows for drawing of lines with surgical precision. And so they're going to draw lines that favor whatever party is in power, because they can. And even though the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act do bar the drawing of racially discriminatory maps, it is very hard to show racial animus or race-based motivation in the drawing of these maps, because our long history of racial segregation means that now the people drawing the lines can just say, no, these lines are based on partisan reasons, not racial.
Yeah, those people, well, it doesn't even make sense to draw them based on racial reasons, right? That doesn't even make sense to draw them based on racial reasons. If the whole idea is to do it so that you get more votes, if black people are willing to vote for you, you're going to draw them in a way that black people are more likely to vote for you. And if they're less likely, it's just, it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with partisanship. So I don't even know how would race even matter in this? How would that even apply?
Reasons. The fact that this area happens to be mostly Hispanic or mostly black is just a happy little accident. And so they water down, for example, votes from black people, especially black women who tend to vote overwhelmingly Democrat, by going in and drawing district lines right through majority black populations, splitting them up across multiple districts that also just happen to include mostly Republican voters. The result is that black people's votes in Texas and everywhere else that's gerrymandered to hell for Republicans count less. John Adams declared that district maps should be, quote, an exact portrait.
Yes, but that's because black people do vote along partisan lines. That doesn't make sense. Because here in Texas, black people largely vote Dem. Yes, but that doesn't, I'm sorry, that doesn't matter. It's partisanship. She's saying this as though there is a racial reason for doing it. It doesn't matter if it just so happens to align with racial lines. It matters what the reasoning is. And so she's saying, she's making it sound like there's racial reasons behind this, but they're just going to call it partisan reasons. But what is the racial reason? What is the racial reason? What could it be? Give me an example. Give me an example of a possible racial reason for this that's not partisan. Just what's an example of a possibility? Anything. What is one? Economic disparity, class 4. Wait, no, what does that have to do with gerrymandering? How does gerrymandering, what does that have to do with, how does gerrymandering affect economic disparity or class warfare? What does that have to do with anything? Disenfranchising black people. How does it oh my goodness, you guys, I don't think you guys are listening to what I'm saying. I don't think you guys are listening to what I'm saying at all. How is the reasoning based on race? She's having her cake and eating it too. It looks like she knows about cake. Shut the fuck up. Did you just ask about gerrymandering? Just how gerrymandering disenfranchises? No, I didn't ask anything remotely close to that. No, I didn't. I asked, how could racial reasoning be the thing that we're talking about and not partisanship? It will always be partisanship. The fact that black people are more likely to vote based on partisan lines doesn't have anything to do with the fact that this would make it racial reasoning. The racial reasoning wouldn't even make sense unless, like, because even when Democrats do it, they're going to try to make sure that black people are more included in their areas, not because they're black, but because they're more likely to vote for Democrats. Just the same as Republicans are more likely to make it to where black people are not, or their districts are split up so that it's going to be harder for them to vote for Democrats. Those are partisan reasons. That has nothing to do with racial reasoning. But she made it sound like there is racial reasoning behind this. We just can't prove it. So that doesn't make sense. They are disenfranchising black people. What don't you get here? That's just not... Oh my goodness. Holy shit. What don't I get? That's not an answer. It's the same thing though. Okay. All right. Never mind. Never mind. I don't think you guys hear the question. I don't think you guys hear the question at all. Do you think the goal is to disenfranchise black people? Or do you think the goal is to make sure the Republicans get more votes? Which one? One or two. Disenfranchise black people. Republicans get more votes. Both goals. No, it can't be both goals, because if black people are largely voting for Republicans, are they trying to disenfranchise black people? Of course, it can be both goals. It can be. So if black people largely vote for Republicans, are Republicans trying to disenfranchise black people? Do you think if black people are largely voting for Republicans, would a Republican try to disenfranchise black people? Of course not. Correct. Of course not. So that's the point. I'm going to say this again. The reasoning is not to disenfranchise black people. The reasoning is to get more votes. The reasoning is all that matters here. Okay? That's all that matters. Only the reasoning. That's it. Nothing else. Only the reasoning. The intent of what it is that you're doing is the only thing that matters according to the Supreme Court decision. And so there is nothing else that matters. So when she's implying that they are intending to disenfranchise black people and not that they're intending to get as many votes as possible and then it just so happens to disenfranchise black people at the same time, that's not that she's just wrong. She's just wrong. That's a stupid thing to say. It just doesn't even make sense. It literally does not. It is false on its face. It doesn't even make sense. It can't even make sense. The idea is that if black people were trying to vote for Republicans, and largely by far majority of black people were voting for Republicans, that they would still disenfranchise them because their goal is to make sure that black people don't get an equal vote. That's the idea. I don't care about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court. Okay, I don't care what you care about. That's what we're talking about. I don't know why. This isn't hard, guys. This isn't hard. She's talking about things. I am talking about what she's talking about. I'm not just saying random things out into the ether that are totally unrelated to what we're covering. That's what she's talking about. That's what I'm responding to. This is all one thing. This is all the same thing that we're talking about. You can't just like make my sentence mean whatever it is that you feel like it should mean outside of the context of the conversation. You gotta, it's part of the same conversation. We're talking about the law. We're talking about the Supreme Court decision. She's saying that the Supreme Court decision says that you can't do this based on racial lines, but these lines just so happen to go around the communities where racial lines would be divided, and that there's no way that you can prove that they're doing this based on racial lines. Well, we wouldn't even try to prove that. We wouldn't even want, nobody would even want to prove that. That would be dumb, because nobody thinks that they're doing that. If they did that, that would be fucking stupid. If they were doing it just because of race and not because of partisanship, that would be dumb. It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. So to make this argument or to imply this idea is ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous thing to say. What if the person drawing the lines is just very racist and will screw over black people even if they may lose seats? Sure, that's a possibility. That's I guess it's a thing that could exist. Yeah, I guess that is a thing that could exist. But then you would have like evidence of something, right? So if your lines aren't like following a pattern of if your lines aren't following a pattern of partisanship, then yes, then we would be able to like show that you're more likely doing this based off of racial animus. But she's saying, well, the two just so happen to correlate. No, they don't just so happen to correlate. That is just what they're drawing it off of, is just the fact that, or sorry, it is true. Yes, the two just so happen to correlate. That is what it is. Yeah, the two just so happen to correlate. And so there's no reason to even talk about like, racial animus or racial bias or anything like that in these areas, because it's just not, it would just be fucking stupid for somebody to do it based on racial lines and not based on partisanship. So the idea is that if we have a bunch of different areas, for anybody who doesn't like understand or isn't from the United States or whatever, the idea is that we're going to have a bunch of different areas that are voting in different directions, okay? And are we able to... Okay. And so if this is how everything's drawn up, you can see that like everybody in this area votes Democrat, everybody in this area votes Republican. But if we want to make it harder for Republicans to win, we would go and take this and draw it up to where this is now because you can see there's more blue than there is red, right? We got 3 red areas, we got 4 blue areas. And so we would draw it like this, where we split this part up from the blue area. We take that off. Then we take another part of the blue area off right here. Actually, we would do it to this one as well. And this one. And then we do it again here. And so now each time I draw these new lines, it's making it to where by far the majority of that is red. So I'm just splitting up the blue lines over and over and over so that it's harder for the Republicans to win, easier for the Democrats to win. And I can just keep splitting up their areas to where they're going to be a minority in the new district. And the blue will be a minority, the red will be the majority, so that every time these districts vote, I will win these districts. But yeah, to say that they're going to do it based on racial lines, it literally just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. It's not, it wouldn't be beneficial. It wouldn't be helpful. It's going to be that race and partisanship just so happen to correlate to where, yes, things will be drawn to where it very much looks like racial lines, but it's just not. That's not what it's being done based on. And so when we're talking about the law, which is what she's talking about, the law says that you can't do this based on racial lines. You can't discriminate based on race. But you can discriminate based on partisanship. And so that's what they're doing. She's implying that they're doing it based on race. But that just doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do that.
A miniature of the people as a whole. But partisan gerrymandering means that states are sending representatives to Washington that do not represent the will of the people. Again, 30 out of 38 House seats from Texas are slated to go Republican under this new map. Nearly 80% of the population represented by Republicans, while the popular vote of the state only went 56% for Trump. And there is no middle ground solution to this problem. Democrats have been taking the high road while Republicans gerrymander the fuck out of every state they can, very much on purpose. In 2010, Republicans made a concerted effort to win majorities.
But the current one is based on race, Tom. What does that mean? The current one is based on race. What does that mean? The current one in which district, in which state? What current one? Look at Texas in 2nd Congressional District.
Texas lawmakers are making headlines over efforts to redraw congressional districts, giving more control to Republicans. So the practice isn't new, and North Carolina has a long history of both major parties trying to get an advantage. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports, advocates hope that this will now push voters to call for change.
Efforts by Texas Republicans to redraw congressional maps further in their favor puts a renewed focus on gerrymandering, the drawing and redrawing of electoral districts to benefit a single party. And the practice isn't isolated to Texas.
That's what we have in North Carolina. Most of the legislative, most of the congressional districts, we already know who's going to win because of the way the lines are drawn. And actually, that's the way it is in much of the country.
Despite North Carolina being described as a purple state, gerrymandering by state Republicans have given the GOP a 10-4 control of congressional seats and only 1 seat short of a total supermajority in Raleigh. It's a strategy that's been used by both major parties.
When the Democrats were in control, they never supported redistricting reform. When they lost control, then they are jumping all over it.
I'm well aware of the fact that Democrats gerrymandered in the past. Here in North Carolina, they did. And there are Democrats that are gerrymandering in other states right now across the country.
In recent years, Democrats in Raleigh have tried to pass a bill that would have voters decide who draws the maps, lawmakers or a nonpartisan commission. State Rep Lindsey Prather was a co-author of the latest version that stalled at the General Assembly earlier this year.
We are a purple state, and our voters support nonpartisan independent redistricting, which is why this bill that we wrote would put it to the ballot.
Outside the legislature, former state Supreme Court Justice Bob Orr has taken legal action, asking the State Court of Appeals to order the maps be fairly drawn, creating districts that are compact and connected, not based on voting patterns.
If you don't have fair elections, then democracy fails.
See, they're saying it's based on voting patterns. I don't know. I don't know where you're getting this from, that they would do it based on racial animus. That just doesn't make sense. You would just be hurting yourself to do that. You would just fuck over your own party if you did that. Texas leadership has repeatedly claimed the state's voting maps are race blind until the Trump DOJ disagreed. Governor Greg Abbott has acknowledged DOJ concerns that some districts were drawn along strict racial lines. Critics say it's a political ploy. At first, the question of whether Texas... Well, so yes, if it... Okay, we'll see. At first, the question of whether Texas would take the extraordinary step of redrawing its congressional maps in the middle of the decade was just a political calculation. Would Governor Greg Abbott go along with President Donald Trump's plan to squeeze a few more GOP seats out of the midterms, despite concerns from congressional Republicans? But then, the Department of Justice offered Texas a legal justification to pursue this long-shot strategy, warning the state in a letter Monday that 4 majority-minority congressional districts in Houston and Fort Worth areas are unconstitutionally racially gerrymandered. Soon after, Abbott set a special session agenda calling for mid-cycle redistricting in light of constitutional concerns raised by U.S. Department of Justice. This comes just weeks after the conclusion of a trial over Texas current maps in which representatives for the state argued repeatedly that the race-blind process was used to draw the boundaries of the existing districts Critics say that the apparent reversal, with Abbott now acknowledging concerns that some districts were drawn along strict racial lines, suggests that this ploy to provide Texas with political and legal cover to try to add more Republican seats. They can so yeah, they're saying that the only reason they're getting to draw new lines is because they had to have some sort of legal issue with their lines. So the Trump administration claimed that they had lines drawn based on racial reasons, so that they had to just come up with some reason for why they needed them to redraw the lines so that they could get more Republican seats. So that's what they came up with, is we're afraid some of these could be drawn based on racial lines, so we need you to redraw all of your lines, and then that gives them the ability to actually get more Republican seats. Not that it's actually drawn based on racial lines, but that they're trying to give them an excuse to draw it based on racial lines. I'm sorry, they're trying to give them an excuse to draw more lines so that they're capable of getting more Republican seats. In a response to the DOJ sent Friday, Attorney General Ken Paxton said Texas led the nation in rejecting race-based decision-making in its redistricting process, but said his office would welcome continued dialogue about how Texas electoral districts can be best serve Texas voters. Any new maps would inevitably face a legal challenge. Federal courts have found at least one of Texas maps to be in violation of Voting Rights Act every decade since it went into effect in 1965, but these court battles can take years to resolve, and the candidate filing deadlines for the 2026 midterm is just months away. Even one cycle under a new map carries high upside for Trump, whose legislative agenda rests on Republicans maintaining their slim 220 to 212 majority in the U.S. House. A Democratic majority could mean obstruction, investigations, and talk of impeachment. With Texas lawmakers drawing a new map so close to the midterms, even if it violates the law, it might be left in place for one election. So yeah, so they're saying like the whole point of this is just to get them to be able to draw a new map this close to the election so that they can do it where there's not going to be any challenges fast enough to stop it before they actually vote, and to where they'll be able to get more seats this way. So yeah, this is Texas current maps were drawn by the Republican-dominated legislature in 2021 with an eye towards protecting incumbent and ensuring that 2 congressional seats Texas gained due to population growth would be held by the GOP. The maps work as intended, with Republicans winning 25 of 38 congressional seats in 2022 and 2024. The map was immediately challenged in court by a group of plaintiffs alleging that it discriminated against Black and Latino voters. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act prohibits elections and voting practices that disadvantage minority groups, including drawing boundaries that dilute their ability to elect their preferred candidate by packing them into a single district or dispersing them throughout multiple. But wouldn't you want them packed into a single district? That literally doesn't even make sense. The nearly 4-year-old legal challenge went to trial in May and has yet to be decided. At trial in El Paso, representatives for the state and its map drawers repeatedly testified that they were blind to race when crafting the maps, and said they did not draw coalition districts where different minority groups are combined to constitute a majority, which the state maintains are unconstitutional. But in its July 7th letter, the DOJ argued that 4 of Texas's districts should be redrawn, 3 because they're coalition districts, and 1 because of its majority Hispanic district created as a result of neighboring coalition districts. All 4 seats are held by Black Latino Democrats, or were until recently. Texas' 18th congressional district is currently vacant, but was previously represented by Sylvester Turner, who died in March. So yeah, so it is about political redistricting. It's about politics. The problem is that, yeah, like obviously minorities are just way more likely to vote for Democrats right now, so those two things align. But I think there are some states where the majority of their Latinos do vote for Republicans, and so they're going to do it the opposite direction, just the same as Democrats will normally do it the opposite direction, where they'll make sure that like minority communities are going to be included in ways that will make it to where they're more likely to win, because yeah, they're all based on partisanship. So
in as many state legislatures as possible in order to have as much control over redistricting as possible after the 2010 census. And they were successful. They controlled the drawing of 213 congressional districts. According to the Brennan Center, these redrawn maps have given Republicans a net 16 to 17 seat advantage for the last decade. Democrats have also taken advantage of gerrymandering, though Republicans have been the primary beneficiaries. According to the Brennan Center, quote, regardless of which party is responsible for gerrymandering, it is ultimately the public who loses out. Rigged maps make elections less competitive, in turn making even more Americans feel like their votes don't matter. And now, Democrats have vowed that the gloves are coming off in the fight over rigging our elections for partisan outcomes. Even Eric Holder, AG under Obama and a longtime opponent of gerrymandering for any party, who has long advocated for blue states to adopt nonpartisan commissions for redistricting, along with other high road alternatives to the down and dirty gerrymandering Republicans have been doing, even he said Democrats should temporarily embrace gerrymandering to stop the Trump regime, saying that Republican...
Yeah, of course. Democrats have to do gerrymandering in the same exact way. They have to. If they win, they have to turn around and use gerrymandering for the same exact purpose. There's not much of an option here. Like, the idea that we're going to play fair every time we have a chance, but then they're going to go and continue to benefit themselves is fucking bullshit. Fuck that.
Gerrymandering could leave Trump with, quote, unchecked power in the final 2 years of his term, as opposed to what he has now. I don't even know what that means. Leaving no doubt about how disastrous the current situation is, Holder said, quote, it's like the Germans have invaded France. Are you going to just say, well, we're against war and we're for the resolution of disputes in a peaceful way? Sometimes you have to take up arms. The problem with this is that, yes, we are begging our electeds to be more aggressive in their tactics to counter Republicans, but tampering with elections is risky business. As the New York Times put it, quote, historians have warned that both parties risk broader unrest if they gerrymander vast sections of the country so effectively that they neuter the opposition at the ballot box, leaving voters without a real choice. Again, whether it's Republicans or Democrats doing the gerrymandering, the people lose out because we lose faith in the validity of our elections, something that is already happening on the right by election deniers and on the left from especially minorities who feel that their votes don't matter. Our elected officials on both sides of the aisle are sending the very strong message that they are correct. Our votes don't matter. And gerrymandering the fuck out of every state isn't the only tactic Republicans are using to completely undermine our elections. As one anonymous person close to the president told the New York Times, their political strategy is, quote, maximum warfare everywhere all the time. This includes redistricting to ensure larger margins, but it also includes threatening political enemies with prosecutions, which chills opposition and keeps people from running to begin with or speaking out once they get into power. Multiple reports indicate that Republican elected officials themselves are terrified of what could happen to themselves or their families if they step out of line with the Trump regime. One negative tweet from Trump and people in the public eye face very real threats of danger. Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska who sometimes opposes Trump initiatives, has said, quote, we are all afraid, okay? I am oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real. Senator Tom Tillis has gotten death threats for voicing opposition to Trump. I made a couple episodes about political violence, one before the election last year, and the threat of violence continues to be very, very real for our elected officials, faced with a populace with lots of guns emboldened by a president who is literally above the law. That fear is going to affect how our elected officials conduct themselves, how they vote, but also how they run, if at all. It's already pushed people out of their races and will continue to have a chilling effect as long as Trump is able to wield his armed goons at his will with the flick of a Truth Social post. Another Trump regime tactic has been in taking over the DOJ and dropping lawsuits aimed at protecting voting rights. Back in April, hundreds of lawyers and staff members left the DOJ, especially in the wake of the rebrand.
This is dumb. Broad ignores that Democrats have been utterly ruthless in their own gerrymandering. They have, but not to the same extent. It's not. So while Democrats do gerrymander as well in ways that are going to be beneficial to them, they don't do it in the same like very, very like meticulous, slim ways they it's just not the same. While they do both do it, and you'll have some examples of Democrats doing it with the very like slim margin as well. The Republicans are like every single one, very, very, very slim margins across the board. Whereas like Democrats they're not doing it in the same, it's not as ruthless as in the way that you said it.
Branding of the Justice Department's Office of Civil Rights. Instead of continuing to pursue lawsuits meant to enforce our country's constitution and civil rights laws, the Trump regime has redirected the Civil Rights Office's energies towards cases against Ivy League schools and liberal cities, claiming that quote-unquote DEI initiatives violate the civil rights of the whites. This means there is no federal body to enforce civil rights laws aimed at protecting voting rights for historically marginalized minorities. You know, the very people whom these laws were meant to protect after a century of discriminatory voter suppression tactics. In its latest move, AG Pam Bondi has directed the Civil Rights Division to seek voter registration lists and inspect voting equipment, especially targeting states where Trump lost in 2024. According to the Washington Post, quote, the Justice Department's outreach has differed from state to state, according to agency letters and emails. In Colorado, it made a sweeping request for all records related to its election. In Alaska, it questioned why no voters had been removed from the rolls for mental incompetence. In several states, it asked detailed questions about the process to remove non-citizens and other ineligible voters from the rolls. Election officials fear the administration could try to build a national file that includes personal information about voters or impose rules that would boot eligible voters from the rolls and make it harder to cast ballots. How our elections are run is meant to be left up to the states to decide, with limited guidance from Congress. The Trump regime is doing everything it can to undermine that independence and gain access to voter information and voting equipment far ahead of the midterms. In another bid to undermine our elections, the Trump regime is now targeting and investigating Act Blue, the organization that processes a huge portion of online donations for Democrats. Back in April, Trump issued an order targeting Act Blue by name, saying it was violating campaign finance laws and allowing foreign nationals to misuse their services to influence our elections. Over the last couple months, the House Judiciary Committee has subpoenaed Act Blue, saying, quote, in light of allegations that online fundraising platforms that serve as conduits for political donations have accepted fraudulent donations from domestic and foreign sources, the committees are conducting oversight to inform potential legislative reforms. To further our oversight and legislative reform efforts, on April 2nd, 2025, the committees requested documents and communications related to internal misconduct and whistleblower retaliation at Act Blue. Although Act Blue initially provided documents voluntarily, it has since suspended its cooperation with the committees. Therefore, the Judiciary Committee must resort to compulsory process to obtain the requested materials. They are, of course, not investigating Win Red, the largest Republican fundraising platform. As money has...
Yeah, I'm sorry. None of you guys are actually disagreeing with me. I don't know if you guys think you're actually disagreeing with me or if you're trolling me right now, but I didn't say there's no examples of this happening. Those words did not come out of my mouth. So the fact that you're going to go and try to give me anecdotes of this thing happening, I literally acknowledge that this thing happens with Democrats, just not to the same extent. It's not as widespread. It's not as common, but it does happen. Just not as often. That, like, you can go and look at the actual outcomes of the elections and see how they are drastically different, where you'll have more evenly spread purple districts versus with Democrat gerrymandering. You can just see the outcomes. It's not like a thing that people are wondering about.
Has been allowed to pour into our elections largely unchecked, and elections for everything from city commissioner to president of the United States have become unconscionably expensive. Attacking the main way that Democrats collect individual donations is a great tactic for Republicans to undermine our elections by getting in the way of the flow of money to Democrats. Attacking Act Blue by itself, of course, won't completely grind our elections to a halt, but again, it's all-out warfare, everything everywhere, all at once for Republicans. This is just one tactic of many. And as we talk about a lot on this show, the Republicans are good at playing that long game, whereas Democrats seem incapable of anything other than half-thought-out and half-assed reactionary policies that don't do anything. And part of that Republican long game to undermine our democratic elections is through fucking with the census. During his first term, Trump tried unsuccessfully to change census questions in a way that would exclude undocumented people from population tallies. Currently, the census collects data on everyone currently in the U.S. to accurately represent the people here, and representatives are apportioned based on the total population, not just the citizen population. Who gets counted in the census has a long history of being manipulated in order to affect the outcome of our elections. Remember the whole 3/5 compromise thing, where black people were counted as 3/5 of a person for determining, apportionment of representatives, yeah, that was a compromise because Northerners didn't think Southern states should get a bunch of representatives based on the number of people they forcibly owned. We amended the Constitution to change that, so now everyone is counted as a whole person, including people who don't or cannot vote, like undocumented people, as well as people with criminal records that bar them from voting, people under 18, etc. They're all counted in the population that then determines how many representatives a state gets. If undocumented people were removed from the census, that would have dramatic impacts on the population counts of lots of border states plus liberal cities with large immigrant populations. For example, New York would lose about 1.8 million people from its census numbers. Republicans are betting that the outcome would benefit them, not only because large Democratic states like New York and California would see their census numbers collapse, but also because they have put in the legwork over the last 15 years, winning up as many state legislatures as possible in order to be the deciding party for a huge swath of the redistricting that would happen if they were successful in their bid to push undocumented people out of the census. In 2020, the question reached the Supreme Court, which ruled on procedural grounds that the citizenship question had to be left off the 2020 census. But legal experts warned that the Supreme Court left the door open for it to be added in the future. Republican lawmakers are considering a bill in the House that would require the census to ask about citizenship and immigration status and would exclude non-citizens from the counts. That bill passed in the House last year, but was blocked by Democrats in the Senate, a Senate which is now majority Republican. Another bill introduced back in January by Representative Chuck Edwards and one introduced in June by Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee would leave out all non-citizens, including green card and visa holders. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has announced that she will introduce a bill with Trump's support that would call for a new mid-decade census, a census redo, basically, along with a new round of redistricting and changing the law so that mid-decade censuses could be used to reapportion population counts, again, in the scenario where the census now includes a question about citizenship. Experts warn that asking about citizenship will undermine the accuracy of the data because people are wary of providing that information to the government. The threat of the question alone is estimated to have impacted the 2020 census. The estimated undercount rate of Latinos more than tripled in 2020 compared to 2010. And for the record, the 14th Amendment clearly states, quote, representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. Whole number of persons in each state. But of course, that last clause, excluding Indians not taxed, opens the door for arguments that other groups should be excluded. Of course, not really. That door hasn't been open in the 150 plus years since that amendment was written, but the Trump regime will take any opening it can get, and the Supreme Court is easily persuaded by its new and novel legal arguments that a decade ago would have been outright rejected for frivolity. However, that's not why the question was rejected in 2019 by the Supreme Court. Instead, it was a procedural question about whether the agency, the Commerce Department, had provided a good enough reason for including the question. And the 2019 decision to exclude the question was a 5-4 decision, including Justices Breyer and Ginsburg, who are no longer on the court. In that case, Justices Thomas and Alito dissented, saying that the Commerce Department was completely justified in adding the question, indicating the direction that this more conservative court would likely take things if presented with the question again. If Republican lawmakers get their way...
Yeah, so these big guys, the closer I get to them, the more that I lag. And that's... I wonder if it's like a server issue for them. I wonder if this is something that's just happening for them, because this didn't used to be the case when I used to play this game. I didn't have this problem back in the day, ever. And now, yeah, anytime I get close to like the really big guys, I start to lag a lot. I don't know what it is, especially if more people are around. And so, yeah, I'm wondering, because I have fiber now, right? Like I have way more RAM, I have way faster internet, I have like versus how it was when I used to play this game. My shit's all way faster now, and somehow I have more lag today than I did back then. So yeah, I wonder if they're the ones who changed.
Way, they may be presented with a question before 2030, which is exactly what they want, because they're doing everything in their power to ensure that Trump or his successor, if God willing he perishes sometime between now and 2028, will be able to hold on to power long past 2028. But if they don't, then they risk Democratic lawmakers taking over before the 2030 census gets here. And Republicans' work in Texas and other states pushing for gerrymandered redistricting are just a trial run. If they're able to solidify their tactics there, they will be ready to hit the ground running if and when non-citizens are removed from census counts and the population of every state goes into flux in 2030 or sooner. If and when the new map goes through in Texas, Democrats will have very little that they can do to fight back other than, say it with me, file a lawsuit. Filing lawsuits has been about all that can be done to challenge any number of Trump regime tactics. And 7 months ago, at the beginning of this regime, remember 7 months ago? I had such hope. It was cute. I really said lawyers and judges are really going to be the bulwark holding back the Trump regime from doing its worst.
Yep. Damn, dude. I know how you feel. Sheesh, dude. I know how you feel, baby girl. Damn. That was... I remember sitting there all bright-eyed and thinking, it's okay. Guys, this is what separations of power is for. Holy moly. I still think that like the courts have been okay. But I think the courts have largely been pretty good. But when the House and the Senate refuse to do their fucking jobs at all, just even in the slightest, everything else is just kind of broken. So it doesn't matter how many times the courts call out Trump for, you know, breaking court orders. It doesn't matter how many times they you know, talk about the fact that he's breaking the law, or, you know, anything. It doesn't matter. Like, these are times when the House and the Senate are supposed to step in and do something about this, and they're not. So we're fucked.
And listen, I wasn't wrong. Our electeds are doing jack shit, so it really is just the judiciary that has been at least...
Yeah. Yes. Yes. True.
throwing rocks at the spokes of the regime apparatus, slowing it down and getting in its way. But it hasn't stopped much of anything, thanks to a Trump-happy Supreme Court and to just enough federal judges willing to go along with the Trump regime that enough is passing through the cracks, combined with a power-hungry, Trump-loyal Gestapo willing to arrest anyone, including lawmakers and judges who step out of line. Hundreds of lawsuits and a judiciary dedicated to faithfully interpreting the law can only get us so far. The Trump regime has proven that the system we have been running on for 250 years is capable of being completely broken down in 6 months. But this truly is still, somehow, just the beginning. A recent report from the Center for American Progress provides a warning and a way forward. It says, quote,
yeah, it feels a little daunting thinking about the fact that, like, we're not even a year into this presidency, but dude, everybody's dying around me. I'm not able to get any of it. But yeah, it's a little daunting thinking that, like, we're not even a year into this presidency and it's already this bad. But, like, we do talk a lot about the fact that the majority of the stuff that gets done during a presidency gets done in the first it gets done in the first year. Like, by far the majority of it gets done in the first year, and then a little bit more in the second year, and then by the time you're into the third year, it's all just you know, smooth sailing, like whatever comes kind of shit. So everything should slow down, especially if we win the majority in the House or the Senate, where we'll be able to make a much bigger difference, but we'll see.
By exploiting legal loopholes or bending rules to serve narrow partisan interests, authoritarians bypass the very spirit of transparency, accountability, and popular representation that are cornerstones of any democratic system. The impact on democratic systems is devastating. These tactics undermine public trust in institutions and create a perception of government as arbitrary, and in so doing, they weaken the legitimacy of democracy itself. When citizens lose faith in the integrity of their institutions, they become more susceptible to populist narratives that decry democracy as irreparably flawed. In modern-day hybrid regimes, those that blend democratic institutions with authoritarian practices, such as Hungary, the state leverages this cynicism to cajole and ultimately pacify its population. We may be liars and grifters, the expression goes, but frankly, so is everyone else. Kleptocracy thrives in such a world. Corrupt autocrats systematically undermine state governing capacity, diverting resources away from ordinary citizens while concentrating immense wealth and power in the hands of a connected few. The collapse of the public sphere discourages civic engagement and paves the way for what the late historian and philosopher Hannah Arendt called the politics of inevitability. Nothing
blaming populists. Let's fucking go.
will ever change, so why bother? Anticipating the autocrats' playbook is key. The good news, it is out in the open and can be defeated. I've linked that report below and urge you to take a look if you, like me, are feeling incredibly defeated but looking for answers and solutions. If you want to support my work, all my videos are completely ad-free and uncensored over on Patreon, patreon.com/Legion Miller. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons Mark, Sarah Shelby, Art, David, RH, Latranger Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you liked this episode, you'll like the one from last week, all about how private equity is ruining America. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
We should have many more seats in Congress. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
Just like that, we're entitled to 5 more seats. Donald Trump has basically ordered Texas Republicans to redraw their congressional map to yield 5 more Republican seats before next year's midterms. Those Republican lawmakers.
What? That's crazy. Are you sure he didn't order them to make sure that black people don't get a chance to have representation? I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Pretty sure he said, we need Texas to make sure that the blacks don't get any votes. I'm pretty sure they don't care if they win. They just care if those dang black people don't get a chance to vote.
Doing it. They're not even trying to hide how shady it is. They're essentially redrawing the map to create 5 more Republican districts in Texas, which means 5 more Republican congresspeople in Washington, D.C.
The proposed plan redraws, and I want everybody to know this, 37 of the 38 congressional districts to some degree. The primary changes, though, are focused on 5 districts.
What up, Cape Man?
Partisan purposes. These districts were drawn primarily using political performance. Each of these newly drawn districts now trend Republican in political performance.
5 new trending Republican districts. This is why Democrats in the Texas State House have fled to Illinois in an attempt to delay this scheme, and why national Democrats are beginning to realize it's time to use the power of their majorities in huge blue states to fight fire with fire. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Democrat of Texas, was in the state legislature 4 years ago when she and other Democratic members left the state to try to prevent new Republican voting restrictions. She joins me now. It's how we got to know you, really. You were Texas state legislator Jasmine Crockett. This is wild. They're not sugarcoating.
Not everything's
wild,
bro.
They're telling you what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Oh, I mean, they are trying to sugarcoat it a little bit. You just played a clip of Representative Hunter, and
They're telling you what they're doing and why they're doing it? No, they're doing it because they're black, bro. They didn't say, we gotta stop the blackies. That's what they're doing. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was there when he was giving those remarks. And when asked by another colleague whether or not they were doing this at the prompting of the Department of Justice, at the prompting of Donald Trump, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. And they were like, but you do realize that Donald Trump said he wanted 5 seats, and this map gives him 5 seats. He's like, I haven't heard that. So I'm just like, what are we doing, right? Like, I mean, seriously, how is it that you haven't heard that? And this is just your magic number that you came up with. Yeah.
Coincidentally, the same as Donald Trump's magic number. Talk to me about people across.
This is, it's getting ridiculous, the amount of like brazen lying that they're doing. Last night, if you guys were here towards the end of the stream, we went over a video from Republicans where Democrats had asked for a vote, or it might have even been a Republican, but they had asked for a vote to, it might have even been Nancy Mace, actually. But yeah, they asked for a vote to release the Epstein files. And as soon as they called for the motion to release the Epstein files so that they could vote on it, the chair called for recess. Immediately. He immediately called for recess And they're like, wait, so are we not voting or what? And they just got up and walked out. That was that. And then they came back, and when they came back, they voted. There were 10 people, and they said, all right, so all in favor say yay. Everybody says yay. They say all against say nay. 2 people said nay, including the chair. And then the chair says, the nays have it. No way, dude. No fucking way. Not a shot in hell. No fucking shot he thought that was the nays. Tom projecting? No, I'm not projecting. That we have like 4 or 5 videos of this where every time a Republican is the head of the chair, they lie and say that the most obvious, we're talking like 90% of people are going in one direction, and they'll say, well, my side has it. And it's like, no, there's no way, dude. And so then they call for a vote, and the vote shows that it's 80-90% went the other direction, and they just lied and said that it was their side that won. And I don't know. I mean, you can't say I'm projecting when they literally have this whole like Obamagate shit going on right now where they're brazenly lying about the fact that there's new information in there when there's no new information. It's the same thing. The reports that they release literally disprove everything that they said. When you look at it, it literally disproves everything that they claimed about the fucking Obamagate shit. And we went through the whole reports last night, and it literally just disproves them from front to back. And they still put it out as though they thought this was going to help them somehow. This is insane. They keep doing this where they are just brazenly corrupt and trying to help Donald Trump. This is the most shameless bullshit you've ever seen. Let's see. I think I got.
Document into the record listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Sona, without objection. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Point of order. Are we not going to take the vote?
We're in recess. Well, subject to call of the chair. Our hope is today we have plans.
Recess.
We have plans.
We have plans.
We have plans. They didn't have plans. If you have plans, you put that on the schedule. You don't just randomly decide that you're going to take a recess right after. Why would you even ask them if they want to make a motion then? Why allow them to make a motion if as soon as they say, we want to vote on the Epstein files, you're going to be like, oh, okay, recess. Why? Why even call for the motion then? It doesn't make sense. It's such bullshit.
Recess. Children will not.
And now we will be calling up Ms. Lee's motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the, pardon?
The ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the no has it.
There's no way, dude. What a fucking piece of shit, dude. What a fucking piece of shit, bro.
Recorded vote, sir.
Recorded vote is called for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Gosar. Mr. Biggs. Miss Mace. Aye. Miss Mace votes aye. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Miss Boebert. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack votes aye. Miss Lee. Yes. Miss Lee votes yes. Mr. Bell.
Aye.
Mr. Bell votes aye. Miss Simon. Aye. Miss Simon votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Chairman. No. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Biggs votes nay. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are.
Well, no, if you constantly defend fascism, then yeah, you're a fascist. You don't have to identify as a fascist, bro. Okay? You don't get to identify as whatever you want. We're not people here who think, oh, you are whatever you identify as, okay? We don't believe in that shit here. So You can say all you want that you don't identify as a fascist or whatever, but as long as you're defending fascism, yeah, it's gonna be pretty obvious.
8, the nays are 2.
The subcommittee stands adjourned.
Doesn't even fucking finalize the vote, dude.
Document into the record
Fucking shit,
listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Shona, without objection.
Doesn't even finalize the vote. Just leaves. That's that. No one defending fascism. You literally have been this whole time. By sitting there and denying that something is fascist, you are defending fascism. That's what that is. That's how that works. Who is talking about defending fascism? I am. What are you deaf? Me. Do you want to rewind it and listen to it again? Are you that deranged? Why don't you can hop on. We'll go over the definitions if you're unaware. I'll help you understand. If you don't know that you're a fascist, you'll finally understand. Who the fuck is defending fascism, you idiot? Are you drunk? How many times do I need to say it for you to fucking hear? How many times do you want me to say it? Yeah, that's go on. Come on now. Why are you scared? Just hop on. Are you scared to find out that you're a fascist? There's been lots of fascists throughout time and eternity, homie. What did J-Mac say? I don't know. It doesn't speak English very well.
Across this country, Democrats in particular, who are having a personal and emotional struggle with the idea that they feel like political partisan gerrymandering, obviously racial gerrymandering is supposed to be against the law, but political partisan gerrymandering is a bad thing, and a lot of these states have moved to bipartisan commissions because redistricting does have to happen. Populations change. How do you feel about the struggle that some Democrats are having with this right now?
Listen, I think that the struggle is good because it means that you still have a moral compass. Unfortunately, in the government that we are enduring at this moment, there is no morality. There is nothing but lawlessness, and there is nothing but power grabs at the expense of so many innocent people. And if we are going to preserve our democracy in this moment, this is the way that we have to engage in this fight. Now, once we get control back, listen, Democrats, I need y'all to listen to me clearly. When I say that once we get control back, we have to be just as aggressive, if not more aggressive than the Republicans, to do right by the people. It is time for us to rebuild the trust with the American people. Unfortunately, they did not trust us, and that's exactly why we got here. It's not because Donald Trump is so great. It's not because he put up such great numbers. Unfortunately, so many Democrats stayed at home because they just did not believe that we would fight for them. But this is why I'm so proud of my former colleagues from the State House, because Texas Democrats, well, we do everything bigger in Texas, including fight as Democrats.
So let's talk about what happens here. And I think this might be why some people across the country are struggling with this. This is not a Texas problem. If Texas creates 5 more House of Representative seats, that's an America thing. right? That could be the distinction. That could be the difference between Republicans keeping hold of Congress in the midterm elections or not.
No, it absolutely could be. I mean, think about it this way. Right now, the Democrats should control the House, but we don't. And the only reason we don't control the House isn't because we didn't work hard, isn't because we didn't raise money, isn't because we didn't put up good candidates, but it is because North Carolina, as soon as they ended up with a Republican majority on that Supreme Court, decided to redraw the lines again. And instead of that state being 7-7, which sounds like how that state has historically been voting, instead now the congressional delegation is 10 Republicans and 4 Democrats. They took 3 seats away from us, and those 3 seats would have made the difference in having a Speaker Johnson and a Speaker Jeffries. And, well, one of those is bigger, better, and greater than the other, and I'm sure you know which one that is.
Let's talk about what the options are here. California is looking at an option that says, let's put this to a vote and let the voters say that they've got a right to do mid-decade redistricting. New York is ready to trigger a bill that says if somebody else does it.
All right, let's see for this. What's up, J-Mac? Oh, wait, he can't hear me. J-Mac, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
I think I can hear you now.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, let me turn off the screen. Yeah, you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so dude, come on now. I've been a fan of yours for a long time now. And to see you here simping for Kay like this, trying to call me out as a fascist because Kay's, feelings are hurt that I'm making accurate observations about redistricting. You don't have to simp for him like that. Look,
There's nothing. I can agree with him without simping for him. You understand that? I can have this position without it having anything to do with Kay.
There's one thing where you can agree with Kay without and whatever he's saying without calling me out as a fascist.
Well, I was saying that you're defending fascism.
Yes, you can do that.
And that I think that, like, if people deny that, like, the Republican Party or that Donald Trump more so is a fascist.
Which is it? Which is it? What are you doing here? So, are we talking about the GOP, MAGA, or Trump?
So I think Trump is a fascist, and that the Republican Party is going along with his plan, which would make them going along with like a fascist directive like that. I don't know of like parties really being like fascist overall, but it seems like they are going along with a fascist plan, and so it just
like
makes
I thought,
them.
You're not completely deranged, so I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, like right now where we're looking at like redistricting from Republican areas and Democrat areas, Republicans are by far ending up with pretty much all of the fucking districts, and the disproportionality is massive. Like,
there is
massive.
No disproportionality. I appreciate that you guys are finally looking at redistricting. I pointed out in chat that just a couple of years ago in 2022, Democrats won objectively more seats than the Republicans did purely on the basis of redistricting. That we're now trying to say, because you're paying attention to it, that the Republicans do something more to such an extent that the Democrats don't do. Just simply
wait again. I'm not
history.
saying. I'm not. Hold on. We're not talking about history. We're talking about like over the last like 3-4 elections that the Republicans.
No, not 3 or 4 elections. You're talking like 2, maybe. because you don't even you lack the competence or knowledge to even know what was happening 3-4 cycles ago regarding redistricting. I mean, at best, you'll recall the North Carolina the alleged racial gerrymandering. You might recall that. But trying to recall now, 3-4 cycles later, you weren't interested in it back then. You're interested in
What do
what's
you mean? I've
happening
been
right now, and
covering
you're
this since
piling
the
on
early
now with the Texas
2000s.
Democrats.
This has not. Why do you keep
Well,
saying
then why are
that?
you going back 3 or 4 cycles? Why aren't you going back to the early 2000s then, when the Democrats were more effective at gerrymandering than Republicans? You're only
I
going
don't.
back a couple of election cycles because it appears that the Republicans have simply been more successful at it. That's it.
Wait, what do you mean? When you say more successful at it, that we're talking about disproportionalities in districts where Democrats
The language
redraw
doesn't even
lines
make sense.
versus
What do you mean by
Republicans.
disproportionalities?
So we're like, when they redraw lines, the goal is to have a disproportionality, that like you're making it to where in every single district, the Democrats are going to be the minority and the Republicans will be the majority, so that you're able to take more and more districts as a Republican. More and more seats go to Republicans. That is the goal, right?
Yes, that's
So
what
it's-
gerrymandering has been.
Correct.
Yes.
So that is a disproportionality. And so if over and over you have more disproportionalities in favor of Republicans to where they're taking more seats, whereas for Democrats, they do have more red and blue districts and purple districts. They have more of a variety of districts than Republicans do when they redraw lines. That is a bigger disproportionality.
It's
They
funny
all
'cause
do
I
it
just
in
mentioned
favor
it
of
and posted
themselves.
in chat. Of course they do. But what you're trying to say is, well, the Republicans have been more effective at it, is really the complaint. But what you're really trying to do is disguise that to say that, well, they're more harmful in their effectiveness because they're just better at it. When if you go back 20 years, you go back 45 years, Democrats were far more effective at gerrymandering than Republicans. Look at
Yeah,
Texas.
sure.
Texas wasn't always a red state. Texas was owned by the Democrats for generations until a series of overwhelming Republican victories turned it red. But
Sure, but
we
those
didn't
are
wet ourselves. We didn't hand wring about gerrymandering then.
the
No,
reason
of
that
course
I'm
not.
saying
But
going
now that
back
it's in
like
the other
4
direction, you are.
elections is because the parties are not the same parties. They're not the same ideologies. They're not the same groups of people. They're not the same things. Like overall, they are very different across the board. And so this is like when we think of like in the 1900s, where the like conservatives were largely on the Democrat side and the liberals were largely on the Republican side, and things like over time change sides. Like those were very different parties. So then to go back and say like, well, Democrats did this and Republicans did this in the early 1900s, like, well, you're talking about very different groups of people. Like it's not the same people anymore. It's not the same parties.
Is this how we're going to rationalize this away? I mean, just look again in chat.
Well, do you
minutes
agree
ago,
that the parties have
20
drastically
minutes ago.
changed?
No, I don't think. Well, I guess that depends on what we're talking about on a specific set of issues. And what are we talking about? I mean, if we're talking about the big Southern switch that took 25 years to happen, maybe I might travel down that road with you.
No.
But what are we really
I was just
talking
using
about?
that as an example to say that like because I'm not making the Southern strategy argument or anything for that. I'm just saying the switch happened
But what
to
are
where the
we?
parties
What are
are
we really
different.
talking
And
about?
so I'm talking about the fact that when Donald
we talking
Trump
about like
takes
the
over.
Whigs?
No. I'm saying, but going back that far is the problem. Is that like when we're going back that far, we're not really looking at the same groups of people. And so when I'm talking about over the last 4 elections, we're talking about like Donald Trump, when he comes in and takes over the Republican Party, this is a new Republican Party. It is drastically changed into what it is that he wants it to be in his image. And that this is now a very like populist, anti-establishment sort of party, where before it was very like it was like neocon, very like Christian values sort of thing. And the Democrats were very anti-establishment before then, but now they're very establishment. They are pro-establishment, pro-institutions, like anti-populist. Like things have very drastically changed in the types of values that both of these parties have and what it is that they stand for.
Maybe. I don't need to travel back that far, though, to just point out that just 3 years ago in 2022, Democrats won 14 House seats purely on redistricting. The Republicans won 13. Right. So I'm not sure how we're arriving at this conclusion that the Democrats don't gerrymander to the same extent that the Republicans do, that the Republicans are so obviously more successful at winning elections as a result of gerrymandering. Literally, this is a vibe-based conclusion that you're generating. I've not seen any empirical evidence over the last 15 years that demonstrates that the marginal proportionalities in these new districts, right, that the Republicans are generating greater disproportionality than the Democrats. That data doesn't exist as far as I can see it, and I've been looking for it for years because it's interesting to see how and why districts are drawn the way they are. This tumult right now is simply performative hand-wringing by the usual suspects who want to cry about a very basic element of legislative activity in every state for the history of the United States.
Okay. Yeah. What I'm looking at right here, where Republicans oversaw redistricting, the Democrats got 42 districts, the GOP got 131, and then where Democrats oversaw redistricting, Democrats got 37, GOP got 6. So the
Republicans were more effective at gerrymandering.
Yes, wait,
Jeez,
but that's
boo-hoo.
wait, hold on. You're both like you're doing both things at the same time, where you're adding some sort of like moral condemnation onto what it is that I'm saying that I never said. No, hold on. Let me get through this. But you're making two arguments, whereas one, you're saying you're acting as though Republicans are doing this in a disproportionate way, which just isn't true. But then right afterwards, you say Republicans are more effective at gerrymandering. Well, what does that mean? That means that they're getting a greater disproportionality. You are agreeing with me and disagreeing with me with both of these statements.
I'm disagreeing with you on a finer point than that. When you said disproportionality, what you were talking about is that the majorities the Republicans were building in these districts were greater nominally than the majorities being built by the Democrats in their redrawn districts. Right. So far, there's no data to actually support this. The data that you just presented was the number of districts that the Republicans were successfully able to craft into a Republican majority district through gerrymandering. So I can agree with you on one, and also disagree with you on the other. I can also argue in both directions.
I don't know what the differences are between the two. They're the same thing.
No, they're really not, because one is the number of registered voters, if you want to use that as the metric in the district, and Republicans being successfully gerrymandering a district so that they gain a 3-to-1 advantage, right? Where the Democrats, when they gerrymander, might only be able to get a 1.75-to-1 advantage.
Okay.
That's the disproportionality you were describing earlier.
Correct.
Now, what you displayed here in this map is the disproportionality in the Republicans effectively gerrymandering to get a greater number of districts that are in their favor versus when the Democrats redraw the map, getting less.
You're saying just the outcome on voting versus the what it is that you're guessing based on voter registration? Is that your argument? Is that's why it's two different things?
No, that's not an argument. This is me.
I'm asking if that's the point that you're making.
Trying to make to me.
No, I didn't distinguish
the
those
broader
two.
point that I'm making
I'm
is
asking
that
if you're distinct. I asked you. I said you made two statements. Those two statements are the same thing. You're just taking different positions on each one. But now it sounds like I'm asking if that is how you're distinguishing the two statements.
Oh no, I'm distinguishing the two things that you've presented. One, disproportionality within the district itself. The numbers of and yeah, because I think you were using registered voters as a proxy or disproportionality within the district itself. And then you just showed me a map of the number of districts in total. Those are two different things. Numbers within a district versus overall number of districts.
Yeah. Well, and then on top of that, I think like even if we go back to before that, because I did say that I'm more so talking about the last like 4 elections, but if we do go back before that, it is true that Republicans overall were a minority in the country for a long time. So getting down to like 43% at some point, yet still regularly holding a majority in the House and the Senate, and that like these things, that it is obvious that yes, they are more successful at this, that they are drawing these things in a more disproportionate way to where they're still capable of holding majorities while being a much smaller minority at times. So it's, I would say that, yeah, that's going back to like the Obama era as well. So it's, yeah, it's just that it does seem as though
I think what,
yeah.
Right, and I think what happens then is what we're doing is we're wringing our hands at the margins. We're trying to argue that that rather than in any nominal way that can be measured in any empirical way, what we're really doing now is performatively whining that the Democrats are less successful at gerrymandering the same number of districts that the Republicans are, and quite frankly, it's not a very persuasive argument to make, because for decades, for generations, there was none of this hand-wringing about the Democrats owning states. For example, in the Midwest or out west, truly by generating these districts. Caveman in chat is trying to say, well, he's whining in chat that that the Republicans are trying to fuck over the Democrats. Yeah, it's a two-way street. That is what redistricting is. It's
yes,
what
that is
been.
correct. But the problem is that like even when I was a Republican, I remember always hearing Democrats like pissed off about the fact that they felt like Democrats were not gerrymandering to the same degree to where they were capable of winning as much, and they felt like Republicans were just more willing to take things to an extreme, to where Democrats wanted like this plausible deniability there, to where like they have some sort of advantage, but it's not this like insane advantage to where they're going to win almost every single seat. And so they would get pissed off about this, saying like the Republicans are doing this, y'all motherfuckers need to do it too. Stop trying to like have this like air of fairness or some shit. Just do the same fucking thing that the other side is doing. And
Let's not pretend that Democrats haven't been doing it.
No. Again, it's not that they haven't been doing it. Again, it's that overall
they just haven't been as successful.
Again, you say it's successful, but that does go that a lot of that is based on like your ability to redraw enough districts and change lines enough to where it's almost like a definite case that you're going to get the majority of the districts. Or as many as possible. Not even just a majority, but as many as possible. Because I think they all try to make it to where they get a majority, but I think Republicans make it to where they can get as many as possible. And it seems like Democrats don't do it to where they can get as many as possible. They just try to get the majority of them. And that is...
Well, I think the word seem there is doing way too much heavy lifting for you. That you have to appeal to and devolve to. It seems like the Republicans are doing this, or Democrats feel Republicans are doing this. Those words seems and feel are doing way too much heavy lifting for you. I think it's much easier and much more convincing and much more rational.
Well, what information do Republicans
both
have?
Both parties are fucking each other over in redistricting.
But what information do the Republicans have that the Democrats don't, to where they're capable of just being so much more successful, that Democrats are just totally unaware of this process or strategy?
Don't know. Can it only be that? Can it be that, I don't know, elections matter. And when you have a far greater number of representatives in each state's House, involved in redistricting plans, maybe it's that. Maybe it's incompetence. Maybe Democrats are just bad at it. That we want to attribute benign motivation to the Democrats in order to create a variance from Republicans and therefore cast Republicans as being more negative intentioned. This is just conspiracy theorizing.
Again,
This is
you're
just
moralizing
motivational
it again.
speaking.
I'm not moralizing these things.
I'm not moralizing
You're
anything.
talking about negative intentions and things like this, or that the Republicans are worse. Like, I'm not saying these things. I'm talking about just like the extent that they're willing to go to. That it seems like often that the idea from like Obama's wife, when they go low, we go high, blah, 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 blah. Like, this has been a kind of like mantra for Democrats to where they always want this air of fairness, this air of being like morally superior, this air of like, we'll do it to some extent, but we're not going to do it as far as they go. That's like this, they want this like air of fairness. And that this is the thing that I'm talking about that a lot of people are just pissed off about. That was Hillary, Tom? No, that was Michelle Obama. That was 100% Michelle Obama.
So when you're saying they, are you talking about Democrats or are you talking about Republicans? Not sure if I lost you or not.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know when I said they.
Yeah, well, you were just talking about Michelle Obama and how they want to have an air of fairness, and
yes,
and they
the
want
Democrats say that they want to have an air of fairness, and so it seems like a lot of times with the redistricting that they are capable of making things to where it is almost it's almost like a definite case that they're going to get pretty much every fucking district, but they just choose to like try to have this air of fairness to where it's not as disproportionate. And so when you go and look at just the redistricting based on voter registration, it just seems like, yes, like you have more purple districts, you have more red districts, and then they'll have more blue districts than they have red districts, but it's just not as disproportionate. That seems to be the case.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because Republicans have focused hard on state elections for the last 20 years, and that we're doing districting on a decade basis, right? They've been winning more and more state houses. They're controlling more and more state houses. It makes sense that they're winning more on the gerrymandering field, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That will shift. We will see that shift inevitably happen in the next 10 to 15 years, and Democrats will have the greater majorities controlling state houses, and we'll see more purple and blue districts than we do red and purple. So again, this whole vibe thing that it feels like Democrats are trying to be fair because, well,
I'm just trying to give some
away
sort of
from the
intentionality
responsibilities
behind
of
it.
Texas.
I'm just trying to give some sort of intentionality behind it. I don't know the intention. I just know the numbers. And so I'm saying that like you're making it sound like, oh, well, they're just like whenever you say like, oh, they're just more successful at it. That's just all I'm saying is that, yes, they are more willing to take these to a degrees that Democrats don't. Or we could just say Democrats are just too dumb to do it, like to know how to redistrict correctly. But I have trouble believing that the Democrats are just totally unaware to where they're not they don't know how to do this to the same degree, or that Republicans have some like special information that Democrats don't have.
Well, it doesn't have to be special information. A lot of in many states there are commissions that are whose membership is members from both parties in unequal distribution. There's negotiation going on. There are agreements and arrangements happening. There are a variety of factors that can explain why Democrats aren't. And by the way, let's just acknowledge that what we're presuming here is that there ought to be some equalized share of districts when each party is in power and gerrymandering, and that's not the case because each party approaches gerrymandering very differently.
Well, I mean, I'm
right?
not
Plus,
really
you're
talking
dealing with
about that,
existing
but
lines.
yeah, I'm not really talking
who
about
knows?
that, but I know that that's like people's overall prescription. It's just more so that when I'm making like a descriptive statement about this, that I'm just talking about the descriptive aspects of it. Hold on, there's other people who
Right.
are...
Well, hold on just a sec. So, Freddie,
Yeah.
don't go make your omelet yet because I wanted to bring Tom back to this, which was again the reason why I got called out and told to
Yeah.
come on was this addressing this allegation that I'm a fascist because I disagreed with Kay that the GOP is fascist when even you, Tom, were backing away from that to say, well, Trump is fascist. and maybe it's not really the entirety of the GOP is fascist. So I think maybe we just kind of leapfrogged over that because
Okay, so I
bloodshed,
don't think it's unfair to
what?
no, I don't think it's unfair to say that the GOP is fascistic at this point. I don't think that that's unfair. If they're like with everything going on with the Trump administration and the fact that the House and the Senate don't seem to be willing to hold him accountable at all, I think that this is I would definitely say that this is a fascistic regime with the Republicans in power in the House, the Senate, and the executive.
Okay, well, let's test this then. So when Obama was going, when Obama acknowledged, for example, that he, by executive order, couldn't do legislation related to immigration, right? And then within a year, he's implementing DACA and DAPA by executive order, right? Very clearly changing immigration law and regulation in the United States. Okay, even after acknowledging that he didn't do it. Where were your Democrats in the House and Senate when they controlled the House and Senate? Were they trying to rein him in? Does that make them fascistic?
Well, no,
Or is there
I wouldn't
something
say
I'm
that's
missing here?
fascistic. I would say that that was wrong, but that's not the same as like just writing executive orders isn't fascism.
What are the characteristics here that Trump is displaying that the House and Senate are not reining him in on that makes them complicit in this fascism?
So I like there's a number of characteristics that I would say make up what we would call fascism, and that's going to be like dictatorialism, authoritarianism, the populism, ultranationalism, and so.
But what we talk about actions, not attributed motivations to Trump.
Well,
What
but
about
we can't.
actions?
Well, we can't categorize those without knowing what the concept is that we're talking about, and if that concept is made up of a bunch of different characteristics, and those characteristics are
we
what
doing
I'm saying.
like echoes like 27 steps of fascism, or
Well,
are we
I gave
sticking with a
I gave
like real
5.
definition of fascism?
Yeah, I
So
gave
populism
5.
is
and so-
fascism.
no, populism is not fascism. Populism is part of fascism.
Nationalism is?
Just the same as like if I'm talking about a human and I might say DNA is part of this, it doesn't mean that anyone with DNA is a human now. Like that's just part of what it is. Or, being an animal is part of being a human. That doesn't mean that anything that's now an animal is now a human, right? But populism is part of fascism, and that I would say yes, populism is
How is populism part of fascism? I need that one kind of illuminated here.
Can you
I
ask
think
like
what
a
you're
more
trying to do
specific
is you're
question? What does that mean? How is it part of
well,
fascism?
no, I'm asking you what you mean when you say that populism is a part of fascism.
Right.
In
Like,
what way?
Why
Or ways?
descriptively that like this is the concept of fascism. So I don't know. You'll have to ask like a more specific
Well,
question.
do you mean like fascism throughout history has been animated by appeals to populism?
Are you asking if that's how I come to my definition of fascism is based on how past
No, you said that
fascistic?
populism is a you said that populism is a part of fascism. So I'm trying to figure out in what ways is it
Correct. So
a part of fascism?
I'm asking
What
you.
about
I'm
populism?
asking you a clarifying question. So are you asking me? Do I come to my definition based on how past regimes were operating, and then just coming up with a concept based
No.
on that, or
No,
because okay?
I-
So
no,
if I ask you,
I asked you a
if
clarifying
I
question.
understand,
reaching
but
in history.
I'm not understanding your question because it doesn't make sense. If that's the definition of fascism, and you're asking me how is it part of the definition, I don't know how to answer that. How can I answer
Well,
how it's a part of the
so-
definition? That's just what the concept is.
Okay, then let me try this way then. As you were discussing fascism and you were identifying various characteristics of fascism, you were identifying fairly broad characteristics that many people can hold singularly or in combination and yet not be fascist. And so what that suggests then is that there are components of each of those characteristics, components of populism, components of nationalism, that when boiled together create fascism.
Correct.
So I'm trying to get at, well, what are these aspects of populism specifically that that contribute to your definition of fascism.
Yeah, so populism is generally going to be an outsider who is supposed to fight against the establishment or the elites, that they are like the one person who can come and do this, that nobody else is willing to fight against those things because they're all corrupt, and he's the outsider coming in to lead this for the people against the ones who control everything over them. That is the aspect of populism, or that is what populism is, and that is the part of fascism that is populist.
Sure. No, and that's where I often get lost with the people shrieking about fascism is, well, what? While we can feel that Trump is motivated by populism and nationalism and other combinations of things, right? It's, well, what is he doing that animates these motivations that we're attributing to him?
Well, populism
So,
isn't a list of actions.
because
Populism is
well,
a
hold on a second.
rhetorical
Hold
style
on a
that
second.
gains a movement.
You're sure, but getting back to the original point you made is the House and Senate, for example, the House and Senate GOP folks are not reining him in. They can't rein in his motivation. So it begs the question, what are they supposed to rein in? It's his actions.
Well, I
What
don't.
actions?
It's not a motivation. So hold on. There's a bunch of different aspects of this. When I'm talking about, like, there's also authoritarian aspects to it, but when we're talking about just the populist aspect, which is what you asked about, that's not a motivation. That is a way of gaining a movement through rhetorical style by saying, I am the one who can do this. I'm the outsider who's willing to fight against all of these other people. And that way, the normal common man will come and get behind you and vote for you. That's just a process of gaining a movement, but that's not a list of actions that you do as like a legislator or anything.
Well, okay, so what we're devolved to then is we observe Trump's behaviors, and then we classify elements of his behavior to say that he's appealing to populism while expressing nationalistic fervor, while he is while he's dog whistling, to various elements of our population, and from that we conclude he's a fascist. Well, okay, sure.
Well, not even
Jerk me
dog
off with
whistling.
two
I
hands.
think that he's like purposefully trying to hide any aspects of fascism with like
Maybe
appeals
he
to
is.
like the Constitution, appeals to, American
But the
values
GOP
and
is to
crap
be
like that.
complicit in this
But he doesn't seem
because
to
they're not
actually
reining him
believe in
in.
those things.
What are they supposed to rein in? What are you looking for them to rein in?
Well, the fact that, like, when he was
And that they're
breaking
not
court
doing is
orders,
fascist.
yeah, well, he was breaking court orders, that like they weren't willing to hold him accountable in any way, that they weren't willing to do investigations into these things, they weren't willing to even have motions to condemn these actions, they weren't doing anything across the board, just totally ignored everything that he did with the courts.
Yeah. So are we saying that not adhering to court orders is fascism, or is that authoritarian, or is it both?
That
What
would
are we
be like
saying?
an aspect of authoritarianism, yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So when Joe Biden, for example, is having his student debt cancellation plans shot down multiple times, he keeps he keeps passing executive orders, and the court keeps shooting him down, but he's canceling student debt along the way. Is that ignoring court orders? Is that authoritarianism as well, or is that acceptable because we agree with the policy?
I don't know what any of that meant. He's
So
canceling
Biden
student
took at
debt
least
along
3
the way.
bites at
What is
canceling student loan debt.
correct? But you're
Right.
saying that but the process in
Okay.
which he
And
did
the
it
courts
is what the
overturned it
courts. No. The
multiple
courts did
times.
not overturn canceling student debt.
No?
They didn't say you're not allowed to cancel student debt. They said you do not have the authority to dictate this process be used to cancel student debt. So then he would use a new process and then the last process that he used was, I believe, through U.S. aid, which he did have the authority to use, which did not get overturned by the courts. But if instead he gets something overturned by the courts and then he says, well, I'm doing it anyways, and then continues to do it, that would be defying the courts.
The Supreme Court multiple times shot down his student debt cancellation programs.
I'm sorry, you keep saying that.
Kept...
Do you remember what I just said a minute ago? It was the process that was illegal, not canceling student debt. They never said you're not allowed to cancel student debt. That's against the Constitution to cancel student debt.
To cancel student debt
right.
was found unconstitutional and unlawful. And despite repeated court cases at the Supreme Court, no less, in 2023 and 2024, was it? In multiple instances, Biden's programs were overturned as unlawful, and yet he kept going back to cancel student loan debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is not an example of authoritarianism, because the process he used was what? Different?
No, the process that he used that actually canceled student debt was lawful. The courts did not overturn that. The challenging the law and challenging the borders of the law is not like authoritarian by any means. All presidents do that, trying to test the law and see what it is you can or cannot do. That's not authoritarian by any means. But
it doesn't have to be testing the law. They have a role in determining what constitutionality is, just like Congress does. So they enact regulations, they implement laws, and they do so in ways that maybe haven't been done before. And only through a court challenge do we find that they're unconstitutional.
But
sure,
I'm talking about the courts telling Trump, hey, you can't do this thing, and then he does it anyways. And then they say, hey, you aren't allowed to do this thing, and then he keeps doing it anyways. And then they say, hey, you have to stop doing this thing, and then he continues doing it anyways. That's what I'm talking about. This is not like remotely close to what it is that Biden did by trying different types of processes to get the legislation through to where it was legal. Donald Trump didn't try to make it legal. He just kept doing it.
I'm gonna disagree, and that's okay, because you've provided the answer to the question I had, which is you don't see it as continuing to do something the courts say you don't have the authority to do. We're perceiving what the court has done in two different ways, so we can disagree on that. I can agree with you that yes, Trump.
Wait, how are we perceiving what the courts are doing in two different ways, though?
Well, okay, I'm sorry. We're perceiving what Biden is doing in two different ways. You're saying Biden is using different processes, and yes, each process may be shot down, but he's not enacting the same process over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. So the way that I'm perceiving it is the court says you lack the authority. Congress has not given you the authority to forgive these student loans. And yet Biden keeps taking bites at the apple to do it.
But that's not what the Supreme Court said.
Well, that's precisely what it said.
No.
Unconstitutional and unlawful.
No, they didn't. They said that the process was. They very clearly said the process is unconstitutional and unlawful. And when he did it through U.S. aid, that was under the executive branch. That was not unconstitutional. That was not unlawful. And so it was a totally different process, which they said, yes, this is allowed. That one did pass through the courts. But the other one didn't. It was, from what I remember, it was 2 attempts. The first one he was not allowed to do. So then but they said it is the process that you're not allowed to use.
Again, we're gonna disagree. I was trying to test your consistency on what authoritarianism.
I'm sorry, but you're saying we're gonna disagree, but I'm pretty sure I can just read the Supreme Court order and see that like it's not a matter of like opinion. It's just they objectively said it is the process, not that you're not allowed to, because otherwise the second time he did it, they wouldn't have allowed him to go through if they had already made the decision.
Right, and I'm not
just not allowed
with you on
to
what
cancel.
the court said. What I'm disagreeing with you is that Biden knew that he acknowledged, even as he was campaigning, he lacked the authority to forgive student debt. He went after that multiple times, exercising legislative authority he did have, right? But also exercising executive authority that he didn't possess, that the court told him he didn't possess, and yet he persisted in trying to forgive student loan debt. Right? Now you're saying through one process using U.S. aid, which seems absolutely absurd and actually bolsters the case Trump has to just ditch U.S. aid altogether, that U.S. aid is involved with forgiving domestic student loan debt is absurd. But nonetheless, they identified a single process through which he could do it. Biden continued, despite the court ruling it was unconstitutional and unlawful, to forgive student debt.
See, you keep saying that you're not disagreeing on what the Supreme Court says, but then you do disagree with what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court never said he lacks the ability to forgive student loan debt. They said he lacks the ability to use that money, congressionally approved, to use it for his project, whereas money that went to U.S. aid, he was allowed to use that money to use it towards student loan debt. And so it was... They were just, but the only reason he was allowed to use that money for it is because he ended up using it for, I believe, federal employees, and it wasn't for all students everywhere, but instead, federal employees were able to get their loans forgiven because he is the executive of the federal government, and so he's able to say that federal employees, this is part of their, I'm blanking on the term, but like that they get this as a bonus as part of working for the government, that they're allowed to get their loans forgiven, but it wasn't for all citizens everywhere. And so that was the difference. It was just a drastically different thing.
Fair enough. This is, again, we're not going to reach an agreement here. I was bringing up these cases with Biden to test your perspective on authoritarianism. You've carved out a place where, look, I don't think this is an equivalent case where Biden did display any authoritarian tendency. And so I'm agreeing with you that you are being consistent in your application of a perspective on authoritarianism.
Okay.
I don't want to travel down into the weeds anymore about what the court said about student debt.
Okay.
Yeah. So back to the original larger point, which is, look, so as Trump is engaging in violating court orders, what is it that you expect the Senate and the House to do?
So I gave a couple of options that they're capable of just announcing it, which is like a simple, small thing to do. That they can open up investigations into what happened. They're capable of, having hearings on it and having people come in and testify about what happened. They're capable of doing impeachment hearings or impeachment processes. There's lots of things that they're capable of doing.
And that's so. I think a basic question that gets overlooked in these conversations is the Supreme Court a supreme branch of government?
Yes.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not? There's 3 branches of government.
And they are co-equal branches of government, right?
Correct. They are all supreme, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
They are all supreme, if that's, yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, they're supreme in their authority, sure, right? But are they a supreme branch of government where I know Marbury, right, posits that the court is the final arbiter of what constitutional is, but do Congress and the executive, or does the legislature and the executive not also evaluate what is constitutional and act on its behalf?
Sorry, say that again. What is it?
Yeah, so all 3 branches have an obligation to evaluate constitutionality of something, right? When Congress when Congress proposes a law, they're evaluating, the sponsors are evaluating whether it's constitutional or not. And then once the larger Congress votes on it, members of Congress are, in effect, evaluating if that law as proposed is constitutional. The president, when he receives a law to sign, right, to approve the enactment of that legislation, he or she is evaluating whether it is constitutional. And the president can evaluate it and say, look, I don't think this is constitutional. I'm rejecting this. I'm not going to sign it, right?
Right.
We expect all three branches to evaluate constitutionality and then to act on its behalf, right? Now, I think what's happening here is perhaps the executive and the Congress
Tipped $5.
Did I
A
lose
good
you?
book by Kenneth Starr is first among equals that explains why the Supreme Court is the supreme branch.
I lost you. Are you there? Hello? Hello? That was really odd timing that it came through right as the dono. Thank you, Clay, for the $5 dono. We are at, we're getting below 30 minutes now. We're at 5 out of 25. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mentioned to him that I was going to bring people in. He said, hold on, because he did want to go down the route of fascism. And so I do want to have a conversation with him about fascism. So I'm going to wait before I bring anybody else up, because I specifically said, there's other people waiting. He said, hold on, let's go down the route of fascism. So I'm not going to pull people up if he's asking me to hold on. But if afterwards he wants to talk, I'm happy to pull people up. Let me send him a DM. Oh, he dropped out. His phone might have died. Thanks for having me on, I guess. What happened? His call got redistricted, yeah. I don't know. What happened? Wait, I was waiting for you to come back. I sent you a DM. Final point is that disagreeing that the GOP is fascist is not defending fascism. It's such a sophomoric rhetorical point.
We can fight back. Illinois, of course, being particularly helpful to those Texas Democrats, who, by the way, Senator John Cornyn has asked the FBI to get involved and find, arrest, or bring back the Texas legislators.
Yeah, this is interesting. Clearly, my senator. Now, listen, I'm about to tell all of MSNBC a secret. I actually don't hate Senator Cornyn at all. And right now, what we have is a.
If they are fascist, then that disagreement would in fact imply playing defense for fascism. Yeah, that's what I said. I said if they're blatantly fascistic and somebody is denying that they're fascist, not just denying it, but saying that that's ridiculous to think that they're fascist, that like that's insane to say that this is fascism, that this is not only playing defense for it, but that I would say that they're that this is kind of like when we watch somebody like Candace Owens sit there and say like, that's not anti-Semitism. They think everything is anti-Semitism, and it's like, well, that's if you don't think that that's anti-Semitism, then you literally just don't believe in anti-Semitism, right? Like, and if you don't believe in anti-Semitism, it's likely because you believe in the things that we call anti-Semitism. You think they're good, or you don't think they're bad, and so therefore you don't want to call them anti-Semitism. So you're just denying this because you don't want that label to apply to you. And that seems like what happens with the term fascism pretty often. But yeah, he hasn't answered, J-Mac hasn't answered my DM, so or my questions from here, so I guess he left. Hello?
Yo.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. I think
J-Mac, we stopped hearing you.
Yeah, I think he got disconnected, but I guess he's not coming back. So what's up?
Bummer. Oh, I was spamming to say, yeah, like when you explained like you weren't going to let anybody up when you were talking to him, I understood. But I think just by listening, I think the couple of points I wanted to bring, I actually brought up kind of like the 14 tenets of fascism. I actually kind of had pretty good examples of each one and what Trump has specifically done in the last 6 months. But then I think the larger point was, I don't think that you guys discussed like the ethical implications of gerrymandering at all through that whole conversation. Like, does he think it's just like strictly amoral behavior?
Well, no,
like,
I specifically said
something you do.
I specifically said that he kept using normative language, and I was saying I'm making descriptive claims based on these things. I'm not saying anything about the morality of it. And so it's yeah.
Or were you just weighing whether or not you were trying to focus on specifically whether or not Democrats or Republicans are more effective at it?
Again, I don't like the term more effective because it's more that idea says that they're both trying to gerrymander to the same, like in their own favor to the same degree. And that's what I don't believe, is that they're both trying to do it to the same degree. That I think that like Democrats seem to try to have this like air of fairness to where they're not willing to do it as blatantly, but the Republicans are. And so he was saying, well, that just means that Republicans are more effective. And I'm saying, well, effective says that like Democrats just don't have the same information or aren't as capable, whereas I think that they are just as capable. So
they are just as capable, but that also, I think that's where you, to an extent, can't avoid the ethical side of the conversation. Is, if one side is willing to say, hey, we're not willing to try and bend the rules to gain a cheap political advantage like what they're doing in Texas, we're going to redistrict every 10 years.
But that's the problem, is that like we say fairly often, fuck, dude, I've got like a pinched nerve in my fucking chest or in my neck, and it's going down the middle of my chest right now. It's killing me.
Hey, Mick, you're welcome to come back up and talk. I'm happy to have you as part of this conversation. I don't want this to be a circle jerk between me and Tom. I was just mostly giving like my critique towards Tom.
Yeah.
As far as like what I might have added to the conversation.
The point that I was making is that if everybody in the, I say this fairly often, if everybody in the MLB is taking steroids and you choose not to take steroids, I don't think that you're doing something like ethically better than everybody else. You're just choosing to suck. Like, you're just choosing to get behind everybody else. You're choosing not to be on the same level as everybody else. And so I was saying that like Democrat voters fairly often are critical of Democratic politicians for not gerrymandering to the same extent because they feel like they're just choosing to lose. They're just choosing to give up more seats. They're just choosing not to play the same game, and that this is this is a pretty common problem that people have with Democrats and why they call them do nothing Democrats and crap like that is because these are areas where if the Republicans are going to do it to that degree, then Democrats ought to do it to the same degree. And that's what we're talking
Under
about.
normal circumstances, no, but like I guess the analogy that just popped into my head is that if someone runs out of bounds to try and get an advantage in like a football game and you know they think that they can get away with as long as they think no one's going to like hold them to account for that, well, you have to go out of bounds to get them back in bounds. I mean, it's one that I just, you know, it's not the perfect analogy, but you know, the idea is that, you know, this idea that, you know, we go high when they go low, or we're going to stay within we're going to stay on the straight and narrow. It doesn't matter if the whole game goes away to the point that only the person who cheats can win.
Well, but that's the point is that with some things,
go off the path to get them back,
with some
to
things,
punish them appropriately for that.
With some things, I would agree with you on that. Like, so if it comes to like lying, right? I don't want Democrats to just start lying about shit about the Republicans to make it sound like they're worse than they actually are, even though the Republicans are all running around lying nonstop and just never seeming to even attempt to tell the truth at any point. That doesn't mean that I want Democrats to do that, even though Republicans are winning doing that. That's not what I want them to do. But when it comes to gerrymandering, that isn't against the rules. You're allowed to do it, and if you're allowed to do it and you can do it, then do it. Just fucking do it. But they're just not doing it, and so that's the frustration, is that there's nothing against the rules here. There's nothing that like makes it to where you can't do it to the utmost degree to win the most possible fucking seats. And if you can get 100% of them, get a fucking 100% of them. Take every single one. But that's the point. So
well now like this is like reactive activity. This is why it's like you speak about something like self-defense, especially from kind of like my ethical or like political underlying principles is, you know, your self-defensive actions can exceed the force as long as it's ending the threat to you. Then someone might be presenting to you. It's like someone comes at you with a knife, you can shoot them in self-defense, even though shooting someone is arguably more violent than getting stabbed. So the idea is that, like, yes, and under the circumstance, you know, I think the Democrats have permission. They're just not willing to, you know, go beyond that barrier yet because they've still got this idea of like norms. We need to do the norms. The only difference I have is like if we were talking about like 10 years ago, or even like especially 15 years ago, Democrats were still the ones saying gerrymander bad. Like we don't break the rules. We still respect each other, everything like that. Now it's to the point where like the game's over if we don't counteract their force now. And like it's arguably would have been okay 15 years ago.
Right, that's why I'm saying that I'm not
it's
making...
definitely okay now.
Right, that's why I'm saying I'm not making any sort of like moral argument on this whatsoever, is because, yeah, it's... and even when they were talking about like, oh, these minority communities are being split up to where black people have less of a... I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like, it's all partisanship. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, even if Republicans are splitting up black communities, I don't give a fuck. It's based on partisanship. They're not doing it to try to hurt black people. They're doing it to try to gain more fucking votes. So it's just not relevant.
Well, and that's the reductive take you're going to get from people that don't actually think about like what's ultimate, like the deeper conversation here. But the problem is trying to avoid the ethical implications necessarily. I don't necessarily. I want gerrymandering to go away. I want it to be illegal.
Yeah.
I want either independent commissions or like computer generate. Like we love AI nowadays. AI generated, you know, relatively uniform districts that don't take into account anyone's race or political ideology when being made. But we can't get there if we don't have a situation like what Newsom's advocating for. And I'm by no means a fan of Newsom, but if we want things to be essentially a wash with respect to this gerrymandering conversation, it needs to be done in order to say, hey, if nobody likes this outcome where any gain in Texas is canceled out by twice as many seats gained for Democrats in California, then that starts to get Republican voters to say, oh, gerrymandering is not cool. Now, if they come out and say, well, I like it when we gerrymander, but we don't, then what you do is you bully them to no end for just being like massive hypocrites. You know, the Democrats can at least still say, hey, we only did this because you guys did it first, and be as vocal as possible about that. If Republicans come back and say, well, we like it when we get an advantage, but we don't want Democrats to get an advantage, and they're that vocal and that mask off about it, then you just make fun of them. You just mock them until they eventually capitulate.
Okay,
Say,
just
no,
real
gerrymandering
quick.
is bad for everybody.
J-Mac, you cut out in the middle of a sentence. I sat here forever saying over and over, J-Mac, are you there? Hello, hello, are you there? J-Mac, are you there? Then I said, okay, maybe he can hear me, but I can't hear him. So J-Mac, I'm going to send you a DM. Then I sent you a DM and said, hey, can you hear me? You just never responded. Then you ended up in chat and you said, well, good conversation, I guess. And I said, bro, I'm still here waiting for you. I'm still waiting for you to come back. Just come back. And then I waited a little while longer, still waiting, thinking that you were going to come back because you were in chat now, or that you were, and then I said, bro, I sent you a DM, you're not replying to my DMs. And I thought maybe you reply to my DMs, or at some point tell me why you were gone. And then, and so then after you just didn't reply to me on my DMs or in chat telling me why you left or why you were gone, I just eventually pulled him up.
Yeah, I think he said he has the stream still muted when he couldn't hear you, I guess. So.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, I think so. Yeah, I mean, at that point, the conversation you guys were having was very much just about the facts of the matter and what actually are outcomes of redistricting efforts or gerrymandering efforts and how they're happening in blue versus red states. Rather than, the larger implications, which is the conversation we should be having, is should there be gerrymandering in the first place? For some reason, we still have that as a function of our redistricting process, and that's not good. Yeah. I mean, that's a massive understatement, but yeah. The last thing though, and J-Mac, you can I mean, I'll talk to you on a side conversation, but maybe I wanted to leave him with this is I don't understand how he doesn't understand that means are he was kind of making the argument that, well, if the Supreme Court tells Biden he can't do student loan forgiveness, that doesn't mean that in your case you were saying correctly, I think, that it's because the means that he utilized to try and do that were found to be unconstitutional. Ends in and of themselves aren't unconstitutional or not. I don't even think that they're unless the end is in and of itself an action that the government is doing that is violative of someone's constitutional rights. But the means by which you go through the process of trying to get something done is usually what the Supreme Court is judging.
Yeah, so it says, as described in the CRS report, the court's two decisions arise from a student loan cancellation policy announced by the Biden administration on August 24th, 2022. Under that policy, ED proposed to cancel up to $20,000 of federal... Is that $20,000? What, I thought it was $20 million. $20,000 of federal student loan balances for borrowers with adjusted gross incomes of 2020 or 2021 below $125,000 for individuals for married borrowers, blah blah blah, $250,000. Oh, okay, for these are each type of person. In support of this cancellation policy, the secretary cited his authority under the HEROES Act. The relevant provision of the HEROES Act authorizes the secretary to waive or modify any statutory or regulatory provision applicable to the student finance assistance program under Title 5. Is that 5? IV. HEA, as the secretary deems necessary, to ensure that individuals affected by the national emergency are not placed in a worse position financially in relation to assistance because of the emergency. So yes, these are talking about the processes that they go through, the way that they use the money. And so yeah, they're saying that they're able to use some processes, not others, and in that they're not saying the law says you're not allowed to cancel student loan debt. That's not allowed. There's no law that says this. That's not how it works, but it is about whether or not he's allowed to use specific processes. So just as the same as like the law is never going to say, you're not allowed to send migrants to detention, to the CCOT detention facility. Like, it's not going to say that, but it's going to say, like, you're not allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act in this way, or you're not allowed to, like, it's going to say those sorts of things. It's about the processes that you use, not about the thing that you are doing necessarily.
Yeah. Like, if he had achieved the process of getting all student debt forgiven by just making a really good case to all the private companies that held it to like stop and just wipe it away, and maybe even said like, hey, I'll give you like a super duper shout out on my stream if you do, and then they'd done it, that wouldn't, the end of getting all student loan forgiveness debt forgiven would not have been unconstitutional, and that wouldn't be unconstitutional the way he tried to do it. He just basically asked them to voluntarily give up or to forgive the student debt. But anyways, like that, so that's the point is, yeah, how you do something in the government, action is all that you can really weigh with respect to the government. Ends in and of themselves, unless the ends themselves constitute something that is like against the Constitution.
Yes. And yes, it was only, it was because it was challenged by separate states that they weren't allowed to use it. And then in the last one, when they were challenged by separate states, they ruled in their favor. So
J-Mac, if you want me to like defend Biden being super reductive in how he presented things, I'm not gonna defend the way he worded it. Like it's stupid. Like I can say that like when it really came down to it, Biden.
Yeah, I don't care how Biden words things. I care about how the Supreme Court words things.
Yeah. And also the Supreme Court. I mean, well, yeah. J-Mac, you're implying that Trump being super reductive is like there's another state to him. That's all he is super reductive. So if you're just basically saying I'm not going to defend Trump being Trump. Zing. But anyways, I would love to talk to you, J-Mac. We can certainly find another way to make that happen.
All right. Well, appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, man. It's always good to talk to you. How you been?
Doing well.
Good. Me too.
Wait. Okay.
Need to jump on TikTok more before it gets banned.
Somebody literally just now posted something in general telling me to go debate a guy, so I'm gonna check this out real quick, but we'll see.
That sounds good. I'll back you up if I need to.
All right. Later, homie.
I will see you, buddy.
Because of Obama, I would probably be a transphobe to you because I don't want a man in a dress reading a book to my children. Does that make me a transphobe? Does it?
I mean,
yes or no?
No man is wearing
Yes
a
or no?
dress just to read to children.
Fine,
That's
but
not
hey,
happening.
actually, then I guess they wear it every day and they're coincidentally reading to children. But don't tell me that men aren't in dresses reading to children. I live in Oregon.
Okay, but,
I go to
but
Portland.
also, for sure.
Give me a break.
Tell me
that's
why a man wearing a dress reading to children freaks you out so much.
Yes, I would say if you don't want a man in a dress reading to children, you say, oh, this makes me a transphobe. Yes, I would say that makes you a transphobe. But like, for sure, yes, that 100%. If shit as innocuous as that is something that's bad to you, then yes, I would say, yeah, there's some sort of bias there.
There's nothing freaking wrong with not wanting my children around people who are mentally ill. There's nothing wrong with that.
But no, there's plenty of cultures where men wear skirts.
Okay,
Also, there's
the
plenty
men
of
who wear
times in
skirts
American
in
history.
Scotland,
Please don't talk
they
over
don't
me. You
think
asked
that
not to.
they're
You asked me
women.
not to talk over you. So there's plenty of times in American history and in world history where men wear skirts and heels and makeup and wigs. And culturally, look at the founding fathers. They're all in wigs and white face and
You
heels
know why they were in
and
those
tights and all of that.
Do you
No,
know
for
why
sure.
they
I
were in
do
those
know why
wigs?
they wear white face. But what I'm
You know why
saying
they
is
were in those
culturally where we're at now,
Do you know why they were
everybody
in those
thinks
wigs?
that like you have to.
Do you know why they were in those wigs?
You have. I do.
Do you know why they were in those wigs?
I
Tell us
do.
why they were in those wigs, please.
They were in those wigs because of bugs and like vermin and nobody had fucking hair or teeth.
Oh, I see. So they weren't masquerading as women, is what you're telling me.
No, they weren't. But
No,
what
they
I'm
weren't
saying-
masquerading?
for sure. But that's the point. That's the point. Is
But
right
your,
now
your
we've
examples
defined.
that you're sharing are very facetious. A man in a kilt in Scotland does not believe that he's a woman. When Arabs walk around in tunics and those weird dress-looking things, they don't believe that they're a woman.
And what I'm asking is, what is the harm in somebody who is born with a penis deciding that they would rather wear dresses and be called a girl name?
On the surface, there's nothing that appears to be wrong with it. Now, when it becomes an issue is when they want to talk to my children and tell my children what's normal. You're welcome to live any way you want.
What's normal? That's it? Just saying what's normal? That's a problem?
This country.
Just leave the
Leave
kids
me
out of it.
alone.
Oh, boxes.
Oh, no, please.
Based on what genitals they're born with, that decides what clothing they need to wear.
You're being ridiculous, Sam. So I live in Oregon. Now, Oregon leads the country in mental illness. So, of course, they lead the country in transgender youth. And I see these mixed up kids all the time. Now, when I walk with my children, I remember the first man that I passed on the street with my daughter when she was about 9, I believe it was. This man who had a mini skirt on, and he had some stockings on and some heels and terrible makeup. And he walked by us, and my daughter's jaw just dropped, and she looked. And I told her, I said, honey, don't look. Let them live their life. As long as they're not bothering us, we don't bother them. Just leave them be. Just stay away. And that's my right. Now, when I go to my daughter's school, and if I were to see that same mentally confused person at my daughter's school attempting to talk to her about anything,
He's pivoting
I
all
got a
over the
fucking
place,
problem
bro.
with that. And
He's
anyone
pivoting
that gives
all
a
over
shit
the
about
place.
their parents does.
That's my right. Yeah, it's your right to be a transphobe, but
you have
it
no
makes you a
right
transphobe, yeah.
to push anyone or any of your views that conflict with our personal familial views onto us. Period. So just leave us the fuck alone. Go hang out with all the trannies you want. Have them read to your children.
For
and
sure.
have a
So
blast.
freedom has to go both ways,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I have
Like,
the freedom
Correct.
to be left the fuck alone by
and
people.
so do trans
You have
folks.
exact trans
Yeah.
what? Folks or phobes?
Trans folks, like people,
Okay.
trans
Yeah,
people.
absolutely they do.
Exactly. So, like,
Absolutely they
legislation
do.
to make sure that they don't get health care and they don't get rights is obviously
Okay, and see what we herein
dehumanizing.
lies the problem. Herein lies the problem. It goes beyond just the fact that we can't even agree on what a woman is. It goes to the fact that we don't agree on what healthcare is. My side does not believe allowing a child to cut off or alter their genitals or their breasts and take medicines, not medicines, chemicals that alter their natural growth, biological growth, irreparably. We do not consider that healthcare. You do, just like you consider abortion health care, despite the fact that the vast majority of them are elected. We don't consider that health care, just like we don't consider anyone that has.
Why isn't the audio coming through?
Conversation.
No, I'm
It's
good.
so fucking dumb. What is a woman? Anyone that can't say what a woman is, get fucking lost.
No, I'm asking you, what is a woman?
I'm not
Because
answering
you
it.
just
Answer it yourself and do it without using the word woman.
okay. So in my head, if there wasn't so much of a push between like defining what a man and a woman is, there wouldn't be as many trans people because there wouldn't be as many people fighting against what they're defined as. So culturally, if we decided that men can do anything and women can do anything and we can all do anything, and there's no like men have to do this and look like this and women have to do this and look like this, and that freedom goes both ways, then don't you think transness wouldn't really exist anymore?
No, and let me shock you real quick. I think that there are genuine transgender people who do need medical intervention. I think that real transgender people exist.
Why?
But I think why? Because
why do they need medical intervention?
I don't mean mental when I say medical. I'm saying, say these people who are born a little, their chromosomes are messed up. There are cases of people born with genitalia that doesn't necessarily match their chromosomes, stuff like that. Weird, unique situations that doctors who practice for 100 years rarely will never see most of the time. I acknowledge that they exist. But what I believe is happening today is that a lot of these young people who are showing signs of what I consider to be gender dysphoria, and by the way, I don't really give a shit about this issue. You ask my opinion. What I consider to be gender dysphoria, I think these are the same kids that would have been goth back in the day. I think they would have been cutters back in the day. They would have been punk rock in the 80s. These are kids without guidance. And now they're receiving guidance from the wrong people. And going
now
down
that they're not
path
cutters,
that
now
at times can
now it's
cause
bad,
irreparable harm.
Now that they're not cutters,
So
now it's bad.
It's not okay that they're wearing what they want, and like the fact that people get plastic surgery all the
If
time.
my son put a dress
I consider
on, I
that
would not allow
gender
that.
affirming care. I consider anybody who gets plastic surgery getting gender affirming care. They're making their body
can see
more
that
like
argument.
what. Yeah. So to me, it like freedom is freedom. Anybody can do with their body what they want.
So do you think
right?
a 12-year-old should be able to make a decision to alter their genitalia?
I'm not even kidding you. The statistics, there are
yes or no?
zero, like less than 1% of trans
so it does
youth
happen.
who are
So
getting
yes or no?
surgeries or
So
any.
it does happen. So yes or no?
It rarely happens. It's under
We don't
such...
need to argue and go down Google
It's
and
about
play that
1,000
game
a year.
about how many times it happens.
For sure, but
you,
there's also
you admit
people
that it
who
happens.
feed- I
so
do,
now
but
that
I
you
also
stipulate
admit
that
that
it
there's-
happens, do you think that's okay?
I think that parents have the right to raise their children just like people who decide that they want to feed their babies raw milk or not vaccinate them. That is their
All right, we're still. Oh wait, I forgot the ad. Justin's okay. My bad. All right, I got to reset the clock.
To their body.
children
Such
don't
as-
I requested up, but he
I'm
hasn't
asking you
accepted
a
it yet.
question. I'm asking you a question. You can try to answer it, not answer it, whatever.
I
but
am
this is where
answering it. You're just not listening.
Right. No. You're interrupting me and not letting me finish the question for one thing.
For sure. Okay,
So-
ask the question
okay.
again.
Do you think that someone under the age of 18 should be allowed to make a decision on their own to physically alter their body or take chemicals to hinder their natural biological growth? Yes or no?
I do not think that actually happens.
Oh my goodness, she's
because-
not going to
You know
answer the
what?
fucking question.
No, here's the thing. I muted you, Sam. You're muted. This shit gets so old. It
They're
gets
so
so
old.
old.
They all dance around questions.
Open, honest discourse. It's a yes or no question. So I'm going to say it one more time. I hope that you're not talking. You know what? Yeah, let's drop her. There's other people waiting in line. But thanks for playing, Sam. All right, let's see who's next. All right, Tom Foolery Show is next. I love that name, Tom Foolery. Tom Foolery, do me a favor. Be cool when you get in here. Open, honest discourse. Answer questions. We'll answer them back. And tell us where you're from and how old you are when you get in here, please.
Hey,
Tom
how's it
Foolery,
going?
hello.
My name's
Good, how
Tom.
are you?
I'm 36. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Cool. Right on, man. So what brings you on?
I was listening to the conversation, and I had some disagreements with some of the stuff that you were saying, but I will say that yes, like, no, I don't think that a child should be able to make the decision by themselves as to whether or not they get surgery.
Cool. See how easy that was?
But I do think that they
I
should
mean,
be able to
shit,
get surgery, and I do think that doctors and parents and other people involved should be able to make that decision with them. But yeah.
Fair enough. But you do concede that they shouldn't be able to make that decision on their own or against their parental wishes. Would you concede that?
It depends to an extent. I would say that, like, if there's parents who if there is a kid who, because the only time that like kids that are that young, it's like 1,000 a year. It's a small amount, but the only time that they ever are capable of getting it is when they have like a very, very deep distress that is causing them like to not be able to go to school, not be able to do their work, not be able to live a normal life. To that extent, if somebody's denying them healthcare, I would say that that's like akin to some child abuse at that point.
Can I say something real quick?
Of course you can.
It's just related to the topic. So when I was in high school, I wanted a tattoo, and I could not get a tattoo without parent consent, literally signature, like a waiver, because the tattoo was permanent. So what we're trying to say is it shouldn't be happening, because I literally have seen stories of people detransitioning who are mad that the doctor said, oh no, they need this. They didn't do evaluations. They just said, okay, you want this? Okay, well, let's do it. The one I watched yesterday, she said her parents were so upset, but they went along with it because it was the doctor's recommendation. Mm-hmm. And this girl is detransitioning back, and she's never going to be able to have kids. It's crazy. She said,
well, then obviously, they made the wrong decision in that case. It looks like, and
that's my thing about it too. Is
from most, not most, permanent. What I have heard, it is permanent. Yeah, we get it. And what I've heard from a lot of adult transgenders, and I've known transgenders long before this was ever a controversy. I was in Southern California, for God's sakes. I mean, you met transgenders 20 years ago if you had a social life.
Californian, born and raised, moved when I was 25 out of California.
I left California a little over 3 years ago. But what I'm saying is, even the ones that I know, and I know one now, they all agree that, hey, you can wait till you're 18. If it's legitimate, you can wait till you're an adult, because it's a big decision to medically transition. So I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting until people are adults to make that decision, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that like a tattoo,
especially when you factor in the regret rate.
Yeah, well, so I was about to say the tattoo's obviously a little bit different because we don't have like mental illnesses that are attached to that sort of thing. But when it comes to like the fact that they can't have kids, these are horrible circumstances, especially when this happens at a young age. It's something that it's got to be like a horribly traumatizing scenario that causes long-term trauma for these people. But it's also like it is a very small percentage of them. You said when we take into consider the regret rate, the largest study that I've seen that we have on this is meta-analysis and systemic analysis that says that it's about 1% of people who go through these surgeries end up with a regret rate. And so it seems like this is even smaller than most cosmetic surgeries.
Let me make sure I heard you correctly. You're saying that your source says that less than 1% of people who go through the medical transition regret. Yes. 1%.
Yes, and this is the largest study that we have on this as well. I can reference you.
I'm just going to go with because that sounds ludicrous to me. Just being honest with you.
Okay. But yeah, for anybody else who's like wanting to know where
I'm putting in Google.
But if I could tell people, just real quick what it is that I'm sourcing, it's a study that's on PubMed, and it says regret after gender affirming care surgery, a systemic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. And it comes to the conclusion that it's about 1%, which they also ran that against any other sorts of medically necessary surgeries and cosmetic surgeries that are elective. And it still ended up being way lower than pretty much any other type of surgery regret rate.
So I'm seeing this study that you are talking about, and I am seeing that it has a 1% regret rate, but I'm also seeing them acknowledge that, and to quote, that I'm not saying they're saying this, but I'm seeing this on Google. There's other studies that show 14.4% regret rate. So I don't know what's right. Maybe your study's right. I don't know.
That's why I'm saying this is the largest one.
I want to do what's best for everyone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
interrupt.
This is
the JAMA. That's the study, right?
Yes, it's just the largest one that we have because it's about 8,000, and that like to find 8,000 trans people in the first place is really hard. But when even 14% is still a low number as far as like cosmetic and elective surgeries go, because I think lots of these things end up somewhere around like 30%. And so it is still fairly low, but 14%, if we're talking about something this serious at young ages, obviously that would be like a lot more worrying. It's just as far as the largest study that we have for meta and systemic analysis goes, it does seem to come to the conclusion
if the
it's
study's
1%.
right, if it's true, that's profound. If there's truth that there's less than a 1% regret rate, that is absolutely profound. Now, that doesn't change my personal stance that I don't think anyone under 18 should be medically transitioning, because what's wrong with waiting? As long as I see nothing wrong with waiting until they're 18.
These comments are crazy.
Even with a 1% regret rate, just being honest.
Well, the medical difference for these people is drastically different. If they the highest rate of unaliving, I think is what we're supposed to say on here. The like, it goes
self-unaliving.
Yeah, it goes to trans people after that are post-pubescent, and that the like once they actually start going through puberty is when most of the problems start. And so if we're looking at even just like, I think the majority of the time, if they're going to give them any sort of medical treatment, it's normally going to be just puberty blockers, and that has to be at less than 4 years, because anything over 4 years is going to have some sort of permanent can have some more permanent damages afterwards. But once they get to the 4-year part, now they have to decide whether or not they're going to give them something, like a hormone treatment after that.
So,
because
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing your case. I'm listening to you, and you're making a very compelling case for transgender treatment. You're making a very compelling case. Okay.
Also, may I interject for 1 second?
Go ahead.
Tom, you are being very respectful, and this is the type of conversation that I like to engage in. Talking over people, saying you're right, and laughing and mocking and putting words in mouth. That's so disrespectful, and it's like, where did human decency go? And that's my thing.
Door.
So I appreciate that, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. Tom's a nice guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Tom, look, here's what I wanted to counter with real quickly. So we obviously know that the self-unaliving rate for transgenders is disproportionately high. And I went ahead and I typed in Google, just for fairness, the word for self-unaliving, that word, the rate, percentage, transgender post-surgery. Now, I'm going to tell you what the AI overview tells me, that transgender individuals, their words, transgender individuals, I'll give you the whole damn thing. A recent study using data from 56 United States healthcare organizations found that transgender individuals who had undergone gender-affirming surgery had a 12-fold, Google AI is saying this, higher attempt risk compared to those who had not. So here's the thing. Let's just stop right there. How can that be true and your 1% be true as well? Because if something has a 1% regret rate, then you wouldn't think that they would have a 12-fold increase in attempts to unalive themselves. So either Google AI is right or your study is right. Someone is lying, or someone is misrepresenting what regret means. Because if you have they're showing 3.47% versus 0.29% of the attempts, so 12-fold, post-op, your 1% regret rate just doesn't hold up, brother. I mean, what do you say to that? Feel free to Google yourself. The Sue word, rate, percentage, transgender, post-surgery, and look at the AI overview. 12-fold. How does that compute with your study that shows a 1% regret rate? Please answer.
Every study that I've seen outside of one, which was a Swedish study that the people who conducted the study came back and said that they disavowed it and that they didn't stand by it anymore. Every other study that I've seen says that there's at least a 12% lower rate of unaliving. So I would have to see what this is, because
honest
that's
question. You're telling me the opposite of what Google AI overview is telling me. So honest question. I'm sorry, this sounds facetious. Do you think that you, and you're looking at the studies that you've looked at, that you know better than Google AI what the studies say? Because you're literally saying the opposite of what Google AI is saying. So if you're smarter than Google AI, damn, bro.
Well, generally, yes. Like Google AI has been fairly unreliable in a lot of ways. Even here, when I read what Google AI says, it starts off by saying some studies suggest that the people who underwent gender-affirming surgeries may have higher unaliving rates. Research from Sweden
Did you type
reported.
in the same thing I typed in?
I just replied.
You didn't.
I'm not sure, but it literally, the next thing says, research from Sweden reported considerably higher risks, which is what I said. The only one that I know of is from Sweden, and I know that the authors don't stand by that one, but the other ones do all seem to say the opposite. So I'm not sure if Google AI takes that into consideration when studies are still posted and left up.
Google's not a right-wing organization.
No,
It's
known
for helping out.
I don't think it has a. No, I don't think it has a political bias. I'm saying that.
With all respect, I'm sure that they take more into consideration than you have.
But it gives you
do this for a living.
It gives you the sources, and so I'm saying that if you look at the sources, because I do this for a living. Often when I go in and I look at these numbers, they're
you work on transgender issues and studies for a living.
No. Sorry, I do like debate politics and use studies and crap like that. And I'm saying that okay. I thought that you were stating that. Sorry, you were asking a question. I got you what you're saying. Okay. So I'm saying that. For these sorts of things, lots of times we'll go to the Google AI and it'll tell me something, and then we'll click on the source, and the source literally says the opposite of what Google AI said. And so it's times where it's not a bias; it just tends to get its words mixed up sometimes.
Okay, well, I'm willing to maybe when I have some time go further down the rabbit hole, because the bottom line is, if your study is right, well, then that's quite the case that you're making. It's a compelling case. But if Google AI is right, well, then your case is blown out of the water. I'm open to evidence. I want what's best for everyone. If you can prove to me that having transgenders in the military makes the military a better fighting force, because that's their job, to win wars. If having transgenders makes the military a better fighting force, then I want them in the military. If removing them makes the military a better fighting force, then I want them out. I'm practical. And if transgenders do better in life, have less symptoms of mental illness, have better lives, lead better lives post-surgery, then I'm all for that. Can't be clear enough.
Yeah, generally I'm going to go where the data leads as well. If people were worse off after surgeries, I'm not going to be in favor of them getting surgeries that's going to make them worse off either, yeah.
And I'm just throwing out that there's a possibility. I haven't done the studies you've done. I haven't gone down the rabbit holes you've done. You've obviously looked at studies. This is an issue for you that you care to research. And like I said, you make a compelling case. And if you're right, then you're right. Then the right wing perhaps should change its views on it if the evidence truly shows. But I come from a time. How old are you again?
36.
36. Okay, so I'm 47. And I can remember being in the third grade, whatever fucking year that was, 85 or 6, I don't know. And I can remember my teacher telling us that we had 20 years of oil left. 20 years of oil. And that scared the shit out of me, because I was probably a more aware and intelligent third grader than everyone else. And I knew how important oil was to the fucking world. And if we ran out of oil, holy fucking shit, end of times. Well, we all know what happened there. And years before that, these climate scientists were showing us studies and telling us on CBS, on ABC, and National Geographic that we're 20 years away from a fucking ice age. And then they turned around in the late 80s and went from ice age to no, global warming. So I don't know what the fuck to believe. And after COVID, who believes anything anymore? They lied to our fucking face on national TV over and over and over, got caught lying, continue lying. I understand how people fall prey to conspiracy theories and false data nowadays. How can they not? That's all I'm saying. But like I said, if you're right, man, you're right.
Well, I mean, I don't agree on the COVID part.
I'm sorry, we haven't said hi to MAGA person who I brought in, MAGA Vegeta, who was kind enough to mute their microphone. Hey, MAGA Vegeta, say hi sometime. Jump in here.
I was just waiting for a perfect time. I didn't want to interrupt.
Cool.
My name is Dave, and I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. 36 years old.
Vegas. So, are you noticing a drop in tourism?
Not really. No.
Okay. I've been going to Vegas since '84. My parents used to drag me to Circus every fucking year. And then when I got my fake ID, I started going to Vegas when I was 18. And for the last 20 years, I went to Vegas about 8 times a year for the last 20 years. And I'm over Vegas. That city, the casinos are just raking us over the coals. I'm not going to play the game anymore. Everybody's got a resort fee. I used to get free rooms, and even free rooms on top tier layer levels are paying resort fees now. It's just, and they've had record profits year in and year out since COVID. I'm over it. And the food's all shit anymore. Man, I love Vegas, but I just feel taken advantage of. And I think a lot of other tourists do as well.
Yeah, trust me, it's pretty crappy. I live here and I'm trying to get out. So
yeah, and I've noticed the decline as well.
I do have something for you to look up there, host.
Yeah, what's up?
So you understand how I've been listening for a little bit, and I listened to your point of view of, it's too early, wait till they're 18 to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and look up Dolphin Dave for me. Because there's a guy that's transitioning to a dolphin.
I'm not putting that in my search history.
Bro, it's getting that ridiculous, homie.
Here's the thing. Just being honest, it is kind of funny. I can remember when the debate over gay marriage was happening under Bush, number 2, Bush Jr., and I can remember all the Democrats and all the Republicans saying, the Bible thumpers saying, this is a slippery slope. If we legalize gay marriage, people will be doing this, people will be doing that. And we said, oh, get out of here. That's not going to happen. Well, fuck me if the Bible thumpers weren't right. Here we are fucking 16, 17 years later, and people don't even know what gender they are. And I'm not talking about, don't attack me, Tom. Again, I believe in genuine transgenders. I believe they exist, but I think I told you earlier that I believe a lot of these kids are just confused and lacking guidance. They would have been cutters, they would have been goth, they would have been punk rockers in the 80s. They would have been whatever the counterculture thing was.
Hey,
now
ease up.
They're
I was
just jumping on the
kid,
transgender wagon.
Calm down on that
one. On which one?
I say calm down on that punk rocker, because I was one of those punk kids too.
I'm not knocking punk rocker. I'm not knocking punk rocker, but I'm saying, a lot of counterculture movements tend to come from kids, tend to be filled with kids that don't have parental guidance. Now, punk rock, probably not as much. Probably a lot of kids from a lot of good homes, just being honest.
Right.
But cutters, goth kids, I've been to their fucking homes. I grew up with cutters and goth kids, and they don't have happy homes. They don't have Ozzy and Harriet. They're cutters and goth kids for a reason. And just like right now, I need to be careful here. Okay, right now, there is a beautiful young lady in my child's class who is being picked on by her classmates and being called trans. She presents masculine. She looks like a boy. It gets uncomfortable when I'll get to that part. So long story short, my daughter has been nothing but friendly to her. And the parent approached me about a year ago and said, hey,
he was harassing underage adolescent humpback whales.
And your daughter's just been nothing but kind. I was like, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I raised my daughter to be kind. And I didn't ask no questions. None of my motherfucking business. Well, I got to know this guy. I let the kid come over and everything else. And I'm just going to cut to the chase. This girl is not trans. She's tomboyish.
Yeah.
And she comes from a very fucked up situation, and just it's so predictable is my point. I work with a lot of kids. I spend time with a lot of kids, and within hours, I know who comes from good homes and I know who doesn't. I know who's going to be pregnant as a teenager. I know who's going to be a felon. I know who's going to have a good life and who's not. It's so fucking obvious. And the common denominator every time is a shitty home. Every time.
Yep.
Yeah, but this is why I was saying earlier, like people like that. I do agree that, like, to some extent, there's a lot of people who are willing to kind of jump on the bandwagon because it's somewhat of a cool thing to do, to where they might be just a little bit of a tomboy, but they're willing to call themselves like trans mask or something like that. But those are the people who are just very, very unlikely to get any sort of like medication prescribed to them, because currently we have about, I think, 1,000 a year who get any sort of like surgical transitioning, and that's out of 72 million minors in the country. The 1,000 are getting some sort of
exactly. It's kind of like third trimester elective abortions. It's such a minimal issue, but it's an issue. Look at us, we're all talking about it. You know, we're all talking about it. And being honest, man, your side didn't help itself. Kamala getting on a fucking stage with a 6'3" transgender who may be legitimate transgender, but I assume isn't. I assume they're just a fucking freak. And by the way, there's nothing wrong. Whatever happened to just good old fashioned cross dressing? I mean, some people just like to fucking cross dress. They didn't used to go around and say, "I'm a woman. You must call me a woman." No, you're just a freak, homie, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's like, my whole argument with that is like they want us to call them by their pronouns or call them by blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so, I don't run down the street butt naked saying you guys have to think of me as the streaker. I don't like say you. I don't.
You would be the streaker though at that point.
You would be.
Yeah, you would be the streaker.
But I don't need the validation. I know what I am.
Yeah, that's my thing too. It's like I'm not going to pretend that you're a woman when you're not.
For the record, I've known 3 transgenders in my life that I've known. I've conversated with them. One I consider almost a friend. And all 3 of them.
Gene, that's a lie. I know someone personally who has had a third trimester abortion electively.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Okay.
You know what?
So, Gene,
I am a man.
Don't pay attention to the comments. That is disgusting. Someone that would have an elective third trimester abortion. That's Dr. Mengele shit. And what I know factually, that 20 years ago, there was less than 8 doctors in the entire United States of America who would perform a third trimester elective abortion. 8 in the whole country. And they would travel around, licensed in different states, just slaughtering babies. I mean, and the medical profession shunned them, for the record. No, even abortion doctors who perform abortions, whatever, they don't do third trimester elective abortions. It's repugnant. And you can't even find diehard abortion lovers that agree to that usually. Nobody agrees on that shit. It's foul.
Oh no, there is one, and he was running for vice president.
Timmy? Tampon Tim?
Yeah,
Tampon Tim.
Yeah. And I don't believe he believes that in his heart, but he knows that a good portion of the money that the Democratic Party raises is on abortion. Just like with the GOP, it's the Second Amendment. For the Dems, it's abortion. They've controlled Congress most of the last 100 fucking years, and the White House. Should just talk since Roe v. Wade in 73, but they could have codified abortion any fucking time. They didn't do it because they needed to raise money on it nonstop. Every fucking lawyer on the planet who was sane knew damn well it wasn't a question of if Roe versus Wade was ever going to get overturned. It was just a question of when, because they yanked it out of thin air, conjured it out of thin air. Look, there's a right to abortion in the Constitution. No shit. Where's that? Right here, equal protection clause. It's a protection to abortion's in the Constitution. Yeah.
Well, they ended up doing under privacy, whereas if they had done it under equal protection, it might have made sense. But they ended up doing under privacy instead. But I'll agree as well that people on the left side, it's kind of annoying.
In the Constitution, period.
It's the people on the left side, they're kind of annoying, where lots of times we'll bring up like elective abortions that happen in the third trimester, and instead of them ever saying,
And
yes,
it's
that should
rare.
be against the law, that's all they say is they say it's rare. That's rare. It never happens. It barely ever happens. It's like, right, but that's wrong, right? Like we all agree that's wrong. Oh, it never happens. Nobody ever does it, but it does happen. Like, and
Civilized human
it's
beings
also
agree that it's wrong.
yeah, it's also true that like it's rare that somebody unalives another person. That's a very rare thing. Yet we still like take the time to make it against the law anyway. So it doesn't matter how rare it is. Like we would still generally make these things against the law in the even if they do happen.
Yeah, that's a bad look when the Democrats got put on the third trimester, had that question put before them back in the day, and they voted to keep that shit legal. And again, it's only legal in some states, and it just doesn't happen. But yeah, it should be legal. It's terrible. So, what do you guys think is the biggest threat to America right now?
Democracy.
How is democracy a threat? I asked, what is the biggest threat to America?
Yeah, that's the biggest threat, democracy. Because right now we're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Well, that's the constitutional republic is a democracy. That's a type of democracy.
Democratic republic, guys. Democratic republic.
Well, it's a constitutional republic,
Actually,
but
we are
a constitutional
republic.
Yeah, we are a constitutional republic, but a constitutional republic means that we have a constitution that dictates how it is that we get representatives. The republic is that representatives are there to represent the people on their behalf. How do we get those representatives? Through voting for them. So that is a type of, like, a republic is a type of democracy, where instead of you just voting for every single law yourselves, you vote on representatives to go vote for you. That's what a republic is. So republics are a type of democracy.
And direct democracy, which is what a lot of left-leaning people want to lean to, like California, for example, where they have a ballot to add to, or a prop to add to the Constitution every fucking 2 years. That shit doesn't work very well because people are fickle and fall for a lot of demagoguery. I much more prefer a republic over a fucking democracy.
Same here.
Yeah. So there's some truth to that, dude, especially when you look at the electorate. I mean, there are a vast majority of the electorate is so ignorant, so uneducated. They fall for so much shit. And, think about the dumbest person you've ever known on this planet, or in the United States of America. That motherfucker's vote is equal to the smartest American you've ever known. They have an equal say on who gets elected. Personally, I think you should have to be 25 to vote, and amongst a few other things. I mean, looking at TikTok, for example, every young person that has strapped on their testicles, come on here as a guest, has not lasted. They're incapable of civil discourse. They're incapable of basic logic. They're fools. And that's, historically speaking, always been the case with young people. I think we should remove them from the electorate.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think currently it seems like one of the most important issues to a lot of people is whether or not the Epstein files get released, and the Republicans kind of blocking this over and over.
Issue?
Well, not my number one issue, but I know that this is this is
yeah, and that's rooted in Trump hate. Let's be honest, it's rooted in Trump hate. So much of
Trump hate. The people who voted for Trump were the ones who were worried about this.
There's definitely a lot of people on the Trump side that are running their mouth about Epstein. But right now, it's the left that's the most vocal about, he's got something to hide, the Epstein files, et cetera, and so on. It's definitely left. I don't give a shit. None of the fucking people I know on the right give a shit. I'd like to know the truth. I'd like to see the file released. But you know what? The motherfuckers have had it for months now, just like the JFK file, the MLK file. I don't trust anything they do release at this point. Nothing.
Well, see, here's the thing, and then I believe this. I want to see if you do.
Okay.
Everyone's playing checkers. Trump's playing chess. So now who is calling for the Epstein files to be released? Oh, all Democrats.
Well, the Democrats already released tons of stuff, though. They released the flight logs that showed that. What do you mean they have not?
Had to release it.
Wait, yes, that's what I'm saying. Biden Biden did release tons of stuff in the Epstein files, and that did
But he
release
didn't
things like
release
Donald
the
Trump's
client
name on the. Well, there is
We
no
don't
client
even know that the
list.
client list is a
Yeah,
real thing.
there's no
We
reason to
don't
believe
know
in
that
the
that's a
client
real
list.
thing. I feel like more than likely that's something that got going in social media, in the media, and it just started. It was like a game of telephone. There's a client list. There's a client list. There's a client list. Well, where the fuck is it? And why wouldn't Ghislaine Maxwell give it up in the first place to avoid prison? Get the fuck
Correct.
out of here.
Exactly.
I mean, if she truly.
So then what's everyone want released then? That's what I want to know.
Something
They
that
want
probably doesn't
information.
exist.
No, so they want information about like everything that was going on. So if you go read like the testimonies from all of the victims, that a lot of what they were talking about is the fact that they were brought in to initially give like massages and crap like that, but eventually were just introduced to Epstein's friends. And there's like lawsuits that like include Epstein's friends that they were introduced to at parties.
And the
that
only
would
friend that we know factually engaged in any, improprieties is that Prince Andrew.
Right.
I mean, even the girl in the famous picture with Bill Clinton giving him a massage was like, no, I didn't do anything with it.
Right. Well, then there's
Yeah,
also
it's just spun out of control.
There's other people, and this is not like an attack, but this is just the only other thing that we know of is the obviously the fact that there was a lawsuit in 2016 before Epstein was a big name and everybody knew who he was. There was a lawsuit that named Donald Trump and Epstein together at a party, and the person who was the recruiter, who was the Ghislaine Maxwell of the time, she was also one of the people testifying that Donald Trump and Epstein had like taken this girl and that they had done some horrible things to her. And so but she had gotten a bunch of like bomb threats and threats to her life to where she literally just disappeared and never followed through with the lawsuit. And so a lot of people are wondering if something like that is in there. There's but yeah, it seems like most of the information has already been
for the record.
Sure, yeah.
I just don't believe.
If that was in there, it would have been released instead of them trying to kill him at his rally.
No, not necessarily.
They were careful.
Yes.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Well, the two things. I mean, not necessarily. One, the Democrats seem to be very careful with not releasing any information about victims that they don't want released. And so if this person is getting threatened and they don't want stuff about Trump being released to where that would make it to where this person was threatened more, then they wouldn't release that. But on top of that, I don't know where you got it that the Democrats had anything to do with unaliving Trump at any point.
Well, they certainly provided the rhetoric and the groundwork for crazy people to attempt to unalive him. That's beyond dispute. When you go around saying that he's worse than Hitler and that it's the end of the world and that all other freedoms and people are going to end up in unaliving camps. I mean, here's the thing. If I
Who said he was worse than Hitler?
In my heart, a lot of people on the left said
on the
that.
left.
Now, with that said, if I believe,
look at the comments.
Heart, I don't look at the comments. These people don't have the balls.
I'm thinking about like Democrats, though. I'm thinking about like politicians. I don't think the DNC or Democrat politicians said anything like
this. A
this.
lot of politicians have said awful things, comparing him to authoritarians and to Hitler and whatnot, and saying he's a fascist, supporting these movements that say that. They told.
Well, yeah, I agree with all of that.
The devil. Now, here's the thing. Well, then you should go try to unalive him, quite frankly. If you really believe that he's worse than Hitler, at any moment now he's going to start mass genociding American citizens.
Not that he's worse
then
than
you should
him.
do something about it, because let me finish. That's the thing. If these people believe their insanity, I know for a fact, I'm obviously not white. If I believe that me and my family were in danger of fascism and being unalive, like some of these psychos on the left believe, I would pick up my rifle and do something about it. All day long. I'm not gonna stand by and allow that to happen. But that's not true. It's not reality. But they've painted this false reality for these crazy people to go out and attempt to unalive him, is what I'm saying. They absolutely 100% have those attempts on their hands. The entire left-wing media and the Democratic Party absolutely have that on their hands.
I mean, I've had this conversation a number of times, and I've asked people where they have evidence of them comparing him to Hitler or saying that he's worse than him or anything like that. I've just never seen any evidence of this. I don't.
But you're not looking for it.
Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh, are you out of here?
Oh,
have a wonderful night.
See ya.
Oh, I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, you weren't talking to us. Look, if you're not seeing it, you're willfully not looking.
I'm
for
saying
it.
no.
Do you
That's
ever
not what I
watch
said.
MSNBC?
Yes, I was saying that I've had a bunch of debates where
And you
other
don't,
people
you
were
don't
making
saw,
that
you
claim,
never saw any
and
of the rhetoric?
they also didn't have the evidence of this either. The other people, every time I've seen people make the claims, I have seen
What
them
do you
say
want me to
things.
do? Would you like me to turn my screen around, pull up YouTube videos?
Well,
I
I
mean,
want
do your
let
own
me
homework.
let me
Go down
let
the
me
rabbit hole.
let me
You
make
can
some
go on
caveats real quick.
X.
Let me make some caveats real quick. I'm saying that I know that there were times where they said Donald Trump said something similar to Schindler, where he almost quoted him verbatim or used rhetoric similar to him, that they said that he was using like that he had a thing with it in one of his campaign commercials, calling them his movement, the New Reich. That they said that the immigrants were poisoning the blood of our nation. Like there were things like this where they said, yeah, he's like repeating Hitler like rhetoric, but I think that that's just
He
accurate.
did not
That it
say
is.
that. Let's see the video.
He said,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
he did say these things.
No, he didn't. He said in his campaign video, "We're gonna make a new party, the Patriot Party," or something like that. That was a long time
That's
ago.
a totally different one. That's totally different. There's
Let's see the video. Can you show us, please?
Yeah, his campaign literally admitted that they put this out and then apologized for it.
I'll say this: even Democrats agree that extreme media rhetoric contributed. If you look at the polls after his latest or second assassination attempt from NBC of all places, they asked, "Do you think that media rhetoric played a role in this?" And what I'm seeing is 54%. 54% of the country isn't Democrats. So we got at least 4% of Democrats that even concede that it did. So a lot of people believe it. And I believe it. And I would recommend to anybody listening right now a book that was, I think it's like 25 or 30 years old, written by a CBS reporter named Bernard Goldberg. The name of the book is Bias, B-I-A-S. And each chapter and verses in this book, how the media manipulates a left-wing narrative. And they continue to do it today. Anyone that would believe anything they see on CNN, PMSNBC, or even ABC, CBS, and regular NBC, I mean, you're just doing yourself a disservice. If it's about politics, don't believe it. That's how far it's gone at this point.
Future. We don't believe or trust NBC.
I mean, none of them.
That's crazy.
None of them. It's awful. And this is nothing new, by the way.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that our media created the Spanish-American War out of thin fucking air 130 years ago. Just out of thin air. Said, you know what? That Navy ship that exploded, Spain did that.
How about the executive order?
Next thing you know, we're going to war all around the world thanks to our fucking media lying.
Yep. And you know what? How about the executive order where Obama put in where it's legal for the media to feed us propaganda?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I mean, I know what the Biden administration did with the media. But persuaded them to censor the truth.
Well, it's been going on for a lot longer than Trump. But what I'm saying is we've been fed so many lies that you literally have to dig to try and find the truth.
And most people don't have time for it. Most people don't spend an hour, 2-3 hours on fucking TikTok like we are right now, wasting time. Most people work. They don't have time to go down the internet rabbit hole and find out who's lying to them and not. You have so many people.
I spent years going over this stuff. I don't have examples of it. Every time I've gone through it, you can look up. I just found numerous articles talking about the Trump ad that said that they were the new unified right.
I'm going to be honest.
I want to see him say
if we're back on the
I don't know how to send it to you.
I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole and start trying to convince myself that it's good. I did a basic search. Google AI literally refutes opposite of what you say you've learned through studies. I'm good. Now, if we were in person and we were having a few beers and you wanted to break out some paperwork and say, these are the studies, this is what they do, I'd give you 30 minutes to try to make your case, but I'm not going to do your work for you. I mean, you didn't make your case tonight. When I Google and it just immediately comes back that it's a 12-fold higher self-unaliving attempt after gender-affirming surgery, I'm done searching.
Yeah, Grok literally says the opposite, though.
I'm done.
Grok literally says the Grok, if you use Grok AI, it literally says the exact opposite. If you
Well,
use
you know what? I'll go to Grok.
ChatGPT, it says the opposite. So that's why, like,
I used to
would,
Google, and I'm not, and you're the one trying to convince me. I'm not trying to convince myself. Here, let's ask Grok. So, hey Grok, do suicide attempts increase? No, that's not worded correctly. Do transgenders have higher, the word, attempts after gender affirming surgery than before versus before? And what does it take them? About 2-3 minutes to answer usually? So here's my question. Do transgenders have higher, that word, attempts after gender affirming surgery versus before? We'll see what Grok says.
yeah, I put in
Have some
something
fun.
both a bit more general or neutral for mine. It just put unaliving
I don't think
attempts
there's
for
anything
trans
wrong with what
people
I
after
asked.
surgery. No, I'm not saying there's
You
anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that that's what I searched.
I'm letting someone else in here. I can't see their name that well. I think it's Betty or something like that. I think they're on dial-up.
Fetsy. Yeah, Fetsy.
Taking a minute. Oh, hi. Fetty, are you here? Or was that Tom saying that? I don't know. It looks
Yeah,
like
it says I said Fetsy. That's the name of the person who just got pulled in.
Gotcha. Thank you.
They're muted. I'm not sure if they know that they're still muted.
But see, I'm showing that they're not even connecting, actually.
So yeah, when I look up through Grok, it says the first one, 2021 study from using the 2015 U.S. Trans Survey found that transgender individuals who underwent gender-affirming surgery had a 44% reduction in past year unaliving ideation under the lower odds of the past year. Then 2023 review noted that while some studies report no unaliving attempts post-surgery in patients with gender dysphoria, others say they found a higher risk of attempts compared to the age and sex matched controls.
Interesting. Interesting how Google and Grok can be so far apart.
Yeah, well, Grok gives like
I
a
don't
bit
know.
more detail, but yeah, the one like Google generally gives like a rundown of what happens and then just links the source to you so that you just click on the source and read it afterwards. But it's they've had some studies showing that it's got some problems with summarization.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I put a lot of faith in Google. I put more faith in them than I do Grok. But
I think they're going to be
we'll
better in
see.
the future. They're working on it. They're going to be good.
Why is this such a near and dear issue to you? Do you have someone close to you that's transgender?
No, just the fact that I talk about politics a lot and I do a lot of debates. This is a topic that comes up fairly often, and so it's just.
So you don't have any like personal connection to any transgender people?
Well, I met more trans people after starting to do this, and yeah, I've had a number of trans people who are like mods on my channel and who come on my channel fairly often. But
Interesting. So I think I was starting to say earlier, I've gotten to know 3 trans people in my life. One of them was genuinely sweet as can be, crazy as all fucking get out, loco as fuck. Spent 16 hours a day on a sidewalk, just saying hi to anybody that walked by, and never harmed anyone, never bothered anyone, never sat around like doing drugs or anything like that. Their name was Shauna. I called them Shauna. They were very nice. They were in my neighborhood, but they were a crazy person, like de facto. I never got to the bottom of whether or not they were homeless or not, because they were always clean. But 7 days a week for 5 fucking years, they were on that corner by a Ferrari dealership, by the way, 16 hours a fucking day. So that was the first transgender I ever knew. Second one was a 6'3", very interesting person who was a Republican. And their big deal was guns, the Second Amendment. And they went to GOP functions, and I mean, they looked like a 6'3" man in a fucking dress. They had no gender affirming surgery. They looked like a 6'3" man in a fucking dress, and they weirded me out. The last one I met was in the workplace. Had the bait and tackle blow, had the boobies up top, and is cool as fuck. Cool as fuck. One of the guys is, I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious, one of the guys, and prefers women. And my impression of her, and I respect her like that, but my true impression of her is that she's just a freak. There's no other way around. She's just a freak, and decided to get some bolt-on titties and live as a woman. So I mean, the three that I've met, they're not good. Is what I'm saying. Not good examples at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally most of the people that I've met have had a number of issues, and the idea is that they do have some sort of mental illness that gives them a lot of distress, and you would expect a lot of like other complications to come from that as well, socially especially. So that's not a way to excuse it by any way.
On the way that other people are treating them?
That's not a way of excusing it by any way, because I think even if you have a mental illness, you're still responsible for your actions, and so there's still got to be like accountability there. It's that if you're drawing a correlation to this, there has to be a causation.
I guess I'm a little more liberal than you are, because I've dealt with a lot of mentally ill people. And there's a lot that I can forgive, because you're either crazy or you're not. My best friend is manic depressive bipolar, and I've been friends with him for almost 40 years. And he's had 4 or 5 episodes in the 40 years that I've been around for every fucking one of them. And he is not sane when he has an episode. He's just not sane. Mm-hmm. And I don't hold him responsible for his actions, because he's not sane.
Well, I'm not saying these people are insane, though. That's a very different thing to say that their brain isn't working properly versus they have like a lot of distress that causes them some social issues.
I think that all 3 of the people that I met that are trans, just to be clear, I think that all 3 of them that I met are suffering from mental illness. Be that gender dysphoria, be whatever it is, they are suffering from mental illness. All 3 of them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that the mental illness is not the like. It's not to like
You're
make
saying
it
it's
to
a
where
symptom,
they're
not a cause, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, I'm saying that like if you have so the dysphoria means that they're having a lot of.
You can create a mental illness in people.
No, well, not exactly. That's a little bit it's a little bit too simple, but I would say that when we're talking about dysphoria is like amount of like stress that you have from an issue to where you're in a mental illness means that you have like social problems, like you're not capable of working a job, you're not capable of engaging in like normal relationships with friends and family and going to parties and having a normal functional life.
I think there's levels to mental illness. My friend who I just talked about was one of the greatest salesmen in the world for many, many years. He managed his mental illness well. He was normal. There's levels to it.
Sure, but that is the managing, though. That's the point, though, is that the managing is normally the thing that they have to do, whereas people who don't have a mental illness don't have something to manage. They just do well going to social functions because they don't have a problem in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just, like I said, I'm open to your argument, and at the end of the day, I am receptive to what's best for the majority of people and what's best for people in general and the individual. I just want what's best. So like I said, if your study is right, well, that changes things. Mm-hmm. But it actually doesn't change anything for me. It doesn't change a damn thing for me, because I'm talking about people under 18. Even with your study being, if it's accurate and correct, it changes nothing for me regarding people under 18. They can wait until they turn 18.
So you're saying if they have higher rates of unaliving, if they don't do it close enough to puberty, to where the puberty is what causes the distress, and that they're less likely to be like passing or anything the longer they've gone through the post-pubescent process, that this is going to cause more distress and make it more likely that they would unalive, that changes nothing.
Just like the left wing is willing to roll the dice on 10 million unvetted people into this country, say, hey, yeah, some of them are going to be, unalivers and whatnot, let them in. I'm willing to roll
I
the
don't
dice
think
on
the
people
left
under
was.
18 and make
I don't
them
think the left was willing to.
They were
left their
willing. They
borders
did
open.
roll the dice. They did do it.
They did it.
Not on 10 million.
Yeah, they did it. Yes, on 10 million.
You said 10 million.
Yes.
You said 10 million
Yes, they opened the border
unvetted.
and 10 million people poured into this country
Yeah,
under Joe
they
Biden.
are
Yes.
all unvetted.
Okay.
They were let
Okay.
in.
So
Yes, 10
just to
million.
be clear, according to the Republican-led committee on this, it was 1.7 million in total, and they
4
believe
years?
that yes, in
I don't
4
believe that.
years. Look up
I
the
don't believe
Biden
that.
bust. It is a Republican committee who did this on Homeland Security, and they came to the conclusion it was 1.7 million. That is the official number. That's what Homeland Security has put out. That's what.
7 million too many.
I
What do you mean you don't believe it? Where are you getting 10 million from then?
I mean, what
Where
part
did you get?
of my English do you not understand?
Where did you get
Because
10
it was
million
4
from?
years of open borders and literally
It wasn't. There was never open
thousands and
borders.
thousands and thousands coming through every single day.
There was never open borders. It never existed. The people who outside of the
Are you
one.
out of your fucking mind? Where do you live?
I'm telling you that there
You
is
live?
no source
Where do you live?
anywhere.
Where do you
I live in
live?
Georgia.
Oh,
Have you ever been to Mexico?
crazy.
No.
Have you ever been to Mexico? It's yes or no.
Have you ever been
I
to
said
any
no.
of the borders?
No. Okay, I lived on the Mexican border for 25 fucking years, and I've been going to Mexico since 1979. I saw the Mexican border in California before 1994 when there was no wall. I watched 15,000 fucking people a day walk across that border before there was a wall. I watched that become the most secure part of the U.S. border in 1994, lasting until Joe Biden, when something that people in San Diego hadn't fucking seen since before 94 was illegal storming across our border. The borders were open. That's not up for
Wide
fucking
open.
debate. You were allowed to show up at the fucking border and say, hi, I seek refugee status. And they give you a fucking slip of paper and let you fucking go and say, see you in court in 6 fucking years.
Wait,
That's
refugees-
an open fucking border.
Refugees
Fuck
get
those
vetted,
fucking
though.
so-called refugees. They're liars. Have you ever been to a fucking Latin American country? Yes or no?
Wait, these are different. That's a different
Yes or
topic than
no?
what I was talking
Yes
about,
or
though.
no?
That's
Yes
totally
or
unrelated
no?
to what I said.
Yes
Yeah.
or no?
You're
Yes
on
or
a
no, or
different
I'm gonna
topic than
disconnect you.
any. Disconnect
Have
me
you
then.
ever been
You're
to a
already
Latin American
pivoting.
country?
You
Yes or
refuse
no?
to engage
I'm
with
gonna
what
give
I'm
you one
saying.
last
You're
chance,
on
and now you
another
can go ahead
fucking
and say
topic.
goodbye.
No,
You
fuck
wanna
you.
say
You're on a
goodbye?
different topic.
Say
Fuck
goodbye.
you.
Oh, fuck you.
Dude, you
Fuck
refuse to
you.
answer the
Fuck
question.
you.
You're on
Say
a different
goodbye.
topic.
Oh,
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Nobody. Fuck you. And yeah, you have been fucking America when you say there was no open border. You.
These people are so fucking obnoxious, dude. He immediately moves off to just talking about his own experiences in fucking Mexico and Puerto Rico and shit like that, asking, have you been to Mexico? Have you been to Puerto Rico? Have you been? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not unvetted people were coming into the border. That's what we were talking about. That's it. That's what we're talking about. You talking about you going to fucking Mexico and you going to these places. It's just not relevant. It's just not relevant at all. Really getting high pitched there. Why isn't Mexico relevant? I didn't say Mexico wasn't relevant. I didn't say anything remotely close to that. I don't know where you got that from. The right's main sources, believe me, bro. Seriously, every fucking time, trust me, bro. Every fucking time. Well, I watched people come over the border. I watched them come in and do this, that, and the other. So what? I'm just supposed to believe that you went and saw something that nobody has any evidence for, yet you and every other Republican, you guys all went to the borders and watched this. Or you and your friend went to the border, or your friend is the CEO of the fucking border. Every fucking time. Yes, I've seen it. Every time. Every time I've seen it. He said, yes, he counted 10 million. Exactly. He counted 10 million and checked to see if they were vetted. That's what he did. He counted 10 million and checked to see if they were vetted. It's fucking stupid, dude. Every time. What the fuck? It's every fucking time, dude. And I knew as soon as she mentioned the border, I was like, this is about to go off track, dude. Because the problem is that earlier, when that guy said, he said, the media has been lying. They said this, they said that. I said, where did that happen? He goes, do your own research. I'm not doing your research for you. Just do it yourself. You're not even looking if you don't know this happened. Like, okay, fine. But I do know that every time I've debated people who claim that happens and they say they don't have any sources for it, the best that we end up with is, that like the media did say that Donald Trump said that his campaign commercial had a spot that said that they were going to be the new Reich or the United Reich. He did say that the immigrants were poisoning the blood of our nation. He did say these things. And then immediately the girl is like, no, source that. Send me a source. Send me a source on that. And I was like, yeah, just look up Donald Trump, new Reich. No, you send me the source. You send it to me. I'm like, what the fuck? This guy, when I ask him for a source, he's going off saying that I have to do my own research. But when you are asking for a source, I'm literally just telling you exactly what to Google. I can't send you a message. I don't know how to DM you on this thing. But as soon as you want a source, I have to immediately source this for you. I want a source. No, I need to do my own fucking research. You're not gonna do my research for me. This is so annoying. It happens every fucking time, dude. His source is AI. That was so annoying, bro. That was so annoying. He's like, you're claiming, your study claims this, but Google AI says it's not. So I'm sorry, but it's that simple. So that's why I brought up the Grok. I'm like, well, Grok says otherwise. So JMac is suggesting that Trump's rhetoric is the same as Clinton's and Biden's. No shot. Not even close. First off, when we're talking about just rhetoric by itself, Trump rarely even makes sense. He rarely even has like coherent sentences that make sense. So the rhetoric being compared from one another just doesn't compute. But I don't think there's ever been a time where he's used dehumanizing, put y'all in chains. The put y'all in chains claim was saying that the Republicans were going to do that. You realize that he said that the Republicans were going to put them back in chains. That's not him saying that like black people are these horrible people or immigrants are these horrible people. He said Republicans are going to put y'all back in chains. Rationalize the rhetoric? Sure. My bad. We should never rationalize things. That's that was an obvious mistake on my part.
The senator who actually is a real Republican, who's doing everything that he can to make it seem like he's a MAGA Republican so that he can get through his primary. But Senator Cornyn, this is not him. This is somebody that sat on our Supreme Court in the state of Texas. This is somebody who typically works in a very bipartisan way, unlike Senator Cruz. This is somebody who is literally doing everything that he can to hopefully get some of that MAGA base that is riled up to vote for our corrupt attorney general, because now I'm convinced the only way that you can succeed with MAGA MAGA is you got to cheat on your wife. You got to have some felonies hanging over your head. You got to do something that makes you a little saucy before they will get behind you. And that's exactly who A.G. Paxton is. And unfortunately, he is consistently leading in the primary polls on the Republican side. And so Senator Cornyn knows that the FBI can't get involved and ain't going to get involved as it relates to some little civil situation that was signed off on by the Speaker of the Texas House. But the MAGA base won't know that.
Are you concerned that Paxton might get away with this business of trying to expel Texas legislators?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because I know the Texas Constitution. So the only way that he gets away with that is if our Supreme Court decides that they want to throw away our Constitution. And frankly, the only thing that we've seen these courts really stand by.
Yes, this is Trump calling into a show. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is fucking wild, bro.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Among
I have poll numbers where I'm 71%. Best poll numbers. Look,
Best poll numbers he's ever had. He's like at like I think he's at like 34%, 33% right now. Last I checked, that was a while ago. It might be even lower since then because of the tariffs and the Epstein stuff. But he say he has the best poll numbers he's ever had. Not a shot in hell, bro. He just set a record for the worst polling ever for any president. He just set a fucking record for the, or at least since we've been keeping a polling to this rate, which I think started in the Bush era. That like yes, he's by far the lowest. This is insane. I have the highest polling I've ever had.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I have poll numbers where I'm 71%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
those are among Republicans.
Even among Republicans, I don't think he's that high.
No. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about gen.
They got 90%. 90% among Republicans.
Let me put it this way. There was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how well Trump was doing. Now, you don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade.
That all he did was talk about the fact that there was that he had he only had 2 areas where he was above water, and that was in what was it? Immigration and something else, but and those were at 54% and 52%. Like there were 2 areas, and he's saying they were talking about how great Trump is, but there were just 2 areas, and they were not 70 or 90%.
Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is probably the worst of them all. But if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden, and you'll see about the numbers. But that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe. Thank you.
But there are.
Wasn't it the polls that were telling us Hillary Clinton was beating Donald Trump? No, I watched the polls. I was pretty clear that I thought Trump was going to win. But yeah, you guys always claim that. But when we go back and look at it, the state by states were fairly obvious that that Hillary was not in a big lead. There were a bunch of media channels that were doing that, but not the polling did not say this. No.
They can cite your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake polls, Joe. I had
they're
a lot
fake.
of fake polls. You also have me in the 70s.
They're fake polls.
Example, I would say on immigration, I think that we needed to...
The constructs of past or present and future subjective experience.
All the ones that are mean to me are fake.
I want to ask, why does it seem like when you make your voting decisions, they're based on capital rather than the working class? Billionaires and corporations got their tax issues enshrined into law forever, but the working class gets a no tax on tips or overtime that only applies to some of us, and now we wind up in a situation where we are.
With all due respect, sir, the Republican Party, now more than ever, represents the heart and soul of the working class.
That's about how it's going to be a Republican right now in America, not just in America, but in ruby red Nebraska. Hi again, everybody. It's 5 o'clock in the East. That was a little peek into a red district in Nebraska, congressional district number 1, where the Republican there, Mike Flood, who you saw scrolling through his notes looking for how to answer an angry constituent, won with 60% of the vote. We showed you a little bit in the last hour, but last night at an in-person town hall, Flood's constituents took him to task over and over. It only took 2 minutes for tensions to heighten, particularly over new Republican spending bills.
I want to go right into this bill because I know this is something a lot of people have questions about. And quite frankly, from where I sit, there's been a lot of misinformation out there about the bill.
The crowd of about 750 people in attendance voiced its discontent on a variety of issues, from the ICE detentions to veterans care to the nation's debt. But health care was a huge part of their discontent.
Would you sign on or write up a bill for Medicare for all? We've got Medicare now. We can start rolling back the age 5, 10 years at a time. Would you support that?
We can't afford that.
Yes, you can.
One of those changes is that if you are able to work and you are able-bodied, you have to work. If you choose not to work, you do not get free health care. You do not get free health care. Okay. So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work should get free health care? I don't think that a majority of Nebraskans agree with you. I truly believe that.
Oh my god. I'm about to choke. They're a one-issue state. They don't represent the major Republican state players. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's been a bunch of these, but yeah, showing one doesn't represent all of them, but it is an overall trend. Right now, the Republicans have like a higher overall polling rating than Donald Trump does right now. Well, pretty much everybody does. Democrats do as well. But the polling for Republicans, the problem is that they're trending farther and farther down based on the like big beautiful bill and the tariffs and crap like that. Democrats are also polling down because of what Republicans are doing, that people feel like Democrats aren't doing enough to stop them, and so that everybody's polling's going down because they're mad about what Trump and Republicans are doing. So it's yeah, it's kind of fucked up that like the Republicans are just doing a bunch of bullshit and everybody's getting in trouble for it.
This bill protects Medicaid for the future.
The message coming from these town hall attendees, loud and clear there. Heard it for yourself.
Democrats are drowning in the polls because, wait for it, Republicans. Well, again, you say drowning. They're not as bad as Donald Trump. First off. Second off, I don't. What do your polls say the reasoning was given from constituents? What was the reason that Democrats said they were upset? While they have a minority in the House and the Senate, and they're not capable of doing anything right now. But we do see that more and more people are identifying as Democrat the longer the Trump administration goes on. As we're coming into the midterms, Democrats are back to being the majority of the country by like 4 or 5 points. Democrats are trending up, Republicans are trending down. Trump got a higher approval rating than Democrats, or did that change in the last 3 days? No, it did not change in the last 3 days. That did not happen. That did not happen. What do you think the Democrats' approval rating is? Are you listening to Trump when he says they're at 19? Is that what you thought, that 19 was an accurate number? So yeah, this is what we were looking at. This is party identification. So this is 46% of people identify more closely with Democrats, 43% identify more closely with Republicans. But you can see this as like an overall trend over the course of 2 quarters now. Then we have Americans' favorable rating of the Democrat Party, 34%. Identifying more closely is not, wait for it, approval or disapproval rating. Why are you lying right now? I didn't lie. I said both. Why weren't you listening? I literally said both. I went, before I clicked on this, I said more people are identifying as Democrats or identifying more closely with Democrats going into the midterms. That's what I said. And then I pulled this up. And then I showed that. And now I'm showing approval ratings. WSJ has 33. But okay, still, I don't know what they have Trump at, but the last couple that I saw Trump at was at was between 30 and 33. So I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at. Let's see. Does this have Trump's? Or wait, that was among Democrats. This is overall. Okay, this is overall. It's 27 and 28. So yeah, I guess Trump would have higher than both at this point. I think this is overall. Political independence favorable rating of U.S. political parties, recent trend. Okay, yeah, so this is the overall. Okay, yeah, I was looking at per Democrat and Republican. So yeah, while this is, oh no, it is Americans' favorability rating. Americans' favorability rating. Please tell me whether you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of each of the following. Favorable. So then what is this? Oh, this is political independence. Okay, so no, I was right. I was right. It's yeah, it's 34% for Democrats. And then do they have Trump's numbers on this? Changes in party identification with incumbent president party during his first year in office. Figures of the percentage to identify or wane with the party during the presidency. With president's party, okay. Yeah, this one doesn't have Trump polling. Is this? Oh no, sorry, the last one. Trump's job approval rating for Democrats is 2. Whoa. And Republicans, it's 89%. Holy shit. So independents have them at 29. Fucking shite, mate. $41 immigration. That's what it was, foreign policy and immigration. Yeah, all this has gone down from one quarter to the next. February 2025, March 2025, July 2025. It just keeps going down. Foreign affairs, immigration situation with Iran, the economy, President Trump's job approval ratings on issues by party. Do you approve or disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling blank? Foreign affairs, Republicans, 93% approve. Independents, 33%. Democrats, 3%. Fucking shit, dude. And then the situation in Ukraine is the only thing that even gets into double digits for Democrats, and that's at 12%. Yikes. The economy is the lowest one. For Democrats, for Republicans, Middle East situation between Israel and Palestinians, and the federal budget. And the situation in Ukraine. Situation in Ukraine is the thing that Democrats like the most. That's the thing that Republicans dislike the most. And then the federal budget is at 81% for Republicans and 3% for Democrats, but 81% is the lowest. 81 federal budget and Middle East situation from Israel and Palestine. Those two are both at 81% as well. So those are the bottom 3. Sheesh, dude. That's wild. That's wild to me that people don't like the Ukraine stuff. I guess because the war's still happening. That's why they're upset about it. Same with the Israel-Palestine. I guess because the war is still happening. That's why they're mad. Trump's favorable rating down 7 points from January, 41%. Trump's current 41% favorable rating is down from two 48% ratings recorded shortly after the 2024 election and just after his inauguration in January. The November-January ratings were similar to his personal bests, a 50% rating in 2025 and a 49% rating in April of 2020. Republicans remain nearly unanimous in their favorable view of President Wynne, with a steady 93% viewing Trump positively. Democrats' latest 4% favorable rating is also little changed from January, 7%, just as independents' approval rating of Trump has tumbled since his inauguration. So too has their favorable rating, which is down from 47% in January to 34% now. Trump closes out the second quarter of his second term in office, having accomplished much of what he said he would if elected, yet outside of his Republican base, relatively few Americans are pleased with his performance. His rating has fallen to the lowest point of his second term, essentially matching where he was at the same time in his first term, which is not much higher than his all-time worst rating. He also gets generally poor marks for handling key issues, including immigration and the economy, which were major focuses in his campaign. And then what was the other one? That one. Yeah, YouGov has them a lot higher. At 43%. Oh, no, sorry. Isn't that the same? Or was the other one 30? I don't remember what the other one said. Yeah, 37%. Okay. So yeah, one's 37, one's 43. This. Oh, that's just the tracker. Okay, never mind. 996 to 4,122 U.S. registered voters per wave. That is a fucking insane gap, dude. Holy shit. One has only 996. The other one only has 4,122. Yeah, so this one has Democrats in Congress at 29%. This is what I was talking about yesterday. With fucking Kyle Kowinski, dude. This is what I'm talking about with these motherfuckers, dude. This is ridiculous. This is outright ridiculous, bro. Absolutely unhinged shit.
These voters in Ruby Red, Nebraska are not happy with the Republican brand, the Republican Party, the Republican representative, and his practice of blindly rubber stamping all of Donald Trump's policies and practices, especially the parts that undermine American democracy. Watch this.
With $450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and $600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
Gucci shoes, $400. Gucci bag, $375. Fascism, priceless.
Americans went to the polls in November, and they had a choice between a Democratic candidate that had an open border, no enforcement, fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking.
I'm sure he was over there at the border. He saw it. He saw the open borders. He was watching the whole time. And counting each and every single person who came over the border. And made sure that they, whether or not they got vetted or not, he tracked all of it.
And they had a choice between that and a candidate that said, close the border, get illegal immigrants out of our country.
It is notable that the congressman held an in-person town hall meeting at all after facing a tough one back in May and after leaders of his party advised Republicans against holding town hall meetings. But what we saw is symptomatic of a larger dynamic all across the country, that the party in power, the Republican Party, and the president who leads it, Donald Trump, are deeply, deeply unpopular in deep red parts of the country. What we saw could be a harbinger for next year's midterm elections. Here's how Flood's town hall meeting ended.
It is an honor to serve you and a privilege to serve you in the United States Congress. Thank you very much, and have a safe drive home.
It's where we start the hour with some of our favorite experts and friends. Host of the Fast Politics podcast, Vanity Fair special correspondent, MSNBC political analyst Molly Jong-Fast is here. Also joining us, MSNBC senior political analyst Matt Dowd is here. And lucky for us, the president of Media Matters for America, Angelo Carasone, is still with us. Matt Dowd, I start with you because I feel like you and I have sat at this uncomfortable corner between trying to understand public opinion that exists and in a campaign context, trying to move public opinion around where it could be moved. It feels like Trump and the Republicans have entered a cul-de-sac, and where public opinion exists is that the voters have woken up. not all of them, but a lot of voters have woken up to the fact that Donald Trump's DOGE cuts are bad for everyone, including veterans, that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill kicks a whole bunch of people off of Medicaid and hurts a whole bunch of people, and that the Epstein conspiracy theory was peddled for political gain, and there's no plan to be transparent about it. You pick up those three things loud and clear from this town hall. They are known by the voters. They are known by Republican voters. And it feels like it will be very difficult for Republicans to put the toothpaste back in the tube. What do you hear from watching these town halls?
I think it's probably, if you think about it, I think that's a little unfair, because I think it would probably be hard for Democrats to also put toothpaste back in a tube. I don't think this is something specific to Republicans. I think it's probably hard, regardless of political affiliation, to put toothpaste back into a tube. I need to check the polling on that.
Well, I'm always a believer, that anecdotes are interesting and fun, and a town hall is an anecdote. And if by itself, I would say, oh, the town hall, there's just a bunch of people showed up and were mad. But the anecdote matters when it's combined with data. And so the town halls that we're seeing that the Republicans are having to face with all of this anger is a reflection of all of the public opinion polls. And all of the public opinion polls show Donald Trump the most unpopular president at this point in time in his history. The Republican Party is unpopular. And in fact, that they took an unpopular president with an unpopular party and then pushed an unpopular bill, a highly unpopular bill. What did they think was going to happen when they did that? And that's what the fascinating thing about this. And so the outcome of all of that is these town halls, and the Republicans that do, God bless them for holding a town hall in the midst of this. They're holding these town halls and they're seeing the reflection of where the public is on this. The other thing I think that a town hall shows, and to me it reminds me a little of what happened in 2010, where there was a lot of town halls that showed up at in Democratic districts with Democratic politicians that began to reflect, and you basically understood what was about to happen in November of that year, which was a horrible election for Democrats in 2010, and they lost the House in that election. That's what we're beginning to see. And the piece of data I think a town hall can tell you about is enthusiasm. And what I think all of the things you mentioned, ICE, the bill, everything that's happened, and now Epstein, it's all of it is a deflating mechanism for the Republican Party and an inflating mechanism for the Democratic Party in the course of this. And there we see a town hall that basically shows all of that in spades.
Matt, what do you, I agree with you about, and I think what's so precious when you hear voters in their own words confronting the people that they may have voted for. I mean, at the Grassley town hall meetings, they were calling him Chuck. I mean, he's represented some of his constituents for decades. They were confronting him about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they seemed to not believe his stories around immigration. When you hear the voters in their own words talking about their discontent with the overreaches of ICE, when you hear them talking about the cuts to the government and services, and when you hear them talking about the Epstein scandals, do you hear a bigger, do you hear sort of like a breaking off of the coalition, or do you hear members within the coalition simply expressing discontent?
Well, it's a great question. And I think what I'm hearing is how far ahead voters are from their politicians, and how far ahead Democratic average voters are ahead of many of the Democratic elected officials in the course of this. Democratic elected officials have started figuring out, and I know we'll talk about this topic in a bit, about the redistricting in Texas, are starting to catch up to where voters are. But that, to me, is what we're seeing. I mean, we've seen this before. You and I have seen this in the midst of campaigns where you can be tepid in the midst of a campaign, or a politician be tepid, and then they figure out how far voters are ahead of them, and then they have to run and catch up to where voters are. I don't think there's any division in the Democratic Party right now, among the millions of Democratic voters. They oppose everything that Donald Trump does. They can't stand all the stuff that happened to ICE. They're upset about the Epstein stuff. They're upset about what the judiciary branch has been doing. They're upset about all of it. What the Democratic voters are also upset about is why haven't more Democratic politicians stood in the breach and felt the same emotional way they do? And that's where the division.
Yes.
There's not a division among voters. There's a division between
this. Bro, I don't even know what the fuck that means. This guy is trying so hard to just like find a way to appeal to people and make them make sense. Why haven't the Democrat politicians stood in the breach and felt the way that they feel? What the fuck does that even mean, bro? I don't even know what that means. This is such a stretch to find a way to like complain about something.
voters and some Democratic politicians.
Are you going to end this? And it's like, what do you think she alone can do? Now, she's not the president, right? But it is treating her like, if you believe in something, obviously you can just will it into existence. But I don't think Crystal believes that.
No, I don't think
there is something a little more nefarious at play there.
No, I don't think Crystal is dumb. I think Crystal is really sharp. Yeah, she's very, very sharp. If you spend any time watching her interviews, she's just clearly very prepared for these conversations.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair either, though, because again, in the Crystal interview, the person's votes matter, right? The direction that they vote matters, and so, like, if that person's still voting for funding for Israel and to send them more weapons and crap, like, that's something that they're allowed to be held accountable for. That's not it's not that ridiculous. Like saying like, oh, you voted for this thing, but you guys can't treat her like she controls the entire war. It's like, I don't think like saying, you know, holding somebody accountable for their votes is the same thing as acting like they control the entire war. I don't think those things are remotely the same.
Conversations. I think the agenda, like what you're calling nefarious, I think I know what's going on here. I think that this crowd, they plan to continue the strategy of making the conflict in Gaza. They want to, they've made this like the lightning rod issue. And so what they're doing, and I think it's really obvious that this is what they're doing, is they want to turn the 2026 midterms into a referendum on Israel. And so they're trying to make this particular issue so toxic that they feel like they can bully or coerce or move the candidates in the direction of cutting off funds to Israel. And so to Wick's point, I do think that the 2026 midterms have the potential to be really nasty. I think Crystal Ball was trying to make an example out of Slotkin.
Yeah.
And I think that's their way of, they want to get as many people on the record saying that it's a genocide and we should cut off aid to Israel. And anybody who doesn't pass that purity test,
I'm lagging so
they're really gonna viciously go after these people. So I think that's what that's about.
I was trying so hard to get away from like the big group of people over here so that fuck, dude. This is so gay, dude. I can't do anything. It's so stupid. There's too many people and I'm lagging way too much. I hate this so much. Why can't I just play this fucking game, guys? I want to just be able to play the fucking game. Why? This is so frustrating.
If you want to call that nefarious, she would probably say that's virtuous, like it's a virtuous goal that she has to do this.
This is the thing. I agree. I agree with you that is probably Crystal Ball's motivation here. And that is a lot of these people's, like, I call this the omni cause, right? Like how everything every conversation you have as a Democrat has to be around Gaza, Israel, Palestine. It has to. And if you don't, talk about Israel and Palestine, you are shown as, oh, you're running cover. Why aren't you covering?
Have you guys heard about the accountability archives? There's apparently an entire thing. It's called the Accountability Archives. And the Accountability Archives is a far-left socialist group of academics who are asking people to send them any public figure, content creator, politician, political pundit, whatever. Anybody who was excusing the genocides or, the Israel's actions, making excuses for it, benefiting from it, or trying to outright defend it. And it's just asking people to submit content to them showing where anybody has defended Israel in any way or back them up or anything. Like, it's just asking everybody submit this to them. And there's a bunch of them. So this is from the accountabilityarchive.org. This is the Foundation for Middle East Peace. This is the Institute for College Access and Success. This is the United Nations. It is pissing people off right now finding out about this. Who are we? The Accountability Archives is a crowd-funded record of journalists, politicians, and public figures endorsing or encouraging the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and or defaming pro-Palestinian activists. What kind of evidence are we looking for? We are not evidencing war crimes. We are looking for evidence of support of the genocide, not the genocide itself. We want dehumanization of Palestinian people, justification or promotion of violence towards and collective punishment of civilian populations, call for further persecution of Palestinians in Palestine or in the diaspora, attempt to deny or underplay the death toll or deny that civilians are being harmed, argument of for the forced displacement of Palestinians into Egypt or elsewhere in the world. Bro, Destiny has got to be all over this thing. Destiny is going to be all over this thing. That's... this is wild. Justification of the targeting of civilian infrastructure, defamation of individual pro-Palestinian activists and protesters, defamatory statements about demonstrations and protests. What language do we accept submissions in? We will hire translators in later submissions in every language, please. They don't want evidence of war crimes, only of people defending it. This project has 3 phases. We are currently in the collection phase. We will then need time to comb through and translate the data in analysis phase. And finally, there will be a publication phase. How will the archives be used? We intend for the archive data to be used in a number of ways. It will be available to future historians and researchers to understand how this type of mass killing can take place through research. It will also potentially be a resource for lawyers looking for supporting evidence in trying defamation and war crime cases. So, a lot of people think that just voting for, because they're a far left activist group, a lot of people think that just voting for Kamala is going to be evidence. A lot of people think that, like, if you just vote for Kamala, they're going to use this as evidence. Why would they put ethnic cleansing and defaming activists in the same breath? They're saying somebody who advocated for ethnic cleansing and defamed activists. So it's any sort of anti-pro-Palestine rhetoric or any pro-Israel rhetoric. That's pretty much what they're looking for. So even just undermining the protesters is enough. This is a post that they retweeted. Almost everything we know about the genocide has come from the cohort of the most brave, dedicated journalists in the world. Journalists the world has ever seen. The Palestinian journalists in Gaza have died to bring us the truth, and you can't even show them a modicum of respect. Shame. Accountability Archive said this was Mayor Jeremy Levi. He said, if the rumors are true, then good. It's about time. Israel should move forward with the full occupation and annexation of Gaza. It's been nearly 2 years, and if the Palestinians truly wanted peace, they would have handed over the hostages long ago. But they haven't, because they choose war. Israel has every right to act decisively. No more half measures. No more waiting. The world needs to understand. No more arguing. No more explanations. Full throttle. No apologies. And so they have Accountability Archives quote tweeted this and said, as Israel moves forward with its genocidal endgame, continue logging evidence like this.
A coma patient is going to fall under that conjunct, which means I value them as I value.
Accountability Archive. Okay, who we getting to take accountability today? Who y'all got in them archives? I don't care if you got my video in them archives. I look like I care. I look like I care. Okay, forget you too. I hope they turn it into a parking lot. Who said that? My name is Double Draper. Yeah, I went back to McDonald's. Them 6 Palestinian creators was talking a lot of shit. So I was like, what's up? What's poppin'? I'm taking my ass back to Starbucks because with everything happening, that's exactly who I'm trying to be aligned with. Yeah, it kind of sound like me. And my name's Damo Draper. Yeah, it looked like me too. I don't even remember saying that. You got video proof? I mean, never mind. Fuck it, I don't even remember saying that.
This is the type of stuff that everybody thinks that's in it. Is they think it's going to be stuff like you went and bought stuff from Starbucks, or you voted for Kamala Harris. There's especially apparently a lot of black women who think that it's all just black women. That's what they think. A lot of black women think it's all just black women who said that we should vote for Kamala Harris, who said that that they're more willing to vote for Kamala Harris than they are to try to stop the war in Gaza. That like even if Kamala Harris was willing to continue it, it's still going to be better to have her than it is going to be have Trump. Like, yeah, it's a lot of people freaking out.
Be upset about an accountability archive is if you thought you were in it, because otherwise it is just a basic tool for documenting the historical record. What's funny is how many of you think you're important enough to be in it. Like, you must have said some really crazy shit for this to be so threatening to you. Because the reality is, for the past 2 years, we have seen politicians, journalists, celebrities say some really, really crazy stuff. And that should be documented for posterity. Not just so people decades from now can understand the sentiments of the time, but so that we can...
J-Mac, I don't know why you keep saying that I went off vibes. I literally showed data on the shit. You're just coping, bro. Like, we just went over coping, or we went over proportionalities, and then you said, yeah, so that just means that they're better at it. And like, we went over like, okay, but why do you think that they're better at it? What evidence do you have that they just have more information? You didn't have that. You just went off vibes.
It's okay to have been wrong about something, and it in fact shows.
The only reason you'd be upset about an accountability archive is if you thought you were in it.
Wrong. The reason we are seemingly unnerved or annoyed by the presence of an accountability archive, I mean, part of it is that you all actively refuse to take accountability for literally anything that you've ever done. But no, it's because it is designed to particularly target Black liberal women. That's it. That's its whole purpose. Women who were harassed for voting.
So I think that they're making a lot of assumptions here, but I think the assumption comes from the fact that, yes, a lot of people were, because Black women were running around saying that that they want to vote for Kamala Harris because they think that she's going to be the lesser of two evils. They think that now they're going to use that to just say that they were willing to vote for a genocide. I haven't seen any evidence of this. I don't know where this comes from, but that seems to be a common thread in all of this. I don't know why though.
For the correct person out of the two. And then because they decided to get a frappuccino, you decided to call them everything in the book.
See, because they got a frappuccino, so they think because they just went to Starbucks.
But a child of God. Listen, you can feel however you would like about Starbucks. You can think that that wasn't the ideal move. I may in fact agree. However, you cannot tell me that a single Palestinian's life was affected by their decision to get a caramel cold brew or whatever the fuck they serve there. I don't drink coffee. These women have never ever laughed at dead Palestinians, but that seems to be the talking point that you keep clinging to. There is zero footage of this for a reason, because they aren't monsters. But the fact that you try to make them out to be over and over again makes me think you are. That is an unbelievable level of deflection. I do not get it. So as a South Asian person, I am subjected to a healthy amount of hate, right? And the uptick in the last couple years has been significant. However,
she's a babe, dude. Who's hating on this chick? We will bring the simp army to their fucking doorstep. What the fuck? And she's a liberal? Let's go.
the fact that Black women are subjected over and over again to hate that is entirely unwarranted, it seems cannibalistic, and I do not understand the root. They didn't hurt anyone. Can you tell me the same thing about a non-vote or a Trump vote or a Stein vote? Can you tell me that
It's funny that a lot of the liberals in Blue MAGA that are now freaking out about the Accountability Archive because of all the horrible, heinous shit that they said are also still defending the Democratic Party for free. I'm going to link Samaya's video here because it's so funny. And
They're still defending the Democrat Party for free, bro.
There is a legit accountability archive that was started in 2023, accountabilityarchive.org. They have an Instagram page, they have social media. And that accountability archive is centered on specifically like politicians, journalists, and public figures. That's their priority, right? But what happens in the TikTok leftist space is that TikTok leftists will take like legitimate activist shit and then turn it into part of their personal brand and water it down as petty TikTok beef. Now, I'm not sure if Maddie
Okay, now I get it. Okay, so other people took the accountability archives and turned it into go after the people who drank frappuccinos and voted for Kamala Harris. And then, yes, it probably would end up being a majority of black women. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Swan has specifically adopted the language of accountability archive in her videos. But people have used the language of accountability archive to talk about her flash drive. And then there are leftists who have adopted that language for their own personal flash drives, their own personal Google Drives, like within her comments. And I remember leftists during the election threatening people that they disagreed with, being like, oh, I'm going to put your ass in the accountability archive. We have an accountability archive. So I don't know if TikTok leftists were flooding the accountability archive, which is not really meant for TikTokers, or if TikTok leftists created their own accountability archives separate from that. But either way, it cheapens like the real purpose of the actual accountability archive. And I know that Maddie Swan is not the person in charge of the actual accountability archive, because she has said that she's not releasing her personal flash drive. But the accountabilityarchive.org, the legitimate one, is planning on releasing that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
This is from their FAQs on their website. This project has 3 phases. We are currently in the collection phase. We will then need time to comb through and translate the data in the analysis phase, and finally there will be a publication phase.
But they're actually doing a study though.
That the people in
They're actually doing a study on the way that people would like push genocidal rhetoric, that they would say things that were fucked up, they would push misinformation, that they Tom's wrong about whatever he's talking about right now. I'm out. Thank you, Clay. Have a good night. But yeah, oh, I forgot to reset the fucking clock. I'm an idiot. Yeah, sorry. They're not even doing it to like release their videos just to call people out. They're doing it to actually do an analysis on this sort of stuff, and they're trying to like talk about specific types of rhetoric that that people use. That is, it's very specific on like what it is that they're doing and what it is that they're studying. So it's not this like accountability as in they're just trying to like name and shame. That's not what they're doing.
Charge of the legitimate accountability archive will be focusing on, you know, like important people saying things that really do need to be documented under all of this criteria. But for TikTok leftists to be like, you bitches that went to Starbucks or in the accountability archives, we see it in videos, we see it in comment sections. Like, you guys are again cheapening legitimate activism. And it's disgusting. Like, that's disgusting. Like, y'all need to take accountability for that. And you never fucking will, because there is no actual accountability on the internet. And I also think, like, however accountability archive was seeded into this conversation.
Bro, wouldn't it be great if these accountability archives actually turned out to be an accountability for leftists? Holy shit. Would that not, I mean, like, you know, genocidal rhetoric and all that, fine. That's good too. But wouldn't it be based as fuck if this accountability archives asks people to submit information that is relevant to those who are defending ethnic cleansing and shit like that, and instead they get a bunch of leftists who are sending them shit about, like, this person voted for Kamala Harris, this person went to Starbucks, and they're using it to document those people who are submitting the information to say, this is how fucking disgusting you people are. We're talking about actual important events. We're talking about real shit that where people are dying and crap. And you guys decided to talk about people drinking at Starbucks. Fucking wild.
Was meant
That
to
would be great.
cheapen the legitimate one, and was meant to make us think that it's stupid because it's conflating it with stupid ass TikTok leftists. I also want to point out that, like, the Accountability Archive website doesn't have, like, pictures and profiles of people that are a part of it. Obviously, they wouldn't do that. Legit activist work like that needs to be kept, like, anonymous and decentralized as much as possible. So for any TikToker to be like, I've got an accountability archive of all of you, is, like, weird and crazy. And why would you do that? Why would you do that under this administration? That can
Hey, you guys know that the Accountability Archive is a real thing that has nothing to do with what Maddie Swan individually is doing, right? And that she never called what she is doing the Accountability Archive. The Accountability Archive is actually a website and a project that has been ongoing since, I believe, 2023, run by...
Who is this Maggie Swan person? That's what I need to know. Is that what they're saying? Maddie Swan? Apparently that's where the confusion came from. Okay, it's probably not M-A-T-T-Y, M-A-T-T-I-E. I have no idea. Bro. What are they talking about? Maddie Swan?
If you're someone who is worried about any sort of accountability archive existing, I'm about to give you some terrible news. Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a science communication PhD student, and because of the type of research I do, I dabble frequently in social media research. And the conversations I've been witnessing around the Accountability Archive tells me that most of you don't know the extent to which social media accounts and posts are scraped and archived. I don't think most of you understand the sheer amount of published research that exists, where the data are your social media posts.
Yeah, true. Ah, there it is. M-A-D-I.
Hello. Let's get into some things. As you and I both know, TikTok is slated to be on the chopping block come January 2025. So I just thought it would be best for me to be a little proactive and tell you where else you can follow me and kind of what I do on those platforms.
I bought that bitch a Benz cause she...
Betrayal is what Bloodstained Season 1 is really all about. The story of how white... Hey, let's do a wellness check really fast. I've been in and out of the app, not really posting, obviously, but Nah, this has gone on long enough. This comment proves exactly what I'm gonna say in this video. We're about to dead the shit I'm going to slow walk the dog for sure. This is going to be a long video. Watch at 2x speed. But this comment is hilarious, objectively. And it's no shade to you, M, because you're actually coming to the source to ask the question. But this just proves exactly how non-credible some of these people are. And they proved it themselves. I didn't really have to do anything. Let's talk about it. And of course, we're going to get a little scholarly in this bitch, probably towards the end of this video, but there's a few things that need to be clocked expeditiously. So let's clock it.
Let's clock
M
it.
asks, so why is it going to be a paywall? Because I keep hearing that. Ugh. Like I said, a lot of y'all's credibility is shot, and it's a positive feedback loop that you created yourself, which is even more interesting to watch, and I will be watching. And I'm not saying your credibility is shot to your audience, to the people who love you, to the people that even are dedicated to misunderstanding me and misrepresenting me. I'm not talking to those people who already have opinions about me that they will do everything they can to twist themselves in knots to make the narratives become true. I'm talking to the people that are increasing by the day.
Oh,
that are
shit.
commenting on my
Yo. Look who it is. Anybody recognize this person? Anybody recognize this commenter? What's crazy to me is people acting like this is out of the ordinary. People have been keeping archives forever, and yours isn't even the only one currently tracking reactions to the genocide. I literally looked it up and found like 3 others. This reaction is the biggest self-tell. Yep, that's the chick who says, you lipless, assless. Yep, that's her. That's Ice. Ice, baby.
my videos that are DMing me about how
Not this chick. Not this chick that we're watching right now. The one that commented.
there is such a huge incongruence between my videos and how y'all are misrepresenting me. I've gotten several DMs of people apologizing on y'all's behalf for how grossly you're mischaracterizing what I even said. The game of telephone that gets played on this app by grown people is so interesting, especially grown people who are trying to posture as thought leaders on this app.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to come watch this, because there's so many fucking videos about this shit right now, and so many people freaking out about it, so many people fighting about it, people talking about like who's in it, who's not in it, the Middle East woman or East Asian you're the one that we were watching, the chick just a minute ago. She was also talking about the fact that like this is all black women who voted for Kamala Harris and went and got a frappuccino. Like I don't know where they're getting this information from. I don't know where they're getting any of this shit. That's like what's in the archives, because I don't know how the fuck you could know what's in the archives. And so yeah, I'm trying to figure out like how the fuck did these people come to these conclusions. And so yeah, so now that we've heard Maddie Swan mentioned a couple of times, now we can get straight to the source and figure out how this game of telephone happened.
They don't even do their due diligence. A lot of these people have seen 5 or 6 different people who aren't me talking about me without even naming me, and decided to make their own opinion on that. I respect M because she's coming to the source, and no, babe, there's no paywall. Let me clear that up quick. Not only is there no paywall, there has been no talks of releasing it. There has been no talks of who, what, where, or why anyone in particular, specifically, especially the people on this app who are on it. All of that has been made up by people who don't like me. In fact, honestly, the first person to call this flash drive a Mean Girls burn book, you should start suing for copyright, because your IP is being ran through on this app. I've seen about 6-7 videos of people not even crediting you saying that shit. Also, the person that's accusing me of having some kind of Epstein list of only black women who voted for Kamala on this app, your IP is getting ran through on this app, and you should sue for copyright, because these people are unserious. And sorry you're caught up in this, M, but let me just explain how we got from hey, I have a flash drive and I'm documenting the times, to I'm going to release it behind a paywall, because there is a big gap between those two statements. There's a group of people on this app that really don't like me. And no matter what I do, not that I make content for them, no matter what I say, they will find a way to interpret what I'm saying in the worst possible faith. And that's fine. And it's always been fine. And it's even fine right now.
I need a
no
2x
matter how
for
many
this shit.
people are getting the wrong idea of me or perception of me based on your takes about me. They've disagreed with me off of a couple takes, or maybe several, for all I know.
This is the most repetitive shit,
Cumulatively
dude.
have decided that I am a bad faith actor, and so anything I ever say can't be trusted or listened to. So when I say one thing, they hear another thing, or they're not even listening at all. From there, very few of those people saw my original video. They made their videos responding to it in the worst possible faith. And then from there, people made their videos. And of course, as you know, if you watch the rumor weed, because I was a VeggieTales kid, you know how a rumor can spread. And before you know it, more and more people make videos about it, speak on it in a particular way, so it must be true. And all of a sudden, now these people are twisted up in a web of fan fiction that they wrote themselves and scaring themselves. It's a very interesting phenomenon. And they actually think it's really good work and very valuable. And I have a deep, deep history hyperfixation and an obsession with true crime. These are things about me, that deep hyperfixation. Particularly with World War I and World War II, obviously the Nuremberg were orchestrating the bullshit, because all the images coming out of Gaza were too much, and people were rightfully so getting in their ass about clocking them about the fact that you have privilege to look away while people are actually living through it. I very shortly after that made a video and said, hey, not only should we bear witness, but you should be documenting what's going on. None of this is new. I mean, I've been making videos about this for the past almost 2 years. Y'all are just late to the party. And I find it so interesting that y'all have continued to make it seem like this is some gossipy, like, burn book, like T page, like I'm the creator of the T app for some strange reason.
The creator of the T rap. This is funny. Okay. Makes sense.
This. Why are we talking about X when there's a genocide going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes impossible to have any substantive discussion with a certain crowd because everything is related in their minds to the omni cause, the one.
Yeah, I kept saying that this is very similar to when people back in the day used to always say, how can you care about that when there's children starving in Africa? It's pretty much what the argument became. It's the starving children in Africa argument, where you're not allowed to talk about this, you're not allowed to care about that because there's children starving in Africa. The same thing happened with, there's a genocide happening right now. And Hassan did this numerous times, where anytime somebody would bring something up, he would say, there's children starving in Africa right now. Or not that, sorry. He would say there's a genocide of Palestine right now, which is pretty much the same argument.
One cause to rule them all. And they have decided it's Palestine for the moment. Though I don't know, because they were doing this before October 7th too, though. So there are a lot of people who, the Do Somethingers, the Green Lanterners, whatever you want to call them, were doing this before. And
yeah.
Well, yeah, some of them just might be dumb. I don't think most of them are. And this is just my theory, okay? So we're just speculating here, okay? I think they're doing it because they don't like democracy. And they want to show the weaknesses of democracy. Say, look, the president under a liberal system can't do what we need him to do. We need something else. The Congress under a liberal system, under the Constitution, can't do what we need them to do. We need something else. And what is that something else? Well, I'll leave that to your imagination. It depends on who's saying it, right? Right wing says this too. A lot of the far right people.
Well, that's the horseshoe. Yeah.
Right? They'll say things like, I've heard Nick Fuentes say things like, oh, why vote for Trump or anything? They can't get it done. We need something else.
Mm-hmm.
We need something to replace. Liberalism has failed. Liberalism has failed us, and it's always going to, I know Sargon of Akkad likes to say, it's always going to lead to socialism. It's always going to lead to all these wokeness and things like that. So we need another system in place. And I consider it kind of like this two-pronged assault on liberalism. And it's Gaza is a good issue from the left to kind of take it and kind of wedge it in there. I wonder, what is your answer to this, Hutch? Do you have an answer to this? If you were the senator being interviewed by Crystal Ball and you went in there and that was that, how do you answer that? What do you do? What do Democrats, politicians, what do even Democrats who are talking to their friends or maybe their co-hosts who happen to be on the left as well, who attack them or something, or start trying to push them on these things? What's the best response in your opinion?
I think you need to be much more confrontational. I think Slotkin was put in a difficult position, and I blame her.
Yeah, I don't think she was expecting it. I don't think she expected it, and I don't think she kept saying, I came to you guys because they pitched me on your show and said that you guys disagree, and so I thought that this would be a good show to go to. Yeah, I don't think that I don't think she knew what the show was. I think she thought that she was going to get like a regular Democrat and a regular like pro-MAGA Republican, and instead she ran into a right-wing populist and a left-wing populist and was just totally fucked. She had no idea what she was walking into.
Team more than I blame her. It's clear that Slotkin thought that she was walking into like a CNN style hardball situation from like 2005, and she just didn't know a lot about Crystal. I think she was in a really difficult position because she was very clearly trying to compose herself, and you could see the mask slip a little bit where she let out a little bit of disdain. I especially thought it was kind of gross when Crystal Ball smeared her about taking Israeli PAC money when she hadn't taken any since 2018. That was just an obvious smear. So if I were her, I mean, I don't know. That's a difficult position.
Yeah, all the people that were clipping that too, trying to show it as like, oh, she said she didn't take money from AIPAC. And then they said, but what about 2012? And she said, yeah, well, another PAC took money from AIPAC and then endorsed me. Like, they got her. Fucking lying bitch. Like, wait, what? That's not what she was saying. Those are not the same things.
If you're a politician, maybe you have to be a little bit more composed, but for people that cover politics and that are in the space, then I think we need to, like, we don't need to nuke these bridges. Like, we don't need to go completely scorched earth. I know that's like the big conversation I think that's happening right now is like, how aggressive should we be? I know Erudite had she had an even more aggressive sort of stance than I did. But I do think at minimum, we have to really much more aggressively, much more directly start confronting their really destructive rhetoric. Because I think just for too long, they've been the dominant voices in this space to help people sort of parse through this information. And their framing is just so firmly established. And so it's going to take a second to like pick at it and expose it for its various weaknesses. But the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you're super direct and very blunt and not necessarily nice. I'm not saying you need to call these people fucking dicks and tell them you're going to fuck.
Later, Mantis. Have a good night. Crystal embarrassed herself. I don't think it was that bad. I think a lot of people made a much bigger deal about it than I expected, and maybe it's because everybody like talked about it, like she like screamed and yelled at her and blah blah blah. Like, I think it's maybe because of the like what I expected going into it, that maybe I thought it wasn't as bad as other people did if they were expecting like a nice cordial conversation, and instead they got that. I was expecting screaming and yelling and just unhinged bullshit, and I got that. So I didn't think that it was all that ridiculous, and I don't think that it was even like super unfair. And so yeah, I don't know. I think that Crystal looked stupid numerous times going into it, as did Sagar. but I don't think that it was like disrespectful or anything like that. I don't think that was an issue.
Their moms, but you should be very direct in the sense of, if I'm sitting across from Jank on a Jubilee episode, I might say something like, what you're saying is just infantile and juvenile. Like I would just be really, really direct about confronting it.
Do you go ahead?
I think
Tally.
Well, she did well when she finally pushed back, and I think she did so in a pretty calm and dignified way. She wasn't hurling insults, but she said, you really need to check your facts before you have this conversation. This is not true. And she obviously was aware of her own record and was able to, give all of the details about the funding. I mean, I will add that AIPAC is an American PAC. It's not an Israeli PAC. It's just like,
yeah, well, that was the part that pissed me off the most, is they keep pushing this fucking, foreign agent line. It's so dumb. It is so fucking stupid. I can't stand these people. Like, there's nothing about AIPAC that makes them remotely close to being a foreign agent. Nothing remotely close. They just don't come anywhere close to being a foreign agent. It's infuriating listening to people continuously make these arguments.
whatever feeds into the horseshoe overlap of Israel controls America and all of that type of stuff. Not that I think you were trying to signal that, but that's what Crystal was trying to signal, certainly. But yeah, I mean, I think the conversation is about like, where should people draw the boundaries, and should people be excommunicated? I don't think that's really the conversation, though. Like, I think Pisco, to a certain extent, was straw manning it a bit by saying like, well, it seems like no one has like a real strong criticism of how we handled the Vanguard conversation. And like, I don't think that this conversation, this broader conversation that now has trickled into other domains, is about the way that Lib and Learn treated the Vanguard, right? It is a broader conversation about what does it mean to be on the left, and what are the values that the left should be striving for. And I think like one line, and I didn't catch your whole conversation with Kyla, but it's like,
yeah, again, it's not even about that. I think it's not like just values or something like that. I think right now the main thing is people who don't back up Democrats are ruining the Democrat Party. People who don't defend Democrats, who don't seem to be part of the team, we shouldn't treat them like they're part of the team then. If they're going to sit around and talk shit about Democrats all day, every day, then we're going to sit around and talk shit about them. If they're going to keep acting like everything that we like and everything that we want is pure shit, then we're going to start sitting around and acting like everything they like and everything they want is pure shit. That for the longest time, I think liberals have been very much like, oh, well, they're on the left, so they're not so bad, like, sort of thing. While we have tons of people calling us fascist and, genocidal and, just all sorts of unhinged names for us. And I think that, yeah, it's kind of a very, like, I don't want to get overly hyperbolic about it, so I'm just going to give an analogy that is hyperbolic. Okay? I'm giving an analogy that is hyperbolic, but just saying it is in this essence of like the kid who's finally like had enough and is like kind of tired of being pushed around. That is what's happening. It's that they like it is a bunch of people who think, okay, like, you guys have always shat on us, and we see you as kind of like outside of the Overton window, so it doesn't matter all that much. But now that you guys are gaining more and more prominence in alternative media and swaying people a lot more against Democrats and using terms like liberal as an insult and as a slur, we're watching not just Kamala lose the election, but Democrat polling dropping drastically. We're watching the majority that we've had within the United States for over a decade, being liberals, drop at a ridiculous rate. We're watching as tons of people don't want to identify as Democrats or as liberals because that's lame. And that wasn't the case before. That wasn't the case before. And so we're watching just the culture drastically change in a way that we don't like. And so obviously if we're in disagreement here, we're going to push back. The main issue, lots of times we'll have people like Clay come in, and I'll watch somebody who is a populist, like Kyle Kalinske, right? And we'll watch Kyle Kalinske say just like a bunch of dumb bullshit, and then I'll argue with him and talk about like how wrong he is and talk about like why I think he's wrong. But then all of these people start getting very mad and they're very defensive and they're like, oh my goodness, Tom, like he's allowed to disagree, dude. He's allowed to think something different. Like, come on, dude. It's like, why the fuck is that always the case when we attack them? Why? Like, why is it that anytime we disagree with them or we attack them, it's immediately they're allowed to disagree. They're allowed to have their opinion. They're allowed to feel this way. But when we disagree with them, now it's bad. Like now, we don't get the same argument that we're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to feel this way. We're allowed to have a difference of opinion. Why aren't we allowed to feel that way too? Why aren't we allowed to say this? And it feels like it's because we're just not allowed. Like it's just, this has not been the norm. These people have not been attacked from liberals. And now that they're getting shit from liberals, that a lot of people are getting a little defensive about it because they're not used to this. That's what I think. That's my opinion. I don't know. But I do think that I do think it's weird when we just sit and watch them shit on us day after day after day, year after year, and then all of a sudden we got some shit to say, and now it's this big fucking deal. It's this big fucking deal that now we want to push back, now we want to argue, now we want to defend ourselves, and now it's this big problem. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, why are we supposed to just always sit and listen to all of these people just shit on us all the time and whine and complain about all the things that we want, all the things that we like, all the things that we agree with, and then when we get upset and push back, now it's like, whoa, dude, they're allowed to have their opinion. Okay, well, fuck, I'm allowed to have my opinion too. Sheesh. Y'all talk woke orthodoxy, but ignore having your very own. Not sure, not so much you specifically. No, but you don't understand. I've literally said that. You're not wrong. I've literally said this. He's talking about his conversation with Kyla and the fact that he felt like Kyla went a little bit farther than he was willing to go. Same thing is I had my conversation with Kyla. I felt like she was going a little bit farther than I was, but I was saying, yeah, like if we feel like these people are purity testing us, then we're going to purity test them. If they're going to have their woke orthodoxy, we're going to have our fucking liberal orthodoxy. If they're going to, make it to where like we're not good enough for X, Y, and Z reasons, then they're not good enough for those same exact fucking reasons. And we're going to do the same thing. That if we're supposed to just constantly take it from their side, then they're going to fucking take it from our side. And so that's what, like when I talked to Kyla about it, she kept saying like, well, I just don't like the purity testing. So anybody who's purity testing, we need to kick them out of the group. And I was like, yeah, so you're saying purity test the purity testers. She's like, what? No, I don't like purity testing. Don't purity test. So you just said kick them out of the group. She's like, yeah, but that's not purity testing. No, that's literally purity testing. You're saying based on some sort of characteristic or attribute, you think that they shouldn't be welcomed into the club. Yeah, that's purity testing. It's like, no. What do you mean? No, yes. That's. She's like, well, I don't want to have a semantic argument. I'm like, well, I don't either. I'm telling you, I want to do what they're doing. If they're doing this to us, then we should do it to them. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe the people who are dripping with disdain for liberalism, maybe that's a good line.
I mean, yeah, like to Wick's point, I think there's like a spectrum. So there's certainly, when we're talking about people that don't believe in liberal democracy, I do think they're more marginalized. I think they have an outsized voice, which is part of the problem, which is why I think we need to start confronting this stuff more aggressively. But if you're someone who is like self-described democratic socialist and you're 22 years old or something like that, and you're, you know, fresh out of college and you're just kind of taking an academic interest in these things, and, you know,
Dude, this one's really pretty looking. It's like very like royal looking. I like that one. That one's sick.
I don't know if we should chase that person out. I don't know if we should chase Econoboy out of
purity testing is a buzzword loaded with term for her. So she doesn't want to label it because she does. Yes, well, that's what I kept saying. I was like, it sounds like you have like some like morality baked into it. It's got some like normative weight to it, but pretty much if you're not going to call what you're doing purity testing, then it just starts to sound like you're saying purity testing is only purity testing when I think it's bad. That's what it sounds like to me. Like it's only purity testing to you if you think it's bad, but if you think it's good, now it's not purity testing. But to me, I'm saying, yeah, I want a purity test. Like I'm saying, let's do the purity testing.
the party.
Of course not. Look, I want to be clear. I love Econoboy. He's a good guy. I disagree with him, and I guess what I worry about, and I don't want to. I didn't want to make this like about, oh, Hutch, answer for your co-host crimes. Like, we're not going to do that today. I mean, we're going to talk about it a little, right? But we're not going to.
I don't think your co-hosts have committed any crimes.
Yeah. I'm being.
Oh, I'm very direct with them, so it's not like. Yeah, that's fine.
But, well, for example, I'll give you an example. Like, Econoboy was on my show the other day. We were just talking about things, and Tolly popped on to talk to him and asked a pretty funny little hypothetical, a play on the Hassan or Trump thing. It's like, who you voting for president? Tolly bots or Mike from PA? Econoboy couldn't answer that question. That's worrisome to me. Something has gone wrong. Look, I wouldn't vote for Tolly bots either against a Democrat. Let's be clear. No offense to you, Tolly bots, right? But against Mike from PA, it's not even it's not hard. This isn't a difficult decision. So I don't know what either.
I just don't know enough about Tolly to know whether or not I would vote for her over Mike from PA. I have no idea. I mean, she was in my chat a lot, in my community, and so I thought that she was like I thought she was a Democrat. There was one day specifically where I was talking about the fact that a bunch of people kept saying that Kamala was defending Republicans and that she was pretty much a Republican just because she had Liz Cheney on stage with her. And I remember Tally in the chat saying like, yes, exactly, Tom. Thank you. Oh my goodness. And so then literally the next day I'm watching Destiny and Destiny's like, yeah, apparently this chick's like a Republican and they're all trying to understand why she voted for Trump. And I was in his chat and I'm like, she didn't vote for Trump. And he's like, oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong. And then everybody in chat starts blowing me up and they're like, yes, she did. Yes, she did. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, nah, dude, she's part of my community. Like, what? What do you mean? She's in my chat fairly often. I don't think she voted for Trump. They're like, no, she definitely did. That's what the whole conversation is about. I was like, oh, what? Okay, well, fuck me then. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think she had even come on and had a couple of conversations with me, though they were anti-trans conversations from what I remember. But yeah,
Econoboy doesn't know about Mike from PA, but he did know he was banned. He knew what he was banned for. How do we fix this? Because I agree with you, we shouldn't chase 22-year-old people out of the party just because they have different views from us. But we do need to kind of educate them, I guess, for lack of a better term, or at least remind them why liberalism is good, actually. What do we do?
Or let them vote for Dems because Dems give them more of what they want than Republicans without feeling the need to concede to their ideological or governmental prescriptions. Like if there are revolutionaries, right, who hate liberalism and have all of this disdain, but they still make a lesser of two evils calculation and say like, well, at least the Dems respect my trans comrades or something. Let them vote for those reasons, but I don't think that's the same as we don't, or the Dems, whatever, we don't need to soften the image of some of these more toxic ideologies. And I do think that happens. And I think like part of the conversation is just people are assessing a different threat level from some of these people, or rather these ideologies. So I think like someone like Pisco and Econoboy maybe like aren't as jaded by some of the crazy leftists. They don't see it as the same level of threat as maybe Wick does, or even you do, Hutch. So I don't think Pisco is trying to cape for evil communists. I don't think Econoboy is an evil communist. But there just have to be ways to accept these people as part of the coalition if that's how they vote, without accepting their ideological.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. This was the exact conversation I was having with Erudite, and I thought she made some really compelling arguments. And for me, the point of the conversation has not been necessarily to highlight ideological differences. Like, I don't know if ideology really matters all that much right now, up to a certain extent. Like, I think once you get into like actual Marxist-Leninists, people that are maybe accelerationists, then I do think we should actively chase those people out of the party. I think the mistake that Destiny was making in their conversation, and I watched a video or a snippet of a video that he posted the day before, and I don't know if he was just being hyperbolic in the moment, but he somebody in his chat asked him, do you make any distinctions between like sock dems, dem socks, and tankies? And he just said no. I think that is not accurate. I do think that there is like a pretty broad spectrum of leftism and a broad spectrum of like problematic sort of rhetoric that I might be willing to tolerate up to a certain point, or not necessarily push back aggressively for. But for like the Marxist Leninists, those people, I think we should actively make an effort to let normal people, for lack of a better word, we need to make an effort to let those people know that we have nothing to do with like Marxist Leninism.
Yeah.
But yeah,
my counter to that,
which is what we call purity testing. Yep. Thank you.
Because I largely agree with you. This is hard. Like we're going in the same direction. We're just a little off here. I worry.
Just say Marxism. Well, most of the time when a lot of us are talking about the Marxism, we're not talking about, like, when we say Marxist-Leninists, we're not talking about Marxists. Marxists are very different from Marxist-Leninists, like drastically different. Drastically different ideologies, drastically different systems, drastically different processes. And so Marxist-Leninists are like, Marxist-Leninism is almost antithetical to Marxism, because Marxist-Leninism is a hardcore, like, authoritarian, very dictatorial state that's like just very oppressive and kind of fucked up. Marxism is like anarchism. Like it has the idea of Marxism is to get to a point where you're getting rid of all money, you're getting rid of the entire state, there's no government anymore, there's no classes anymore. Like, everything's run by like small communities and is not, there's no like federalism or anything. Like that's the idea of Marxism. Whereas Marxist Leninism is like everything is done by the fucking government and centralized, and it's all just the federal government taking over every little thing and controlling every little thing through brute force. And they are antithetical to one another, to where, yeah, we're not, when we say Marxist Leninist, we are not talking about Marxists. We're not talking about them. Marxists are not anything like Marxist Leninists. We have an issue with Marxist Leninists more than we have an issue with Marxists. Yeah, gatekeeping is a good one too. Yeah, gatekeeping, I guess, is better for that one. When we're talking about separating yourselves from those people, that's a bit more gatekeeping. But I think gatekeeping and purity testing are a bit of the same thing in most cases. Maybe not always, but yeah, for making sure that we tell everybody that like we're not the Marxist Leninists, we're not the crazy like woke people. That is probably both purity testing and gatekeeping, but it's more so gatekeeping, I guess, in that sense.
Well, I'll just give you an example. Yesterday, okay, I was talking to Anna, and I was talking to
Everything I'm reading says Lenin was a Marxist. That doesn't mean anything. Again, we're talking about systems. We're not talking about people. We're talking about systems. The name of the system is Marxist-Leninist. It's Marxist-Leninism. That is the system that we're talking about.
counterpoints and things, and we were discussing communism, etc. And people started spamming my chat, right? Turn in to live and learn.
I know where this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, let's check it out. And Boy, and look, I found it funny. I thought it was amusing. It was a good troll.
Bro, I thought it was fucking hilarious, bro. Oh, it was so good. Did you guys see Boy showed up with the full-on like fucking commie hammer and sickle in the background, the dude, it was good memes. It's good fucking memes, bro. It was fucking hilarious, and everybody who's mad about this is a little sensitive. Now, okay, I can understand why Anna from Ukraine looks at that and is like, fuck you. I totally understand why Anna from Ukraine is pissed off about this, okay? I get it, all right? I get it. You know, it's a very, like, ode to the Russians sort of meme. To her, this is like, you know, being Jewish and putting on a fucking Nazi, you know, SS uniform and marching around in it, okay? I get it. But for me, yeah, I just thought it was I thought it was hilarious.
Okay, I said it at the time. Not everyone agreed with me. Anna was very upset. There was a lot of people who were very upset. And while, yes, there are substantive differences between Dem, Soc, Dem, Marxist, Leninist, they are not all the same. The argument would be they all kind of lead down the same path, and that is not a path we want to go down.
Wait, hold on. Let me cut you off here. 'Cause what he was doing.
I don't think that's true at all. Dem, Soc, and Soc Dem are not leading down the same path. Those are totally different things.
It was an obvious joke. Like, I think he would. I
agree.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, for the I did see some people freaking out about that, and to Anna's perspective, I'm sympathetic to her perspective, especially in the situation that she's in right now, and then also with the history of the country. I'm not going to tell her that that's not valid or whatever, but my understanding was he was directly parodying a meme that I think like Destiny's community made, where they said like next week's Live and Learn, and it was a 4-panel, and instead of me it was Straighter Aid, and then it was Econoboy dressed up like Mao or whatever, and I think he was directly referencing that. And so anybody who took that to mean that he was endorsing tanky shit, I think they're either wildly misinformed about who Econoboy is, or they're just acting in bad faith.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
Yeah, I said, I was like, this is literally like me getting up and fucking goose stepping and like doing the Nazi salute and everything. Like, okay, like if some Jewish person wants to come tell me why like they think this is offensive or some shit, like I guess I could understand to some extent. But that's not what's happening. I just got a bunch of fucking woke skulled lefties pissed off about it for no reason. So I don't really give a fuck what they think. But yes, it's more about like the intent and like what it is you're putting into it and why, what is the message, what's being communicated here. Like that's what matters. And in this case, it's just not, it's not something devious or malicious or anything like that.
I don't think even Anna thought that. Just real quick, I don't think even Anna thought that. But the
some people did. I saw some people that were like, he's glamorizing it, and they were taking it seriously.
But what Anna said, and the reason why it offended Anna, and I don't want to speak for her too much or put words in her mouth, but she did ask a good question. Like, if I had been accused of being a fascist enabler, if people came to me and was like, Wick, I think you're enabling fascism. I think you're you go too easy on Nazis. You're cozying up with Nazis. You got a lot of Nazis in your chat. What are you doing, man? Like, this is a concern. We're concerned that you're facilitating.
Yeah, but I think that's literally what I wanted to do. That's literally what I wanted to do. When everybody was freaking out about my like, you know, salute and everything, I wanted to come back with like my mustache like this and just put on a whole fucking SS uniform and sit there and do the news on my YouTube show.
Facilitating these guys, and then the next week I show up in my Hitler costume with my little SS pin with a Nazi flag in the background instead of my American background. Like, how would people view that? Would it be taken well?
I've thought about this. Intuitively, these things don't feel the same. I understand the arguments, 50 million people died under Mao and, 50 million under Stalin. I get all that, but I haven't really had enough time to really formulate an argument. Intuitively, it feels like people have more space to play with communist iconography to make jokes than Hitler.
Yeah, no, but cyber insurgent, that is what that's what he's wearing, right? She's not just like appealing to those things. Econoboy is appealing to those things in his outfit, right? So that's the point, is that Econoboy is wearing the full-on like tanky uniform. I'm trying to find. There she is.
How anti-communist America used to be during like Cold War and all of that, right?
Yeah, no, actually, because America's anti-communist, you stupid bitch. Okay, that's why you can do it. Nothing.
You shouldn't be calling
you
women
stupid
bitches, man.
person. You stupid person.
Yo,
you
I
stupid
disavow.
person.
How anti-communist.
You stupid person. You stupid person. You stupid person. Aspiring devil. He said no, but she mocked Pisco and Econoboy for their sweeping for socialism, and JCLK and Queeman used Pisco as their proxy for their smear campaign so they can So they see anything thrown at him as a threat to themselves. She said, I'm actually unironically now stuck in a proxy war, but for real this time. That's fucking good shit, dude. That's fucking hilarious, bro. That's good shit, because everybody kept saying the Russia-Ukraine war was just a proxy war. That's fucking good. She said, would a right-winger meme with a swastika after being accused for sweeping or being a useful idiot for fascists? And how funny would we find it? Probably not very. I would probably find it pretty funny. I would probably find it pretty funny. Not gonna lie. I think I would still find it pretty funny. Sorry, Anna.
But even with like Hitler, you have movies like Jojo Rabbit where he wasn't glamorizing Hitler, obviously, but
yes, but hold on. But Wick made the critical point. So again, Pisco was I say this all because I like Pisco. I'm not trying to like bag on him, but I was watching him talk about it today. And he's saying like people joke about Hitler all the time. There is, to make fun of Hitler. Sure, not done by people who are declared fascists, right? It's like what Wick said. If someone is being accused, or if someone says like, yeah, I'm a fascist, but I don't believe in the Nazi stuff, right? I want to get there only through, I don't know, democratic means. I know that sounds silly, but people would say it sounds silly to say the same thing about socialism.
But Econoboy never said he was a Maoist or a communist.
He said he was a socialist, and he had the sure.
But socialism. By the
way, hold on. Let me.
I'm a liberal.
I wasn't offended by the joke. I think it was funny, especially because he went all in, right? Like he had the outfit, he had the flag, he had the ringtone. Very funny, an effective troll. The reason that some people like Ukrainian Anna are upset, or again, is because it's not like he's doing this to mock socialism. And I don't think so. I think, like Pisco said, he's trying to mock the people who are calling him, a closeted Marxist-Leninist and all of this stuff, but he's not trying to mock socialism. And so I think that's maybe the...
I have a question. I don't know. Maybe...
Wait, but it's both. It's both. It's that it's so outrageous that people would think he's this crazy fucking, like, insane thing. That's so fucking wild that you would think he's this insane, ridiculous thing. That he will make fun of you by dressing up as that insane, ridiculous thing. It is both. He is making fun of both. They don't like tankies. Bro, the majority of these people literally don't even know what a fucking tanky is. And it is actually annoying listening to everybody talk about tankies, where I think I've talked about the fact that like when we hear Destiny use the term tanky, I think literally all he means is just a Marxist-Leninist. I think that's all he means. It's just a Marxist-Leninist. That's a tanky. Then I think anybody who then I think there's a large group of people who say a tanky is somebody who is like a communist fiscally, and they are like conservative socially. That's a tanky. But technically a tanky is somebody who is, because you can be a Marxist-Leninist but like, meaning you defend the system, right? That's Marxist-Leninism. You defend the system, you defend like the ideology, you defend like the process, you defend all of that, right? That's Marxist-Leninism. But lots of Marxist-Leninists still think that Lenin was bad. Lots of them still think that he was bad, and that like they don't defend the shit that he did. A tanky is somebody who defends what Lenin did. that it is apologia for Lenin, not Marxist Leninism. It's apologia for Lenin. It's apologia for fuck, I'm blanking on the other guy's names. Who came after Lenin? I'm blanking on the... Stalin, yes. Lenin and Stalin. Yes, it is apologia for Lenin and Stalin. So where, like, yes, they're referencing the tanks, but with calling them tankies, because yes, they went rolling in with tanks, but ow. Shit, that was fucking loud as fuck. Holy moly. Ouch. They're referencing the tanks when they call them tankies, but they're not they're not communicating anything about the tanks, right? It doesn't have to do with them rolling up with tanks and shit like that necessarily. It's more just about like defending Stalin and Lenin as leaders, defending their actions, defending the the oppressive nature of their regimes. That's a tanky. Somebody who defends like the oppressive natures from those regimes. That is a tanky. If you defend Mao and I forget what they call it, the Red Revolution or whatever, like that would be a tanky. But it's like the violent actions of a tanky, the violent and oppressive actions of these regimes, that's a tanky. And so if they put out apologia for them, technically that's what a tanky is. But yeah, a lot of people make it about like, oh, it's having conservative and communist, or it's about being Marxist Leninist, or it's any sort of far left that's tanky. Which is why I say, like, I don't know that, I don't think that Hassan is a tanky, because I don't think he does apologia for Stalin or Lenin or Mao, but he does defend their systems. I think not even Lenin. I defend Lenin. Tankies defend Stalin and Mao. You defend Lenin? Anyways, so yeah, that's what a tanky is. People kind of drive me a little nuts misusing these terms, but not it hasn't always driven me nuts. It's only more recently with this conversation because everybody's using the terms differently. That's why I don't care about the term. I don't care if people misuse it. I don't care about that. I just care that like recently, every time somebody calls somebody a tanky, they all seem to mean very different things. So it's kind of frustrating. Haas Infrared is he is like the quintessential tanky. Yeah, he is as tanky as it fucking gets. Yeah. But I think because of that, that's why people started coming out saying that like, oh, it's somebody who's a communist, fiscally, but conservative socially, is because of people like Haas and his buddy, I can't ever remember his name either, but because of those two, because that's what their stuff was, and everybody called them tankies. That's what everybody started saying that it was, is that it's, you know, conservative and communist, and it was yeah, Jackson Hinkle, yeah. So yeah, so they, I think it was the two of them that really like threw everybody off on what a tanky was, but yeah. I mean, who cares? It's like I said, I don't care about the term. I don't care like what it's used by. I think that everybody's saying something different every time that they say somebody's a tanky. They're all communicating some different idea. Even in Counterpoint's chat today, everybody was using the term tanky, and then people started asking, "Wait, what is a tanky?" And then I said in chat, like, "This is what a tanky is. It's about apologia. It's about this." And then after that, then I said, these are the three different definitions that people use for it, though. And then Counterpoints was like, yeah, when I say tanky, I just mean Marxist-Leninist. Just anybody who's a Marxist-Leninist, they don't even have to be defensible of their actions or do any sort of apology for them. They're a Marxist-Leninist. I call them a tanky. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. All right, I'm gonna get off. I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. So we'll see. Keep an eye out. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. Oh shit. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.